The Untold Story of Jesus and His Twin Brother Judas Christus. Title: The Bible Fraud, written by Tony Bushby in 2001. Mystery and intrigue surround the church web of deceit, corruption, murder, and debauchery. In The Bible Fraud, you will find the truth about Rabbi Jesus and his twin brother, their birth, marriages, and death, as well as the bloodlines that have resulted from the events of that time. After 12 years of full-time research, the author exposes the greatest deception in the history of mankind and provides archival evidence showing why the suppression of facts is as important to the churches of today as it was some 2,000 years ago. In the Sinai Bible, the oldest Bible in the world, when compared with the modern-day Bibles, a staggering 14,800 differences can be identified. This is a book unprecedented in the history of publishing. Preface. Truth is such a rare quality, a stranger to so seldom met in this civilization of fraud, that it is never received freely, but must fight its way into the world. Professor Hilton Hotema. Two confused stories in the Gospel. Jesus Christ has captured the imagination of millions of people around the world for almost 2,000 years. Few people know that he represents something far different, and the following chapters unravel an entirely new story about the circumstances surrounding the birth and emergence of the Christian religion. In order to cover this ground, it is necessary to consider the New Testament stories from a different perspective. By stripping away their supernatural elements, the earliest church writings relay a confused, skeletal outline of the lives of two separate men. This work unravels those stories and shows how the New Testament came into being and what it really is. Until now, this aspect of the gospel story has never been fully developed, and by coordinating new information with surviving records, a reconstruction of the probable course of events that resulted in Christianity today is presented. The author has the bloodlines of Jesus Christ, beginning with King Herod, who was an Arab or Nabatean. One of the sons of King Herod is Joseph of Arimathea. Another son of King Herod had a daughter, Miriam Herod, now called the Virgin Mary. About the time of her first marriage, she had been believed to have been raped by Tiberius and had twin children. Then there is the Celtic line. At some point, the Virgin Mary married King Cyrus, and King Cyrus and Mary had 3 children, Mary Magdalene, Lazarus, and Martha. When Jesus married his half-sister Mary Magdalene, this brought in that Celtic line. There is also the Roman line. Tiberius, the father of Jesus and Judas. Tiberius was the son of Emperor Augustus. Augustus was deified as a god, and that made Tiberius the son of God. When Tiberius was given the name and title Augustus, he became a god, and his twin children, through Mary, became sons of God. Chapter 1. What was the church trying to hide? In 1415, the Church of Rome took an extraordinary step to destroy all knowledge of 2 second-century Jewish books that it said contained the true name of Jesus Christ. The anti-pope Bishop XIII first singled out for condemnation a secret Latin treatise called Mar Jesu, and then issued instructions to destroy all copies of the Book of Alexei. No editions of these writings now publicly exist, but church archives recorded that they were once in popular circulation and known to the early presbyters. Knowledge of these writings survived from quotations made by Bishop Hippolytus of Rome, 176 to 236, and Saint Epiphanius of Salamis, 315 to 403, along with references in some early editions of the Talmud of Palestine and Babylonia. The rabbinic fraternity once held the destroyed manuscripts with great reverence, for they were comprehensive original records reporting the life of Rabbi Jesus. Later, in a similar manner, Pope Alexander VI, 1492 to 1503, ordered all copies of the Talmud destroyed. The Council of the Inquisition required as many Jewish writings as possible to burn with the Spanish Grand Inquisitor Tomas de Torquemada, 1520-1498, responsible for the elimination of 6,000 volumes at Salamanca. In 1550, Cardinal Carafa, the Inquisitor General, procured a bull from the Pope revealing all previous permissions for priests to read the Talmud, which he said contained hostile stories about Jesus Christ. Bursting forth with fury at the head of his minions, he seized every copy he could find in Rome and burnt them. Solomon Romano, 1554, also burnt many thousands of Hebrew scrolls, and in 1559, every Hebrew book in the city of Prague was confiscated. The mass destruction of Jewish books included hundreds of copies of the Old Testament and caused the irretrievable loss of many original handwritten documents. The oldest text of the New Testament that survived before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls was said to be the Bodleian Codex, Oxford, which was dated to circa 1100 AD. In an attempt by the Church to remove damaging rabbinic information about Jesus Christ from the face of the earth, the Inquisition burnt 12,000 volumes of the Talmud. However, many copies survived and today provide opposing traditions about the person called Jesus Christ. In the mass destruction of Jewish writings, the Church overlooked two particular British documents that also recorded the true name of Jesus Christ. They survive to this day in the British Museum, and they are called the Chronicles of the Mavian Manuscript. Treasured ancient documents with a very early origin. Supporting evidence was also found on early 1st century gold, silver, and bronze coins discovered at the site of an ancient mint at Camalodunum, Colchester, in Britain. Thus, the testimony of the Britain coins establishes clearly and positively the historicity of the traditional ancient chronicles as authentic historical records. The evidence is compelling, and additional supporting clues are found on a mysterious headstone in Germany, in Vatican art treasures, and in a series of coded sentences in the Shakespearean plays. Further concealed information was left in the form of specially created statues commissioned by a Catholic priest and positioned in a small hilltop church in southern France. Coded ciphers were also secreted into the first English language printing of the Bible, and a combination of all clues provides interlocking information and presents a new insight into the origin of Christianity. Secret ciphers in the New Testament. It was the wisest fool in Christendom who authorized the translation and publication of the first Protestant version of the Bible into English. He came to the English throne in 1603 and quickly became unpopular because of his disgusting personal habits and his unsavory character. He pretended to be a scholar in theology and philosophy, but his learning was shallow and superficial. He wallowed in filth, moral and physical, but was endowed with a share of cunning that his associates called a kind of crooked wisdom. For his new edition of the Bible, he issued a set of personal rules the translators were to follow and ordered revisions to proceed, although he never contributed a farthing to its cost. Work began early in 1607 and took a committee of 47 men. Some records say 54, others say 50. 2 years and 9 months to rewrite the Bible and make ready for press. Each man received 30 shillings per week for his contribution. Upon its completion in 1609, a remarkable event occurred. The translators handed over the reviser's manuscript of what is now called the King James Bible to King James for his final personal approval. It was self-evident that James was not competent to check their work and edit it, so he passed the manuscript on to the greatest genius of all time, Sir Francis Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, was a man of many talents, a lawyer, linguist, and composer. He mastered every subject he undertook: mathematics, geometry, music, poetry, painting, astronomy, classical drama and poetry, philosophy, history, theology, and architecture. He was a man of many aims and purposes, the father of modern science, remodeler of modern law, patron of modern democracy, and possibly the reviver of Freemasonry. His life and works are extensively documented and his intellectual accomplishments widely recognized, particularly in academic circles. At the age of 16, he was sent to Paris direct from the Queen hand, and there studied Egyptian, Arabian, Indian, and Greek philosophy, with particular attention given to the ancient mysteries and their ritual rites. He personally recorded that while in Paris, he created a secret cipher system that could be inserted into a document without arousing suspicion. While living in Europe, Francis Bacon was initiated into the mysterious order of the Knights Templar and learnt a very special secret. Before he returned to London, he traveled to France, Italy, Germany, and Spain, and at the age of 20, completely devoted himself to the study of law. From his understanding of the secret information he had learned during his initiation into the Knights Templar, he conceived the idea of reactivating various secret societies, and in 1580 founded the secret Rosicrucian Literary Society and Gray's Inn. Later in the same year, he founded the Lodge of Free and Accepted, or Speculative Masons, also at Gray's Inn. On 25 June 1607, Sir Francis Bacon was appointed Solicitor General and Chief Advisor to the Crown. He had presented new ideas to the government for the reformation of the Church and was officially instructed to commence restructuring the Bible. Research in the Records Office of the British Museum revealed that original documents still exist which refer to important proceedings associated with Sir Francis Bacon's involvement with the editing of both the Old and New Testaments. They revealed that he personally selected and paid the revisers of the New Testament, who completed their task under the instructions of Bacon's longtime friend, Dr. Andrews. The first English-language manuscripts of the Bible remained in Bacon's possession for nearly a year. During that time, he hammered the various styles of the translators into the unity, rhythm, and music of Shakespearean prose, wrote the preface, and created the whole scheme of the authorized version. He also encoded secret information into both the Old and New Testaments. An ancient document recorded that the true history of early Christianity was known to the initiates of this order of the Knights Templar, having originally been imparted with Hugh de Payens of the Grand Pontiff of the Order of the Templar of the Nazarene sect, one named Theocles, after which it was learned by some knights in Palestine. Regarding the months of editing work applied to the Bible by Bacon, his biographer William T. Smedley confirmed the extent of the editing. It will eventually be proved that the whole structure of the authorized Bible was Francis Bacon's. He was an ardent student not only of the Bible, but also of early manuscripts. St. Augustine, St. Jerome, and writers of theological works were studied by him with industry. At the completion of the editing, Sir Francis Bacon and King James I had a series of meetings to finalize editorial matters associated with the new Bible. It was at this time that King James ordered a dedication to the king to be drawn up and included in the opening pages. He also wanted the phrase, "appointed to be read in the churches," to appear on the title page. This was an announcement clarifying that King James had personally given the church special command for this particular version of the Bible to be used in preference to the vast array of Greek and Latin Vulgate Bibles current at the time. His reason was personal, as King James had previously instructed the revisers to defend the position of the king in their restructuring of the texts. This was seen as an attempt to distance the Protestant Bible from the Catholic version. The Protestant version of the Bible is thinner by 7 books than the Catholic version, and the variant churches have never agreed on a uniform Bible. In their translation of 1 Peter 2:13, the revisers changed the phrase, "the emperor as supreme," to "the king as supreme," because King James' Bible was written to support the authority of a king. The later church often referred to it as the one from authority, and it later came to be presented as if officially authorized. In subsequent revisions, the word "authorized" found its way onto the title page and later still came to be printed on the cover, giving King James' New Bible a false sense of authenticity. The King James Bible is considered by many today to be the original Bible, and therefore genuine, and all later revisions simply counterfeits forged by higher critics. Others think the King James Bible is authentic and authorized, and presents the original words of the authors as translated into English from the original Greek text. However, the original Greek text was not written until around the mid-4th century and was a revised edition of writings compiled decades earlier in Aramaic and Hebrew. Those earlier documents no longer exist, and the Bibles we have today are 5 linguistic removes from the first Bibles written. What was written in the originals is quite unknown. It is important to remember that the words authorized and original as applied to the Bible do not mean genuine, authentic, or true. The clue to hidden messages. Sir Francis Bacon was a master of concealing secret information in his writings, and his methods can be found in the Bible. Bacon took delight to hide his works to the end that they might be found out. It was a time of severe repression and of harsh government, and free speech was impossible. Able men could only dissemble and speak in allegory. If they had expressed their opinions openly, they would have been sent to the Tower and the block. The most famous of all literal cryptograms was the famous bilateral cipher described by Bacon in his De Augmentis Scientiarum. Sir Francis originated the system while still a young man residing in Paris, and this particular cipher required the use of 2 styles of typeface, one an ordinary face and the other especially designed. The differences between the 2 fonts are in many cases so minute that it requires a powerful magnifying glass to detect them. Originally, the cipher messages were concealed only in italicized words, sentences, or paragraphs, because the italic letters, being more ornate than the Roman letters, offered greater opportunity for concealing the slight but necessary variations. Sometimes the letters vary in size, at other times in thickness or in ornamental flourishes. Alphabets secretly adjusted were not entirely satisfactory. However, for although they rendered unintelligible the true nature of the writings, their very presence disclosed the fact of concealed information. Through patience or persecution, the keys to those alphabets were eventually acquired and the contents of the documents revealed to the unworthy. This was not good enough and necessitated employment of more subtle methods of concealing divine truths. The result was the appearance of cryptic systems of writing designed to conceal the presence of both the message and the cryptogram. Thus, having devised a method of transmitting their secrets to posterity, Sir Francis Bacon and others like him encouraged the circulation of certain documents specially prepared for incorporating ciphers containing the deepest secrets of religion, mysticism, and philosophy. Thus, medieval Masons and Rosicrucians disseminated their secrets throughout the world without evoking suspicion, since volumes containing these cryptograms could be subject to scrutiny without revealing the presence of the hidden message. During the Middle Ages, scores of members of secret political or religious organizations published books containing ciphers. Secret writings became a fad. Every European court had its own diplomatic cipher, and the intelligentsia vied with one another in devising curious and complicated cryptograms. The literature of the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries was permeated with ciphers, few of which have ever been decoded. Many liberal churchmen, it was interesting to note, used cryptograms, fearing excommunication or worse fate should their research be suspected. Had they failed to conceal their discoveries under complicated cipher, they faced the possibility of persecution as heretics. Some of the ciphers are so intricate that they may forever baffle attempts at their decipherment. In those susceptible of a solution, sometimes the A's and B's have to be exchanged. At other times, the concealed message was written backwards, or only every other letter is counted, and so on. Any picture or drawing with other than its obvious meaning may be considered a pictorial cryptogram. Instances of strange pictorial ciphers abound in Masonic and Rosicrucian art. In addition to the simple pictorial cipher, there is the more technical form in which, for example, words or letters are concealed by the number of stones in a wall, by ripples on the surface of water, or by the length and order of lines used in shading. The shape, height, or proportion of a building, the folds on a person's garment, were all used to conceal definite figures or characters which could be exchanged for letters or words by a person acquainted with the code. The key necessary for their decipherment sometimes accompanies pictorial cryptograms. A figure may point towards the starting point of the cipher or carry in its hand some implement disclosing the system of measurement used. There are also frequent instances in which the cryptographer purposely distorted or improperly clothed some figure in his drawing by placing the hat on backwards, the sword on the wrong side, the shield on the wrong arm, or by employing some similar artifice. The much-discussed sixth finger on the Pope's hand in Raphael's Sistine Madonna, and the sixth toe on Joseph's foot in the Marriage of the Virgin, by the same artist, are cunningly concealed cryptograms. A particular pictorial design with dogs, rabbits, and archers is found over the address to the Christian reader in the 1612 edition of the Authorized Version of the King James Bible. This identical design was also found in the folio edition of Shakespeare. However, it was the 1612 quarto edition of the Authorized Version of the King James Bible that was of the most interest, for on the title page of the genealogies are two complex headpiece designs, both of which were used by Sir Francis Bacon in previous books he wrote and published in 1593 and 1594. The selection of these designs was not made by chance, but was deliberately chosen to create similitude between certain books and mark their connection with each other. Most noticeable was the light and dark capital A's, A.A, in the lower design, which was also used on several Shakespeare quartos and elsewhere. This direct connection between the Bible and the Shakespearean plays has been long overlooked. and the knowledge that hidden ciphers appear in both the King James Bible and the Shakespearean plays arrests attention. Those writings contain cryptographically concealed information that was purposely encoded into the actual text and is still there today. What the mystery schools knew about Jesus. Scores of volumes were written to establish that Sir Francis Bacon was the real author of the plays and sonnets popularly ascribed to William Shakespeare. An impartial consideration of these documents cannot but convince the open-minded of the verisimilitude of the theory of Bacon being the author of the Shakespearean plays. Those enthusiasts who for years struggled to identify Sir Francis Bacon as the true Bard of Avon might long since have won their case had they emphasized the most important angle, that Sir Francis Bacon, the Knights Templar, Masonic, and Rosicrucian initiate, wrote into the Shakespearean plays the secret teachings of the Fraternity of the Rose Cross, the lost word of the Freemason order, and major clues to unlock the hidden story in the Gospels. A sentimental world, however, dislikes giving up a traditional hero, either to solve a controversy or to right a wrong. Nevertheless, the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy, as its most able advocates realize, involves the most profound aspects of science, religion, and ethics. He or she who solves its mystery may yet find therein the key to the supposedly lost wisdom of antiquity. Abundant proof exists that Sir Francis Bacon was concerned in one way or another in the production or editing of the Shakespearean plays. Sir Francis Bacon's personal cipher number was 33, indicating that he was a fully initiated Mason. In the first part of King Henry IV, the word Francis appeared 33 times on one page. To attain this, obviously awkward sentences were required, such as, "Anon, Francis," "No, Francis, but tomorrow, Francis," or "Francis, on Thursday," or "Indeed, Francis, when then will, but Francis." Here we see one example of the concealed use of the mystical number 33 in the Shakespearean plays. The Masonic order of degrees was divided into 33 symbolic sections, 33 degrees. The number 33 is often used in the secret mystery schools, and a variety of opinions exists as to why. The Torah employed the divine name 32 times in the creation story at the beginning of the Old Testament book of Genesis. Of this, the Kabbalists say that through these 32 paths, the soul descends to be clothed in the physical body, and the 33rd path is the ultimate return to stand before God's presence at the end of life on earth. Sir Francis became heavily involved in the redevelopment of both Freemason and Rosicrucian mystery schools. It was suggested that he created his own secret society, by the agency of which he carried through his works, but it was difficult to find any concrete evidence that such a society existed. Books came from his pen at a rate which, when the truth is revealed, will literally stagger humanity. He made translations of ancient classics and histories, and his good pens, other writers, wrote books under his direction. He saw them through to the press, and every book published under his direction carried his favorite secret cipher, stylized light and dark capital A's, side by side. A.A. The double A.A. was Sir Francis Bacon's hidden signature cipher for Athena, known in mythology as Pallas Minerva, Athene, or Athena, which meant virgin. The letters making up Pallas Minerva, Athene, or Athena, virgin, numbered 33, and she is the esteemed goddess of Sir Francis Bacon's mystery schools. The initiates dedicated themselves in her honor and vowed to uphold her ideals. Athena was the goddess of wisdom and usually depicted in art wearing a helmet and holding a spear in her right hand in readiness to strike at a serpent near her feet. She was known as the spear shaker among the ancient Greeks because when the morning rays of the sun glinted on the spear, the common people were in the habit of saying smilingly, "Athena is shaking her spear again." Hence her name, Spear Shaker. She was the goddess to whom the Rosicrucian brethren swore allegiance when they were initiated into the secret literary order, the Knights of the Order, and Francis Bacon was the head of the Spear Shakers. Side by side with the Rosicrucian arose the Lodge of the Freemasons and the College of the Rosicrucian Fraternity, which persist to this day. Both orders threateningly shake spears at the candidate during the trials of his initiation. It was Francis Bacon's secret symbol to represent that he was the spear shaker representative, known by the name of Shakespeare. Thus the spear shaker wrote under the name of Shakespeare and was Sir Francis Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon used the first and last letters of Athena's name, A.A., as headpieces to subtly mark particular books connected with the secret orders of the Rosicrucians and Masons. In these books, Francis Bacon had the opportunity to secrete his personal secrets, which he dare not write openly about. There were many different designs of the A.A. cipher, and numerous books that bear the coded signal are connected, including the authorized edition of the King James Bible and the Shakespearean plays. One A was printed light and the other A dark, to indicate that while there was much open and straightforward in the designated book, there was also much in the shadow, which could only be discovered by searching. Jesus in the Shakespearean plays. The full name that Francis Bacon constructed to appear on the title pages of his writings was William Shakespeare, and was created maybe without reference to him of Stratford, who possibly bore or had assigned to him a somewhat similar name. It seems his real name was originally Shakespeare. There was good reason to suspect this was exactly what happened, for Sir Francis Bacon created a superstructure of numbers built up on the exact spelling of the words William Shakespeare. Anybody looking closely at Bacon's clues will see also the year 1623 was especially selected for the issue of the complete volume of the plays because of the extraordinary relations which the numbers composing it bear to the combined names William Shakespeare and Sir Francis Bacon. Simply put, the total number of the letters of the two names adds up to 33. The Masonic cipher number William Shakespeare Sir Francis Bacon equals 33 letters. It was not surprising then to note that the letters of the year 1623, when written in words, also adds up to 33. 1623 years equals 33 letters. The chances of this letter-word number combination happening by chance, according to mathematical experts, are 4.8 million to 1. The intriguing relationship of numbers was also carried through to the year 1561, in which the birth of Francis Bacon was registered, and curiously enough, to 1564 and 1660, the reputed dates of the birth and death of the Stratford man. The Shakespearean plays and the authorized Bible of 1611 contained hidden messages about Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and the substance of the gospel story. Sir Francis knew the secret of Christian origins and concealed his knowledge in both the Shakespeare Folio of 1623 and the New Testament. His secrets are encoded in a system of letters and numbers that reveal to the initiated the presence of concealed information. The secret of the Knights Templar, the Masons, and the Rosicrucians was purposely encoded into the text by Sir Francis, and several of his complex ciphers are decoded in upcoming chapters. With the availability of concealed records a new interpretation of the Gospels is revealed, and the history of mankind has no counterpart to the strange story that unfolds. Chapter 2. Just who were the parents of Jesus Christ? In the opening sentence of a New Testament parable, Jesus stated, "A man of noble birth was on a long journey abroad to have himself appointed king and return." Luke 19:12. Herein lies part of a profound gospel truth, revealing the substance of historical information that the Church has strived for 2,000 years to conceal. In this tale of long-ago misconceptions and mistaken identities must be clarified so that the original story may be seen to rest upon a true and sure foundation. For this purpose, we begin with the examination of church writings purporting to record the birth of Jesus Christ. The Gospels of Matthew and Luke stated that Jesus Christ was the firstborn of Mary and Joseph, and he had 4 younger brothers and at least 2 sisters. Mark 6:3. Roman Catholics are obliged to hold the opinion that the brothers and sisters of Jesus Christ were the children of Joseph by a former marriage. This conclusion originally stemmed from the Gospel of James that related to the age of Joseph at the birth of Jesus. However, it was clearly recorded that Joseph had sex with Mary after the birth of Jesus. The statement in the Gospel of Matthew that Joseph knew her not until she had borne a son, Matthew 1:25, eliminated the church claim that Mary was a perpetual virgin. From the statements in the Gospels of Mark and Matthew, it was clear that the brothers and sisters of Jesus were subsequent children of Mary in the fullest sense. Joseph returned to Galilee with the intention of marrying Mary. The Gospels, according to Matthew and Luke, clearly explained that they were betrothed before Joseph's departure. This was the equivalent of being engaged in modern-day terminology. However, upon his return some months later, it was plainly apparent that Mary was with child, Luke 2:5, and it could not be hid from Joseph. The Gospel of Matthew elaborated extensively upon the feelings of Joseph when he saw the violated condition of his bride-to-be. He was uneasy, and being unwilling to defame her, he privately discussed ending their engagement. From the description in the Gospels, it was clear that Joseph was not the biological father of Mary's child. So who was? The evidence of the rabbis. The Jewish records of the rabbis are of extreme importance in determining gospel origins and the value of the church presentation of the virgin birth story of Jesus Christ. A common appellation for Jesus in the Talmud was Yeshua ben Pantera, an allusion to the widespread Jewish belief during the earliest centuries of the Christian era that Jesus was the result of an illegitimate union between his mother and a Roman soldier named Tiberius Julius Abdes Pantera. The Talmud enshrines within its pages Jewish oral law. It is divided into 2 parts, the Mishnah and the Gemara. The first discusses such subjects as festivals and sacred things. The Gemara is basically a commentary on these subjects. When the Talmud was written is not known. Some authorities suggest a date of 150 to 160, around the same time the Christian Gospels began to emerge, while others say 450. The Talmud writers mentioned Jesus' name 20 times and quite specifically documented that he was born an illegitimate son of a Roman soldier called Pantera. Nicknamed the Panther, Pantera's existence was confirmed by the discovery of a mysterious tombstone at Bingerbrück in Germany. The engraving etched on the headstone read, Tiberius Julius Abdies Pantera, an archer, native of Sidon, Phoenicia, who in 9 A.D. was transferred to service in Rhineland, now called Germany. This inscription added fuel to the theory that Jesus was the illegitimate son of Mary and the soldier Pantera. Classical scholar Professor Morton Smith of the Columbia University, USA, described the tombstone as possibly our only genuine relic of the Holy Family. In many Jewish references, Jesus was often referred to as Ben Pantera. Ben means son of. However cautious one ought to be in accepting anything about Jesus from Jewish sources in the matter of Jesus Ben Pantera, the writers seem more consistent than the men we now call the Church Fathers. Scholars for centuries have discussed at length why Jesus was so regularly called Ben Pantera. Adonatimus Origen, an early Christian historian and church father 185 to 251, recorded the following verses about Mary from the research records of a highly regarded 2nd century historian and author named Celsus. Mary was turned out by her husband, a carpenter by profession, after she had been convicted of unfaithfulness. Cut off by her spouse, she gave birth to Jesus, a bastard. That Jesus, on account of his poverty, was hired out to go to Egypt, that while there he acquired certain magical powers which Egyptians pride themselves on possessing. Later, in passage 132, Origen supported the Jewish records and confirmed that the paramour of the mother of Jesus was a Roman soldier called Pantera, a name he repeated in verse 169. Sometime during the 17th century, those sentences were erased from the oldest Vatican manuscripts and other codices under church control. The traditional church writings of St. Epiphanius, the Bishop of Salamis, 315 to 403, again confirmed that Ben Pantera's story and his information was of a startling nature. This champion of Christian orthodoxy and saint of Roman Catholicism frankly stated Jesus was a son of a certain Julius, whose surname was Pantera. This was an extraordinary declaration simply recorded in ancient records as accepted church history. The Ben Pantera legend was so widespread that 2 early stalwarts of the Christian church inserted the name in the genealogies of Jesus and Mary as a matter of fact. Enlarging on that statement, this passage from the Talmud, Rabbi Shimon ben Azzi has said, I found in Jerusalem a book of genealogies. Therein was written that such a one, Jesus, is the bastard son of an adulteress. Such a one was the well-known substitute for Jesus in the Talmud, as has been proved and admitted on either side. Shimon ben Azzi flourished at the end of the 1st and beginning of the 2nd century. He was one of 4 famous rabbis who, according to Talmudic tradition, entered paradise. He was a chassid, the pious Jew of Palestine, most notably an Essene, and remained a celibate and rigid ascetic until his death. The story of Mary's pregnancy by a Roman soldier also appeared in the sacred book of the Muslims, the Quran. It stated that a full-grown man forced his attentions on Mary, and in her fear of the disgrace that would follow, she left the area and bore Jesus in secret. This story was supported in the Gospel of Luke, with the description of the departure of Joseph and Mary from their home prior to the birth. Rape was a common event in Palestine during the Roman occupation, and soldiers were notorious for their treatment of young women. It would be unthinkable for Mary to admit such an event had occurred, for under the law of Moses, a betrothed virgin who had sex with any man during the period of her betrothal was to be stoned to death by the men of the city. Simply put, Mary faced the death penalty unless she could prove her innocence. The mother's name. There was another lesser-known name Jesus was called during those early years, and that was Yeshua ben Stada, son of Stada. This name was recorded in the records of the Sanhedrin and also in the Talmud. What can also be found in the Gemara and has embarrassed Christian authorities for centuries is this. Ben Stada was Ben Panthera, Rabbi Krissa said. The husband was Stada, the lover Panthera. Another said the husband was Paphos ben Jehuda. Stada was the mother, and she was unfaithful to her husband. These apparently contradictory assertions can be ironed out when read in context. In summary, Stada was Yeshua's ben Panthera's mother. The Gemara goes on to record that Yeshua ben Panthera was hanged on the day before Passover. That is to say, apparently, that after stoning Ben Panthera's body was hung or exposed on a vertical stake. Crucifixion was an unused mode of execution among the Jews who favored stoning as the main form of capital punishment. To shorten the cruelty of death by stoning, the victim was first rendered unconscious by a soporific drink, and subsequently the stoned body was exposed on a vertical stake as a warning to others. They found an old book. The name Ben Stada given to Jesus in the Talmud was found paralleled in the ancient Megillah scroll that was discovered by Russian physician D.B. de Walthoff near Lake Tiberias in 1882 and is now called simply the Safed Scroll. In this old text, there were two brothers called Yeshai and Judas ben Halachme, who were the illegitimate twin sons born of a 15-year-old girl called Stadeh. The closeness of the name Stada in the Talmud to the Stadeh in the Safed Scrolls is extraordinary, and the slight difference in spelling can be explained by variations in translations. The interesting point here is that the name Ben Halachme was the name of Stadeh's later husband, not the biological father of her sons. Unfortunately, no mention was made of the real father's name, but Ben Halachme was the name given to Stadeh's illegitimate twin boys. According to the Safed Scrolls, Yeshai and his brother Judas ben Halachme were taken in, raised, and educated by the religious order of Essene monks. The Essenes were a perennial Jewish colony that particularly flourished in Judea for some centuries previous to the time ascribed to the New Testament stories. Subsequently, one of the boys became a student of Rabbi Hillel's school of philosophy, and the other became the leader of the Essenes. An older Essene named Joseph was assigned as Yeshua's religious father and guardian. The Safed Scroll suggested that eventually Yeshua ben Halachme's outspoken religious views angered the Jewish priests. He was tried by a Roman court on a charge of inciting the people to rebel against the Roman government. He was found guilty and sentenced to death, but escaped, left the area, and traveled to India. The Megillah scroll mirrored aspects of the hidden story in the Gospels and provided external evidence that the conclusion reached in this volume was known in ancient tradition. Who was Stadea? One of the most popular aspects of entomology is the history of names, those words or phrases which uniquely identify persons, animals, places, concepts, or things. The earlier forms of a name are often uncertain, and different dialect pronunciations have led to divergent spellings of the same name. The social pressure to use a standard spelling did not emerge until the 18th century, and earlier writers saw no problem presenting a person's name in a variety of ways. In one study, for example, over 130 variants of the name Mainwaring were found among the parchments belonging to that family. Many Hebrew names in the Old Testament were believed to bear a special significance, as originally individuals' subjects were called by a name expressive of some characteristic. Edom, red; Esau, hairy; Jacob, supplanter; and Sarai, the base word of sharat, a similar concept applied in Jewish writings and for a long time confused researchers. Like Roman and Hebrew tradition, the names of the characters often appear in distorted form in the rabbinic literature and were sometimes an attempt to disguise their true personality. This type of understanding provided the key to researchers that enabled them to unlock the true essence of what was really being relayed in ancient writings. Names research is an open-ended and complex domain, and one which is particularly greedy of the researcher's time. In any study on the New Testament, however, it must be remembered that the first Gospels were written in Hebrew, and this was a vital point in determining who Stadea really was. The name Stadea has various forms and may have been borrowed from a fanciful name that meant a scholar, or had a regional identity like Stabia or Statilia, or a woman of good family. According to Jewish writings, Stadea was the descendant of princes and rulers, and her royal heritage provided a clue to her real name. The Talmud further stated that Jeshua ben Pentara's mother was also called Miriam. Yes, but she was nicknamed Stata was one Stata. This one has turned away, being unfaithful to her husband. St. Jerome explained the difficulty that he had in translating the earliest Gospels into Latin, and added that the original Hebrew version of Matthew's Gospel and the earliest Luke Gospels were written in the Chaldaic language, but with Hebrew letters. The original Hebrew version of the name Mary was Miriam. Therefore, Mary in the English language Gospels of today was originally written Miriam in the Hebrew versions and was sometimes translated Miriam. Mary, unknown in early church history. What was actually recorded of Miriam in the only accepted Christian writings provided scant information indeed about the woman the church now called the Mother of God. In the Gospels, she was rarely mentioned. In fact, she was not mentioned by name in the oldest version of the Mark Gospel in the oldest Bibles. nor was she mentioned in the oldest version of the John Gospel. The Church said the reader of the Gospels is at first surprised to find so little about Mary. This obscurity has been studied at length. Both the Gospels of Mark and John first introduced Jesus as an adult. Only in contrived narrative does Mary play an important role in the biblical text, and excluding these, she was mentioned only briefly on 3 occasions. The church presbyters were also silent on Mary. Therefore was nothing recorded of her external to the church for more than 4 centuries after the time she was said to have lived. She had no ancestry or background except in surprise apocrypha. The earliest documented reference to Mary was found in the Mark Gospel of the Sinai Bible, Mark 3:32. This narrative referred to her as simply the earthly mother of several sons and daughters. The reference was actually about a group of people who addressed Jesus and said, "Your mother and your brothers and your sisters are outside asking for you." Here was a profound truth. Modern Bibles show the 3 words, "and your sisters," to have been removed or indexed to a footnote. From here onwards, Mary almost vanished from the church text, and apart from an obscure final reference to her in the Acts of the Apostles 1:14, she disappeared forever from the New Testament. However, when the name Mary in the Gospels was replaced with the original version, Miriam, a historic aspect arose. Combining the evidence available, the position advanced in this book is that Mary, the mother of Jesus in the Gospels, Stodaea of the Jewish writings, and Miriam of the house of Herod were one and the same person. At the time of the development of the Gospels, Miriam was the younger sister of Herodas, and the 2 girls were an integral part of the vast family of Herodes, Herod today. They were the much-loved granddaughters of King Herod, and he cared for them with great devotion. Their mother, Berenice, later remarried and moved with her teenage daughters to live in Rome, where she gained the friendship of Emperor Augustus. Miriam and Herod were of noble birth through King Herod and his wife, Miriam the first. Miriam Herald's father was Aristobulus, the son of Herod the Great, and her mother Berenice was the daughter of Herod's sister Salome. Miriam also had 2 brothers named Herod II, king of Chalcis, and Agrippa, who became Agrippa I. King Herod himself descended from a noble line of kings through his Nabatean mother, Cyprus of Petra. The Nabateans were a Semitic people, and the earliest sources regarded them as Arabs. Today they are generally referred to as Nabatean Arabs. Owing to its secure location, Petra was adopted by the Nabatean kings as their capital city, which became incorporated into the Roman Empire in 106. The Nabatean Arabs passed out of history with the advent of Islam. The house of Herod was founded by the marriage of Cyprus of Patara to Antipas, the Idumean, to whom Cyprus bore 4 sons, Herod being one. The name Herod subsequently became the title of 7 rulers mentioned in the New Testament, and in Roman history King Herod was known to the Romans as the Great, but in the eyes of the people over whom he ruled, he was also known as the Impious, despite his costly restoration of the temple in Jerusalem. In 7 BC, he strangled to death 2 of his sons, Aristobulus and Alexander, drawing a comment from Roman Emperor Augustus that it was safer to be one of Harold's pigs than one of his sons. Another son was later born to Harold, and for his safety his mother dispatched him to the care of her family in Ariminum, a city near Ravenna in northern Italy. He was Prince Joseph, the Joseph of Arimathea in the Gospels, and he later became the unseen power behind his father's throne. Harold the Great was a Roman citizen, governor of Galilee by 47 BC, and then king of Judea from 37 to 4 BC. He was one of the major figures in politics of Palestine in the early years of the Roman Empire. Miriam Harold's ancestors can be traced back on her grandmother's side to the Hasmonean priest kings and the hereditary priests from the tribe of Benjamin. She, her sister, and her brothers were descendants of the legitimate Hasmonean dynasty and carried the Hasmonean blood. They also carried the blood of the Nabatean Arabs, so much so that King Aretas IV, who was legally confirmed a Nabatean Arab king by Emperor Augustus, divorced his wife to marry Herodias to maintain the Nabatean bloodline, but she declined him. It was Herodias who involved in the gospel story of the beheading of John the Baptist, for which she received a level of notoriety and defamation similar to that of Mary Magdalene. The available records reflect an intricate tangle of marriages, intermarriages, and divorces between the Herolds and the Romans. In the account of the Gospel of Mark 6:17, for example, Herodias later married Harold Philip I, her own uncle, by whom she had a daughter, Salome. Salome was named after her Hasmonean ancestor Salome Alexandra, herself a priestess king. Later in time, Harold, without land, Antipas, apparently fell in love with Herodias and proposed to her. Seeing that his fortunes were rising faster than her husband's, Herodias accepted his hand. She longed for social distinction and accordingly left her husband and initially entered into an adulterous union with Harold Antipas, who was also her uncle. She was not married to Antipas at this time, but married him at a much later stage. When Herodias saw how well her brother and Agrippa I had fared in Rome, whence he returned as a king, she urged her husband, Harold Antipas, to go to Caesar and obtain the royal title, for she believed his claim to it was far greater than that of her brother. Antipas was not king, but only tetrarch of Galilee. Contrary to his better judgment, he went and soon learned that Agrippa I, by messengers, had accused him before Emperor Caligula of conspiracy against the Romans. The emperor banished Harold Antipas to Lyons, Gaul, France, in 41. And although he permitted Herodias to return to her home in Rome, she chose to accompany her husband into exile. It was recorded that the male offspring of the house of Harold were forced to become circumcised Jews in the reign of John Hyrcanus, a Hasmonean of the earlier Maccabean period. In other words, the Harold family adopted the religion of Judaism. The religious movement of the Essenes was also connected to the Hasmonean bloodline through the high priest Mattathias, the father of the military king Judas Maccabus. We know that Harold the Great was favorable towards the Essenes, maybe because they made it their invariable practice to refrain from disobedience to the political authority. The The Jewish historical writer Philo recorded that they had never clashed with any ruler of Palestine, however tyrannical, until his lifetime in the mid-1st century. This was a passive attitude which could not fail to commend itself to King Harold, and it was reported he even went so far as to exempt the Essenes, like the Pharisees, from the oath of loyalty to himself. In the reconstruction of the story and drawing upon the concept of the Safed scroll, the pregnant Stadea Miriam Harold, now Mary, secretly went to one of the Essene communities until the time of the birth and bore the twin boys. Numerous groups of Essenes existed all over, as they were a very numerous sect, and were found in the secluded countries as well as in city. Upon the birth of the twins, she then moved into the palace of Emperor Augustus, and there she lived until the boys were old enough to receive schooling. It was due to their solidarity and the family affinity that the young Miriam Harold had her illegitimate twin boys educated within the Essene community. The Essene hierarchy were her blood relatives, and expounded similar principles and traditions to the Herodian philosophy. They perpetuated their sect by adopting children. Above all, the Essenes were the educators of the nobility, their instruction being varied and extensive. To avoid confusion in developing the premise provided in this work, Mary, the mother of Jesus in the New Testament, shall be called Miriam Harold, except when quoting from the Gospels. The Roman father of the twins. As with ancient Hebrew, Christian, and Jewish names, it is also difficult to be exactly sure of the real names of many of the Roman characters with which we are dealing, and many irregularities arise. The allocation of names was unlike today's Western procedure, and a great many were purposely compounded with the names of Caesar, deities, and hybrid variations, such as Caracalla, Emperor of Rome, 211-217. Caracalla was a name derived from a long tunic word worn by the Gauls, which he adopted as his favorite dress after he became emperor. His proper name was M. Aurelius Antonius. The name Caesar developed from Caesarion, being the nature of the birth of Julius Caesar. Sometimes a new name was afterwards substituted for the original one, just as Plato was originally called Aristocles. The Jewish name of the 1st century historian Joseph ben Matthias became Titus Flavius Josephus when he took Roman citizenship late in life. A popular loan name among Roman men was Sylvanus, that developed from the Roman god of uncultivated land beyond the boundaries of tillage. A man with the name of Sylvanus was depicted as uncanny and dangerous. In many cases, the name was not given until the person was grown up and was then adopted from personal qualities such as modestus, for example, and from servile conditions, servus, or the name of a historical celebrity, Cornelia being one instance. In another Roman tradition, the name was sometimes a reference to peculiar circumstances at birth. For example, Lucius, born by day; Manius, born in the morning; Alphus, the firstborn; Quintus, the 5th born; and Decimus, the 10th born. As a rule, the eldest received the pronoun Christian name of his father, and this helped to determine exactly who Tiberius Julius Abdes Pantera, as it appears on the headstone at Bingerbruck in Germany, really was. The name Tiberius Julius is the first part of the full name of Tiberius, Emperor of Rome, the adopted son and heir of Emperor Augustus. Whether Tiberius was a native of Sidon in Phoenicia is, as recorded on the headstone, is difficult to establish, for there were conflicting references to his birthplace. From a very early age, Tiberius's parents were in fear of their lives through the uncertainty of the Civil War, where wrong political allegiances could result in an early death. His childhood and youth were beset with hardships and difficulties because Claudius Nero and Livia, his parents, took him wherever they went in their flight from Octavius. He was next hurried all over Sicily. His parents finally fled to Greece, but were still in pursuit, escaping with him from Sparta at night. The Momentium Ancra reported that at one stage the family sailed from Phoenicia to Egypt to avoid persecution. With such persistent pursuers, it was probable that the family lived at Sidon in Phoenicia and left when they were found, but this information was not publicly reported. The words that are important in establishing whether or not the headstone actually referred to Emperor Tiberius are Pantera and Abdes. In order to understand this inscription, it shall be shown that the headstone was composed well after the time of the events in question, and therefore benefited from the hindsight of history. There appeared to be a very deliberate plan in place in the manufacture of this headstone, and whoever was responsible for its construction knew the essence of what is revealed in this book. Its unknown creator encoded vital information in the form of a cipher and anagram, which when decoded revealed the identity of the father of Miriam Harold's twin boys. In many cases, a name was a reflection of that person's character, and that view of ancient understanding can be used to trace an individual life and illuminate that person's intimate character peculiarities. That was the case with Tiberius Julius' nickname, Panther. Variations were Panter, Panetir, Panterer, which all meant adulterer, and Tiberius was a man noted for his sexual excesses. This was an indication of how historical characters received their confusing multiplicity of names, for their names came to reflect their nature and the events that surrounded their lives. Not even Tiberius' friends would deny that he often committed adultery, but said in justification that he did so for reasons of state, not simply passion. He wanted to discover what his enemies were doing by becoming intimate with their wives or daughters. The reputation of being a womanizer stuck to Tiberius, and as an elderly man, he was said to have still harbored a passion for deflowering young girls, indulging in his sensual propensities on the island of Capri. The name of Panther may have originally developed from a little-known ancient Roman city of debauchery called Panterin or Pantherin. Panther may have also been attached to Tiberius Julius because of his beastly nature for the cat-like tactics he used in stalking and pouncing on his opponents in wars against the Dalmatians and Pannonians. In the old Physiologus, an anonymous 2nd century book of 50 allegories, The panther was the type of Christ, but later, when the savage nature of the beast became more widely known, it became symbolic of evil and hypocritical flattery. From the year of his adoption by Augustus circa 4 A.D. to the death of that emperor, Tiberius was in command of the Roman armies, and because of his wicked nature his troops named him the savage beast. Modern historians describe him as a bloody tyrant. There may be another clue in the name Panther associated with the lusty, untamed, horned Greek god Pan, who amused himself with the chase of nymphs. He was forever in love with one nymph or another, but always rejected because of his foul nature. Pan dwells in forests and was dreaded by those whose occupations carried them to pass through the woods by day or night. Hence, sudden fright without any visible cause was ascribed to Pan and called a panic terror. This blackened his image so that he was seen to correspond to the devil himself. The name Pan may have originally developed from the earlier Greek myth of Pandarus, the term meaning to shoot an arrow. Pan was the bowman, archer of the zodiac, which is also the sign of Sagittarius, encompassing parts of the months of November and December, and it was no surprise to find that Tiberius, an archer in his youth, was born in November. There does seem to be some historical doubt as to the accuracy of the time and place of his birth, and thus many account for the modern birth date given to him, 16 November, falling slightly outside the prescribed range of the current Sagittarius dates, 26 November to 23 December. It should be recognized, however, that the calendar has been adjusted over the course of 2,000 years. Sometime shortly before the 17th century, the Latin Sacred College quietly restored 15 years to the Roman calendar. The net result of that and earlier alterations shows a present difference between Oriental and Western chronologies of 63 years, when both are compared from any certainly known astronomical date. For example, Halley's Comet. The Roman leaders were renowned for their personification of earlier gods, and the story of Julius Caesar acting out the role as Zeus was well recorded. Then there was Augustus' private banquet known as the Feast of the Divine 12, which caused a public scandal. The guests came dressed as gods or goddesses, Augustus himself representing Apollo. Apollo was the son of Zeus, who was the equivalent to Jupiter in the Roman pantheon, with the divine 12, representing the god of the zodiac. Zeus was also the father of Hermes, and Pan was Hermes' son. The great importance of the gods in Roman history at the time was seen when Emperor Augustus enlarged the temple of Apollo near Nicopolis, built in the recognition of the victory at Actium. This was the victory over Mark Antony that cleared the way for his imperial dictatorship. Abdes was the third name found on the tombstone and applied to Tiberius Julius Pantera. The origin of Abdes may be connected with Emperor Augustus' liking for ciphers, and this may be what the originator of the tombstone was alluding to when he applied it to Tiberius. It was said of Emperor Augustus that, instead of paying strict regard to orthography, as formulated by the grammarians, he inclined towards phonetic spelling. When Augustus wrote in cipher, he simply substituted the next letter of the alphabet for the one required. except that he wrote AA for X. By applying both of these rules to the word Abdes on the German headstone, a hidden code is thus revealed. Abdes equals BC days. The extra twist for the reader is to apply the cipher rule forward as the person creating it, not backwards, as would have been the case to decipher. The person or persons who created the headstone cipher could have only done so after the 6th century, when the Julian calendar was first instituted. The proposed suggestion is that the cipher was designed to draw attention to the fact that circumstances surrounding the fathering and birth of Miriam Harold's twin boys occurred BC rather than AD. Presumably, the inscription on the tombstone was placed there to convey a special message, for it is unlikely to have been put there 600 years or more after the actual event to honor the site of an actual body, if there ever was a body burned at the site. The inscription stated that Tiberius Julius Abdes Pantera was transferred to service in Rhineland, now called Germany, in the year 9 AD. The young Tiberius was indeed in that area at that time. Tiberius was given another 3 years of tribunical power with the task of pacifying Germany. There followed the Illyrian revolt, which he sent to suppress. Tiberius conducted it for 3 years, but though he was often called back to Rome, Tiberius was well paid for his stubbornness. By finally reducing the whole of Illyricum, an enormous stretch of country enclosed by northern Italy, Noricum and the Danube, Thrace, Macedonia, and the Adriatic Sea, into complete submission. This timely victory prevented the victorious Germans, who had defeated 3 legions of Rome under Varus in 9 AD, from linking up with the Pannonians. Proposals were made for decreeing him, Tiberius, the surname Pannonicus, or the Unconquered, or the Devoted. But Emperor Augustus vetoed all of these in turn, promising on each occasion that Tiberius would be satisfied with that of Augustus, which he intended to bequeath him. The evidence is compelling in locating Tiberius for service in the area of the Rhineland in 9 AD. However, to switch the error from AD to BC, as the Abdes cipher suggested, the person named on the headstone was in the Rhineland in 9 BC, not 9 AD, and Tiberius was located there on active duty at that time. Also, Suetonius recorded that in the 3rd instance he took some 40,000 German prisoners whom he brought across the Rhine and settled in new homes on the Gallic bank. The years verified as 7 and 9 BC. Although Tiberius was in active duty in that area at that time, he visited Rome several times. The date, nevertheless, was curious for locating the tombstone at Bingerbruck at all, because it did not say that Tiberius Julius Abdes Pantera died and was buried there, only that he was on service in the Rhineland. The evidence of the assertion was supported that this time of 9 BC was a coded message revealing the year the twin boys were born to Miriam Harold. At that time, she would have been 15 years of age. The territory known as Germany today was never identified with this title until at least the time of Napoleon, when the Confederation of the Rhine was formed in July 1806. From that time on, the area began to be called Rhineland. This knowledge brings the placing of the tombstone forward some 1,200 additional years from the first century designation and nearly 1,800 years after the death of Tiberius. On further examination, a remarkable materialization of information appeared, for on a modern map of Germany we find that Bingerbruck is located on the Rhine River in the Rhineland Palatinate, a district of southwest Germany, west of the Rhine, which belonged to Bavaria until 1945. Formerly, portions of the neighboring territory, Upper Palatinate, constituted an electorate of the Holy Roman Empire, now part of Rhineland-Palatinate state. The Latin word Palatinate was a different sense of the word Palatine, whereas Palatinus meant of the imperial house, and the electorate indicated the state contained one of the German princes entitled to elect the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Palatine is one of the 7 hills of Rome where the emperor of the Roman Empire resided in the imperial house, whom, according to the above, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire succeeded, and now resides in the Vatican. The interesting matter is that in earlier times there was built on the Palatine Hill the shrine to the heavenly twins, and it is still remains there to this day. Conclusion. The cipher on the Bingerbruck headstone connected the ancient Pantera tradition to the rabbinic writings with the first-century Roman emperor Tiberius. The conclusion drawn is that by reason of her mother's friendship with Emperor Augustus, the teenage Miriam Herald met Tiberius when he returned to Rome to see his emperor father early in 9 BC, and her twin sons were conceived by rape or adultery by him at that time. It was possible Miriam Herald was then married, for the traditions of the time accepted the early marriage of young girls. The oldest daughter of Agrippa I, for example, was married at the age of 13. Miriam Herald named her sons Judas and Yeshua, and the populace subsequently nicknamed them Ben Pantera, son of Pantera, after their adulterer father. The name Yeshua came to be pronounced and spoken as Jesus in English language translations, and to avoid confusion shall be used as such throughout this work. Unraveling the headstone cipher has now completed a full circle, beginning with the illegitimate birth of twin boys to Miriam Herald, the Virgin Mary of the Gospels, and ending with their father being the 33-year-old Tiberius, who was to later become Emperor of Rome in 14 AD. The 2 boys, although illegitimate by birth, were the legitimate kingly heirs to the throne, the next in line to the imperial purple toga, and that is exactly what the Gospels of the New Testament recorded. This leads to an underlying truth hidden below the surface level of the Gospel story, and one that the Church has suppressed for 1700 years. The Gospel of Mark suggested Judas and Jesus were commonly regarded as illegitimate by the people of their time. The fact that they were each identified as a son of Mary, Mark 6:3, not son of Joseph, as interpreted by scholars to mean Judas and Jesus were regarded at the time as Mary's illegitimate sons. In the Gospel of John 8:41, the scribes and Pharisees challenged Jesus about his birth. We are not born of fornication. Again, revealing that the general populace knew that Jesus' birth, and thus Judas, was illegitimate. Related in Luke 4:22 was Jesus' irritated reaction to the words, "Is not this Joseph's son?" Why would Jesus, or maybe it was Judas speaking, react to this seemingly harmless question? The answer was documented in the oldest Greek texts of the New Testament, which read, "Not son of Joseph, this one." The scriptural and historical data being presented in this work shows that the New Testament was never an authentic record, but was, in its entirety, a corpus of corrupted documents specifically constructed to induce a particular belief. John 20:30-31. This conclusion rests firmly on known facts, and the ensuing chapters analyze ancient Roman, British, and church reports that support this assertion. Chapter 3. The Hidden Twin. The premise for the conclusion in this work is that the Ben Pantera twins were of royal birthright and legitimate contenders to the throne of Palestine and the emperorship of Rome. The gospel appellations, King of the Jews and Son of God, were correct titles because of the tradition of the times and the identity of both the mother and father. The boys were brought up by Augustus Caesar, their grandfather, and at least one of the boys publicly called himself the Son of God and Son of Archangel. This he could legally do, for he truly was the Son of God in the Caesar family tradition. The adopted process for the deification of humans into a god had for centuries remained within the reserved powers of the Roman emperor. Roman writer Ovidius, 43 to 18 AD, recorded the deification of Julius Caesar after his death in 44 BC. Augustus and others styled themselves divine filius, or son of a god, and were hailed as divine emperors after their deaths. Their offspring were all sons of God, and Miriam Herald's twins were no exception. Her sons actually had an additional advantage, for a similar tradition existed in the Herald family lineage. The New Testament writers stated King Herald was a god and not a man, Acts 12:22, merely because all kings of Judea were called God by the people. There is a solid basis for such an image in the wording of the Gospels, and a wealth of narratives exist with which to work. There are over 40 direct references in the New Testament to the twins, each being a son of God and born a king. Matthew 2:2. Nathanael said to Jesus, for example, "You are the King of Israel." John 1:49. But there was no record in world history of Jesus ever being a king. Surely King Jesus' existence would have been of immense significance to Israelite history. So why then a blank page? There is an answer. Thomas the Twin. The life of Miriam Herald's twin sons provided the essence of the entire gospel story. To unravel the king story of Jesus Ben Pantera, it is first important to clarify the gospel identity of his twin brother, who was called Judas Thomas, or Thomas the Twin in the New Testament. The name Thomas, as applied to Judas, is a Greekified form of the Aramaic name Toma. In the Gospel of John, Thomas was also called Diadidos, a translation of Toma, meaning twin. The Hebrew form of the name Teom corresponds almost exactly to the English colloquial abbreviation Tom. In an ancient version of the Syrian New Testament, Thomas was actually called Tommy Didymus, twin. In 1945, the Acts of Thomas was discovered in a collection of 13 old writings, now called the Nag Hammadi Scrolls, and presented Thomas as Judas Thomas, that is, Judas the twin. The 11th act introduces Thomas's twin, the other Didymus, as an identical twin who is the Lord himself. The Acts of Thomas was preserved with some variations in Greek and in Syriac, and bearing the unmistakable sign of its Gnostic origin. The general church belief was that it was written by a Syrian named Bardenses. If the place of its origin was really Edessa, as others for sound reasons supposed, this would lend considerable probability to the statement explicitly made in the Acts that the relics of the Apostle Thomas had come from the East. In more than one place, the Acts of Thomas clearly represented Judas Thomas as the twin brother of the one now called Jesus Christ. In the reconstruction of the two stories provided in this work, the names of the main gospel players have been reinstated to what was understood to be their original state of being. The Acts of Thomas recorded an incident where Jesus appeared to a young man who saw the Lord Jesus in the likeness of the apostle Judas Thomas. Jesus then called, "I am not Judas the twin, who is also Thomas. I am his brother." Another narrative from the Acts of Thomas included the phrase, "The one who art mother of twin young ones. Come, hidden mother." During the 2nd and 3rd centuries, the church writings recorded that Judas Thomas was not only Jesus' blood brother, but also his identical twin brother, with the identity of their mother suppressed. In another ancient writing in the Thomas tradition, called the Book of Thomas, Judas Thomas is again explicitly called Jesus' brother and double. What a suppressed gospel said. The Acts of Thomas recorded that the populace saw as two beings one single royal token consisting of two halves, and united their adoration of the two persons of Christ. Not surprisingly, this gospel, along with others, was suppressed after the First Christian Council at Nicaea in 325. Again, in the Acts of Thomas, the issue of Judas the twin was further clarified by a remarkable statement that referred to the twin brother of Christ, apostle to the Most High, and fellow initiate into the hidden word of Christ, who does receive his secret sayings. The church claimed that the secret sayings in the Gospel of Thomas were collected and recorded by Judas the twin from words recited to him by Jesus. When referring to the Acts of Thomas and the Gospel of Thomas, the Catholic Encyclopedia commented, "His name, Judas the twin, is the starting point of a considerable apocryphal literature, and there are also certain historical data which suggest that some of this apocryphal material may contain germs of truth." The Acts of Thomas recounts the wanderings and adventures of Didymus, Jude, Thomas, and his twin brother, Jesus, and made several references to the twin boys being raised in a palace. The church attributed these words directly to Judas Thomas. "When I was an infant, too young to talk, in my father's palace, reposing in the wealth and luxury of those who nourished me." In a section of the Acts of Thomas, sometimes called "In the Country of the Indians," the following words of Judas Thomas appeared. "I remembered that I was a son of royal parents, and my noble birth asserted its nature." A fragment of parchment believed to also be from the Acts of Thomas had Jesus saying to Judas Thomas, "Greetings, twin, my second Messiah." This statement supported the reference to two Messiahs documented in one of the Dead Sea Scrolls, called the Book of the Community Rule. A crucial fact to be remembered when discussing those lost works is that the text in which Judas Thomas appeared as Jesus' twin brother were once accepted works of Scripture and widely used by the early presbyters in all Western congregations. Also, to be borne in mind is the fact that the Gospel of Thomas and the Acts of Thomas are from the same era as the four canonical Gospels of the New Testament today. This can only mean that during the establishment years of the Christian text, the idea of a twin was perfectly acceptable, and with the naivety of the times, the birth of identical twins was seen as a miraculous and fascinating event. Twins in Roman tradition. The birth of twins was seen by the people of the times as a supernatural occurrence, one of divine origin. Once upon a time, in myth, twins signified whatever dualism a culture entertained: moral, immoral, good, evil, creation, destruction, what they had. A highly respected ancient tradition of the Roman people held that divine twin boys were born to the god Mars and an earthly virgin woman called Leah. They were Romulus and Remus, the mythical founders of Rome, believed by the people to have been sent to Earth as beautiful human beings and reared as infants in the wild by a she-wolf. They were especially honored in Rome, where they were worshipped as the great twin brethren to whom all pray. Romulus slew Remus and subsequently ascended into heaven and joined the gods. Later, a certain Julius Proculus announced that he had seen Romulus alive, who told him that he had become the god Quirinus. Romulus was then deified as Quirinus. The story of Romulus and Remus became essentially the myth of Rome in the sense that it embodied the high ideas and values to which they referred over the centuries when they wanted to explain to themselves what it was to be Roman. In this way, the stories of Romulus and Remus may have been deliberate creations, but they could be said to have assumed mythical status over years of repetition and reference. Because of their Roman father and the royal blood of their mother, it shall be shown that the stories of the lives of Miriam Harold's twin boys later became a rationalization of the Romulus-Remus story of the twin founders of Rome. That Emperor Tiberius carried the genes of twins was noted in the writings of the first-century Roman historian, Tacitus, who recorded the birth of twins to Livia and Drusus, the son of Emperor Tiberius, as a rare event that so delighted the emperor that he did not refrain from boasting before the senators. That Jesus had a twin brother has been debated for centuries. The great Italian painter Leonardo da Vinci, in his famous interpretation of the Last Supper, appeared to subscribe to this ancient belief with his depiction of one of the disciples, fifth from Jesus' right. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Jesus, not only in physical appearance, but also in the matching design and color of his clothing, complete to the fine detail of the width and shading of the narrow neckband on his costume. Michelangelo reveals a papal secret. The supreme sculptor and painter Michelangelo Buonarroti also avidly preserved the twin boys theme in dozens of his famous works of Mary. A Catholic theologian, John Eck, argued against persistent rumors which alleged a secret had been confided to both Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo by the Borgia Pope, and later the de' Medici Pope Leo. Pope Leo X was a pleasure-loving, self-confessed homosexual, and one of his partners was Michelangelo. At some period in their lives, both Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci lived in luxurious quarters at the Belvedere on the Vatican Hill and worked on private commissions for both popes. but it was a statement made by Pope Leo X to the Latin Church that strengthened the suspicion that both Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo were privy to secret information. Pope Leo X frankly declared, "How well we know what a profitable superstition this fable of Christ has been for us." Truly remarkable words, and if Pope Leo X did pass this fable on to Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, they may well have preserved the information in their sculptures and paintings. It seems strange that both Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo constantly portrayed twin boys. The Church reasoned that one of the boys was Jesus Christ and the other John the Baptist. However, these artists clearly created identical twins, and in some cases one appeared slightly unfinished, as if implying something was being held back. Maybe these men left clues for later generations to unravel. An intriguing little mystery. The suggestion that Jesus of the Gospels was one of two identical twins was again supported by the discovery of 4 antique parchments in an old church in the hilltop village of Rennes-le-Château in southern France. There, around 1886, the parish priest Berenger Saunier uncovered the concealed scrolls while removing the altar stone during restoration. Another discovery of immense importance was also made. While preparing the floor in front of the altar, a flat stone was removed, and its underside bore a well-preserved relief of knights on horseback. It was believed to have dated from the time of the building of the church and is known as the Dalle des Cavaliers. Saunier used this stone as a step in the garden, and it can still be seen in the little museum today. The scrolls were written in Latin, and the first text was a combination of New Testament excerpts from the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. All three recorded almost identical information about what was lawful or not lawful to do on the Sabbath. The second scroll provided narratives from the Gospel of John about the anointing of Jesus Christ. Both writings were said to contain secret-coded messages. The two most valuable parchments were believed to consist of genealogies of Jesus Christ, recorded within a lineage of descent listing the Counts of Rede until 1244. It was said that these parchments were of immense importance and contained incontrovertible proof that the crucifixion was a fraud and Jesus was alive as late as 45 A.D. The church showed immense interest in the scrolls, and it was said Saunier later traveled to Paris and revealed their contents to an unknown party. At the same time, he seemed to have been introduced into esoteric circles and returned to his church with a painting of a medieval pope, suspected to have been the aforementioned Pope Leo X. Shortly thereafter, Saunier began to receive a supply of funds that lasted until his death. He spent huge sums of money, much more than his income as a priest allowed. Some of it he used to continue the renovation work. Around this time, Saunier and his housekeeper, Marie Denard-Nude, started to dig in a nearby cemetery at night. The local villagers were so concerned they lodged an official complaint in writing with their mayor. Saunier destroyed an ancient tomb and defaced its headstone. It was for nearly 100 years the last resting place of a certain Marie Negre d'Ables Dame de Hautpoul. He was searching for something. Some say he was looking for the mortal remains of Jesus Christ. Others say he was searching for one of the many gold hoards said to be hidden in the region, and maybe once belonging to the Knights Templar, the Cathars, or the Visigoths, who all once occupied the area. Whatever secret he knew, he seems to have left behind an intricate and elaborate system of clues, including veiled references to Mary Magdalene. He built a luxurious villa named Bethany, and in 1902 started a 4-year construction project to build a tower he called Magdala, named after Mary of Magdala. He also had carved an enigmatic bas-relief of Mary of Magdala and an outsized statue of a horned devil supporting the holy water font, Pan. These items are in the church today. For some reason, he chiseled a cross into a stone pillar and then erected it upside down. For the restored interior of the church, Saunier commissioned the creation of a series of special decorative wall plaques and some painted statues. Each was characterized by some odd but subtle contradiction of the church presentation of the birth and death of Jesus Christ. One decoration portrayed a body being carried from a tomb in a nightmare scene with a full moon in the background. The 14 stations of the Way of the Cross were shown in the opposite direction to other churches, and one illustration showed the Magdala Tower in the background. 2 statues, one each side of the altar, depicted Mary and Joseph each holding an identical baby Jesus, twin boys in the church, as the suppressed Acts of Thomas recorded. All statues in the church look sadly at the ground, and one of Mary Magdalene has a skull resting at her feet. A curious painting showed a Scotsman in a kilt watching the crucifixion. In 1916, Saunier commenced negotiations over a construction contract worth $8 million, but ill health intervened. Upon his deathbed, Saunier summoned a neighboring priest and longtime friend to his side. After a brief discussion with Saunier, the priest left the room ashen-faced, never to smile again. On 22 January 1917, Saunier, at his own request, died, unshriven, taking with him the secret of the scrolls that made him rich. Because a number of priests were involved in the suppression of Saunier's scrolls, conspiracy theorists considered a great church secret had been concealed. But whatever the secret, what was not secret was the gospel information on this matter. Judas Thomas was somebody's twin, for the gospel writers recorded Thomas, one of the 12, called the twin, and that Jesus Christ had a brother called Judas Thomas. Put 2 and 2 together, and just what other gospel evidence does the church need to supply? Postscript. For those who wish to research this topic further, check out the writings of a close priesthood friend of Saunier, Henri Baudet, edited in 1886. He was an initiate into the secret mysteries and left clues to the René Lachateau secret in the page numbers of a strange book he wrote towards the end of the late 19th century. It was called La vraie langue celtique et les cromlech des Rennes les Bains. The true language of the Celts and the Crom of Rennes-les-Bains. Chapter 4. The Anointed Leader of the Essenes. Just who were the Essenes? In an attempt to clarify the story of the Judas and Jesus twins, a link must be made between narratives in the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Gospels of the New Testament. In the presentation of this evidence, the Bible fraud confines its hypothesis to a framework of known historical documents and the probabilities and possibilities of information contained in them. The adopted and general ancient beliefs are the chief sources and have been applied to the broad facts of what is currently accepted, and the minor day-to-day details are a lesser consideration. What must be remembered in correlating this evidence, gospel information is the primary source on Judas and Jesus. But once the true name of Jesus Christ is known, other documentation can be accessed. Much of the gospel material shall be shown to be riddled with uncertainty, but some narratives contain elements of a well-known tradition. The Dead Sea Scrolls made no mention of Jesus Christ or the early church. At the time of their discovery, the professor of archaeology at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Dr. Yigal Yadin, said the omission was strange. It has long been known there was information in the Dead Sea Scrolls damning to the Christian beliefs, and that the Church's high-level involvement with interpreting the scrolls fostered a grave element of suspicion. Since the scrolls were found some 6 decades ago, close associates of the Vatican were placed in dominant positions in every phase of the investigation and translation of the scrolls. The priests regulated the flow of information and controlled its release. Michael Bagent and Richard Ley discovered during research for their work the Dead Sea Scroll Deception, Corgi, 1992. Just how fiercely the world of orthodox biblical scholarship was prepared to fight to retain its monopoly of available information. J. Edgar Hoover of the American Central Intelligence Agency and FBI summed up the church attitude when he once said, "It can be held certain that information that is withheld or suppressed contains truths that are detrimental to the persons involved in the suppression." To provide conclusions on the lives of Jesus and Judas ben Pantera, the highly regarded and comprehensive work of Professor Robert Eisenman was drawn upon. Professor Eisenman has devoted his life to the specific study of Palestinian history and has analyzed and lectured extensively upon the Dead Sea Scrolls and various aspects of Christian origins at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. It was Professor Eisenman who provided the now accepted and spectacular connection between the Dead Sea Scrolls and James, the gospel brother of Judas and Jesus. This connection established crucial information had been painstakingly concealed from the public by a small enclave of Catholic priests who controlled the release of the material. Unlike a number of personalities in the New Testament, James was a historical person, one who played a more prominent role in the affairs of his time than generally acknowledged. At the time of the lives of the Ben Pantera twins, the now called Essenes were one of 3 religious sects in the Roman provinces, the other 2 being the Pharisees and Sadducees. The Sadducees were a Jewish sect of the time opposed to the Pharisees. They denied the resurrection of the dead and the validity of oral tradition. Old records said that Phares, who developed a school of predestination, founded the Pharisees. It seemed that the Sadducees were founded by Zadok, a disciple of Antigonus Sohaus, the person said to have been associated with the development of an institute called the School of Infidels. Sadducees were mentioned 14 times in the New Testament, the Pharisees 98 times, mostly in the Gospels. The weight of scholarship heavily supports that the Dead Sea Scrolls found in the caves at Qumran begin the products of the Essenes, although this is debated by Christian apologists. It was possible these writings were compiled or stored in various settlements and moved to the Dead Sea caves from other areas for protection and preservation. It is not improbable to suggest the manuscripts were deposited in the Dead Sea area as late as 132 by the Jewish leader Simon Bar Kochba, but the general opinion is the oldest and largest of the 3 separate discoveries was hidden for safekeeping when the destruction of the Qumran settlement seemed imminent, sometime shortly before the beginning of the Jewish War in 66 AD. Nowhere in the Dead Sea Scrolls collection was the term Essene found. The Qumran community never referred to itself as Essenes, but they did use a number of other Aramaic terms. From these terms, it was clear the community did not have a single definite name for themselves, although the term Ebronites or Ebonites in some translations was used within the later dated scroll discoveries. These particular writings were found in the ruins of a Byzantine monastery further up the hills from the oldest and largest collection of Qumran. In academic circles, it is generally believed a high priest of the early Essene community wrote the Book of Enoch in order to fulfill an Old Testament prophecy in Jeremiah 31:31-34. The days are coming when I, the Lord, will make a new covenant. The authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls constantly referred to a new covenant and regularly called themselves the keepers of the new covenant and the community of the new covenant. The first-century classical writers, Josephus, Philo, and Pliny, indicated that in their time these people were known as the Essenoi, or Essioi, in Greek. But a variety of opinion exists among scholars and research as to the origin of the name. Some explain the Greek name Essenes as meaning silent ones, and others as signifying healers, and assert the term means pious. Some called them seers, performers of the law, retired ones, stout ones, mysterious ones, daily Baptists, or apron wearers. In the latter respect, echoes of the Essene beliefs can be found in the rituals of the Masons. Josephus recorded that they donned a white apron before their ceremonies, after which they then take off their white aprons, which they consider sacred cloths. The writings of the early church extended another opinion about the identity of the body of monks now called the Essenes. Saint Epiphanius of Salamis, 315-403, left behind some extraordinary records about Jesus, Mary, and the Gospel stories. The modern-day church claimed these records exhibit a marvelous mixture of valuable traditions, but many of those ancient traditions opposed the canonical writings of today. Lipsius, in his article on this interesting early churchman, said he was honest but credulous, a narrow-minded zealot for church orthodoxy. His frequent journeys and exhaustive readings enabled him to collect a large but ill-arranged store of historical information, and this he used with much ingenuity in defending the church orthodoxy of his time and opposing every kind of heresy. The accounts he gives of the Jewish, Christian, and Gnostic sects exhibit a marvelous mixture of valuable traditions, and he collects a rich abundance of genuine traditions from what seemed a worthless mass. Some of his genuine traditions are recorded throughout this book. When Saint Epiphanius wrote of allegedly heretical sects once existing in occupied Roman territories, he called them the men of Yesu. The term Yesu was taught in Druidism as one of the three aspects of the Druidic Trinity, the other two being Beli and Tauron. Saint Epiphanius went on to say the men of Yesu were sometimes called Yesians after Jesus of the Gospels. Epiphanius sought to justify this startling connection with the Essenes and Jesus by asserting that in Hebrew the name Jesus meant physician, and the men of Yessa were highly regarded herbal healers supporting the same doctrines as those applied to Jesus in the New Testament. The assertion that Jesus and the men of Yessa were in some way connected was a documented church fact during the very earliest years of recorded Christian history. The first-century historian Josephus believed that the Essenes were formed shortly after the Maccabean period, 168 BC, by an exiled high priest named Mattathias, the father of the military king Judas Maccabeus. A very obscure tradition held that Mattathias, in search of truth and true righteousness, traveled to India, and having studied there for many years, returned to his brethren and founded the first body of monks. In Dead Sea Scroll tradition, this man was afterwards called by his disciples the Master, or in some translations, the Orthodox teacher. He was never portrayed as a divinity, so he cannot in any way be equated with the Gospel Jesus, as some recent authors have tried to do. In fact, it was said in one of the Dead Sea Scrolls that he was gathered in, an expression used in the Old Testament to describe natural death. Some modern researchers give the Essenes a much earlier origin and again connect them with the Druids of Gaul, circa 250 BC. Druidism was a mystical profession, and in the earliest of times, mystery and magic were always confounded. The association between the Essenes and Druids developed from the similarities between the two groups that both formed a class apart and kept the people who were culturally inferior to them in subjugation. Both the Essenic and Druidic high priests were regarded as the most just of men, of a priestly class with secret writings, sacred songs, special clothing, strict rules of divination, hidden instruction, and a human skull displayed in certain initiatory ceremonies. Both fraternities taught esoterically the existence of a supreme being, a future state of rewards, and punishment and immortality of the soul. It was not lawful to commit their doctrines to writing, and secret ciphers were used to conceal their innermost mysteries. Julius Caesar, in 44 BC, who came into contact with the Druids, was probably the oldest authority on the mysterious ways of the Gaulish clergy. The remarkable coincidence between the chief features of the Druidic and Essenic fraternities can be accounted for only by referring them to the same origin. The truth appeared to be that the Druids and Essenes derived their similarities from the spirit of brotherhood which had prevailed in all ages of the civilized world. The inherent principles they adopted seemed to be that all members were engaged in the same pursuit and assenting to the similar religious creed, that being a belief in life after death, and it was their secrecy in that knowledge that gave them their exclusiveness. Archival records indicated that the Essenes may have been of very early origin. Theophilus Gile, who wrote a work called The Court of the Gentiles, said, "Now, the origination or rise of these Essenes I conceive, by the best conjectures I can make from antiquity, to be in or immediately after the Babylonian captivity, though some make them later." John Yarker, author of the book The Arcane Schools, linked the common ancient brotherhoods together and also associated the Essenes with the ending of the Babylonian exile. It is possible that Chaldean, whence Chaldean, was as appropriate to the Druids as to the Babylonian, and that as the Essenes were Babylonians, the Chaldees were Essenes, as held by Bede, English church historian, 673 to 735. And thus the Essenes were Chaldees, and the Chaldees were Druids. With what was known about the Essenes, any of the names given to them could be successfully applied. The oldest research papers variously called them therapeutes, ascetics, monks, or ecclesiastics, which are but different names for one and the self-same sect. The best qualified researchers explain the word Essene is nothing more than the Egyptian word for the Greek therapeute, signifying the character of the ascetic sect of ecclesiastic monks as professing to be the practice of healing. The ascetic aspect of their existence indicated severe discipline, long fasting, and the willingness of many of them to become eunuchs. The name monks indicated their contemplative life and their abstraction from the world. Ecclesiastics was of the same sense and indicated their being called out, elected, and set apart to the more immediate services and honor of God. They had a flourishing university or corporate body established on these principles at Alexandria in Egypt long before the period assigned for the birth of Jesus Christ. From this body they sent out missionaries and had established colonies, auxiliary branches, and affiliated communities in various cities of Asia Minor, which colonies were in a flourishing condition before the preaching of Paul. They also resided in monasteries on the lake of Paramobile, Morea, also in Egypt. The 4th century writings of the Church confirmed that the Essenes abounded in Egypt, especially about Alexandria. Their missionaries established stations or colonies in Rome, Corinth, Galatia, Philippi, Colossae, and Thessalonica. At Ephesus, they had a well-established college of Essenes. They also established and maintained at least one settlement in the Qumran area by the Dead Sea and others in Jerusalem, Antioch, Bethlehem, Damascus, and Mount Carmel. They gained their recruits in 2 ways. They adopted children and reared them into the way of the principles and practices of their order, and they took in people in trouble or homeless, wandering ascetics. They were generally celibates, although Josephus indicated the Essenes were quite divided within themselves, and there was one particular sect that accepted a kind of marriage between men and women. The central aspect of Essenic literature was its preoccupation with prophecy, and it was recorded that they had an uncanny ability to successfully predict future events. Philo, a 1st century writer, compared them not only with the Persian magi, but also with the Indian yogis. Later researchers also connected the Druids with the magi of the old Persians. The etymology of the word Essenoi, or Essioi, has been settled. In the 16th century, the name Essene was generally applied retrospectively to every ascetic religious sect living throughout Europe during the last 2 centuries, BC, and the 1st century or so of the Christian era. Among the contending opinions today, the preferable title seems to be Essenes, and to avoid confusion, that name has been adopted for this work. In using this title, however, it should be remembered that the early church called them the Men of Yesu, and the origin of that title shall become clear in later chapters. The special name of John the Baptist. The Dead Sea is the saltiest body of water in the world and is located at the mouth of the river Jordan, the place where John the Baptist, according to the Gospels, baptized Jesus. The Gospels also recorded that John the Baptist's mother, Elizabeth, was the sister of Jesus' mother, Miriam Herald. This reference made John the Baptist the cousin of Jesus and thus Judas, and the Gospels said he was 6 months older than the twins. Aunt Elizabeth was married to a priest, and this has been interpreted in some quarters as giving John the Baptist and his family, Sadducees, far-right connections. The constant references in the Dead Sea Scrolls to a new covenant are directly linked to the New Testament letters, today called epistles, that are attributed by the Church to the Apostle Paul. The Bible, however, recorded that there are many authors associated with the epistles, and they are named in a later chapter. The two authors of the second letter to the Corinthians stated that they were ministers of a new covenant, which connected them with the keepers of the new covenant, or the community of the new covenant. In other words, they were members of one of the various Essene communities of the time. The new covenant basically entailed a belief in certain of the Essene masters' religious writings and included a formal oath of obedience, totally and eternally to the law of Moses. As part of this understanding, candidates for Essene leadership had to pass through a strenuous training program for 3 years before being granted permission for entry into the higher ranks. The ceremonies were numerous, the physical proofs painful, and the mental trials appalling. The Essene elders would then impart special secret teachings, special titles, and knowledge given under strict vows of secrecy. Josephus recorded that the Essenes considered it a grave sin to reveal their secret knowledge to outsiders, with death preferable by comparison. To further establish that much of what the New Testament contained was directly related to the doctrines of the Essenes, Paul, for example, mentioned his Essene community in Hebrews 8:7, where he said, "For if that first covenant had been faultless, there would be no occasion for a second." This narrative indicated new religious documents had been written. Paul also quoted from the Old Testament book of Jeremiah 31:31-34, relating to the prophecy of the creation of a new covenant. From this and other New Testament verses can be ascertained the now called Christian authors were firm supporters of the Essene New Covenant idea, and this can be confirmed in many other places throughout the writings attributed to Paul. The Church agreed for the introductory page of the Revised Standard Version of the King James Bible, 1971, described the Christian writings of today as the New Covenant, commonly called the New Testament. The publication and subsequent interpretation of most of the Dead Sea Scrolls has established direct and close relationships between the sect of the scrolls, the epistles, and the entire substance of the Gospels. A close study of those documents has resulted in a growing consensus that Judas and Jesus' cousin, John the Baptist, was also directly associated with the sect of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Gospels said John was of priestly stock and lived in the Judean wilderness facing the Dead Sea until the day of his manifestation, Luke 1:80. From this gospel information, John the Baptist is now generally recognized, like Paul, as an Essene. Dr. Franz Hartmann added further information, saying in his book, The Life of Jehovah, that John the Baptist was of a noble family and had many influential friends. The discovery in 1929 by Hugh Schonfield of the lost Book of the Nativity of John the Baptist revealed that originally John the Baptist as a baby was considered by the early church as the infant Messiah. Its loss of this document at a very early date is not to be wondered at, as the church had the best possible reason for suppressing it. The fact that John the Baptist was regarded as the Messiah by a numerous following may be a new one to many people. Mr. Schonfield then set out a chapter outlining the features of the Baptist Masonic mission and traced the fortunes of the sect which accepted him as their leader. The Dead Sea Scrolls recorded that the community of the New Covenant possessed a hierarchy, an inner circle of initiated members, and their leader was known as the Anointed One. The practice of greasing or smearing with oil is supposed by many to be an exclusive Christian ceremony, but was actually in vogue by pre-Christian Oriental nations. A statement in the New American Cyclopedia confirmed that anointing with perfumed oil was in common use among the Greeks and the Romans as a mark of hospitality to guests. Anointing was an ancient custom throughout the East by pouring aromatic oils on persons as a token of honor. It was also employed in consecrating priests, prophets, and kings, and the places and instruments appointed for worship. Obelisks, images, and statues had long been consecrated by the devotees of the earlier Oriental system. The Old Testament recorded the anointing of 10 stones set up by Joshua, and also the stone upon which Jacob slept at the time of his vision. Aaron, Saul, David, and Solomon were anointed with oil in the same way as the sick were anointed on the Sabbath. In ancient Palestinian tradition, it would seem kings, political and military chiefs, village heads, and in fact any claimant to high office were anointed and hence called the Anointed Ones, leaders or messiahs in the true sense of the word. Interestingly enough, some leaders and village heads, after anointing them, became called Lord, as in landlord or Lord Mayor. Origen, 185 to 251, one of the shining lights of the early church, said on the matter, "There are some who said of John the Baptist that he was anointed. St. Epiphanius also said John the Baptist was one of the anointed, confirming there was more than just one anointed man in the gospel story." Roman Emperor Julian, 361 to 363, in his book, The Arguments of the Emperor Julian, supported the opinion and introduced an extraordinary word by stating, "At any rate, neither Paul nor Matthew nor Mark dared to say that Jesus is God, but only the Christ John they had ventured to assert." The Christ John, Origen, Epiphanius, and Julian the Emperor all clearly recorded that John the Baptist, Judas and Jesus' cousin, was a Christ figure, but made no reference to Jesus himself attaining that status. Bishop Theodoret, writing in the 5th century, provided further confirmation that Jesus was not one of the Christ personalities, although many others of his time were. But what was a Christ figure? It seemed the word Christ had its origin in ancient Egypt and was the name of a highly regarded early god. This ancient name was found extensively inscribed into the Palermo stone, the largest and best preserved of 6 basalt stones originally uncovered in Egypt. The ancient hieroglyphic inscriptions helped archaeologists to date the early pharaohs up to the 5th dynasty. These original Egyptian records were carved into tablets of stone and deposited in the tomb of a pharaoh more than 1,000 years before the New Testament was written. In these old records, now in the Palermo Museum, Horus, the Egyptian god of light, was called Christ. His mother was the goddess Isis, who conceived him as a virgin. Christ, according to St. Epiphanius, was the spiritual self in each and every living person. This explained why Epiphanius was baffled when he said he could find no writings to confirm his own later Orthodox views concerning Jesus Christ as an actual living person. He was naturally puzzled at the unhistorical nature of his Christian God. Bishop Epiphanius added to the concept of the Christ figures. He frankly recorded that Alexander of 100 BC was one of the anointed, a statement which clearly established a long history of Christ figures, preceding the canonical date of Judas and Jesus. In fact, the anointed or Christ figures actually preceded the writings of the Old Testament in the story of Krishna. The Old Testament priests and author Ezra subsequently made references to anointing 397 BC, providing 2 separate examples in just one narrative. From the Essenes, many of their manuscripts referred to Christo, or Christ, and was a divine internal figure in Essenic minds, and set forth primarily in the Book of Enoch as one eternal with God. The Book of Enoch was written sometime around 150 to 120 BC. Christ was also established in the doctrine of the Gnostics, who held Christo to be the personal and immortal spirit of man. The son of Poseidon and Medusa was called Christ, and the priests of Apollo were known as Christes. In fact, the word Christo and its derivations, Christ, Christ, Christo, Krishna, appeared in every ancient religious system and showed the original Christo concept was believed to be the personal and invisible mediator and guide between God and everything spiritual in man. The Christ concept has been an ancient religious tradition, continually suppressed by the Catholic Church through the centuries. Many anointed ones. In a document called Dialogue with Trypho, written by St. Justin Martyr, sometime around 160, Trypho, a Jewish gentleman, claimed that the Church invented a Christos. Trypho was intimating that a Christo-type figure, similar in concept to the Hindu Krishna, was purposely devised by Justin Martyr and his associates, around 130 years after the canonical date of the death of Jesus Christ. Trypho's comments clearly showed that Jesus Christ promoted today was actually unknown among the general populace, but the Christ concept from the Book of Enoch and Christo, the Hindu name of the Son, were. Adding further depth to the story, Trypho, again in the writings of Justin Martyr, said the word Christ was really a substitute for a very ancient divine name, and its power was known to the elect alone of the fully initiated rabbis. In other words, the most advanced rabbis were initiates of secret knowledge and knew the substance of an ancient mystery. Both Judas and Jesus said on several occasions in the canonical Gospels and on more occasions in the apocryphal Gospels, particularly the Gospel of Thomas, that they knew the secret of the kingdom of God. Jesus later learnt the ultimate secret in Egypt, which exceeded the secrets of the lesser mysteries of the anointed Essenes. That great secret, as an inner circle of rabbis know today, is still preserved in the Bible. The Gospels do not record the anointing of Christ John the Baptist, but they do record the anointing of Jesus. Judas was also anointed, probably before Jesus, because he was the firstborn son. Simon Peter called Judas a Christ, whereupon Judas commanded his followers to tell no man that secret. Though it is now impossible from the imperfect record to ascertain the exact state of the earliest Christian text, the salient fact dwelt upon by the Church today was that Jesus was the only person anointed in the Gospels, and therefore, in their opinion, that made him the Messiah, not just one of many, as there were. Rabbi Jesus elected to be anointed. Christian tradition has preserved the good principle of the Christ as the ideal of all their aspirations, and this was apparent in the writings of the early presbyters. Hippolytus, for example, said the sect of Ebionites felt Jesus had been justified by his perfected practice of the law of Moses. In other words, he had excelled in the preaching of the Torah, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, and had qualified as a rabbi. Amazingly, St. Justin Martyr, in his Dialogue with Trypho, put the following arguments into the mouth of his learned Jewish opponent. Those who affirm Jesus to have been a man and to have been anointed by election and then to have become a Christ appear to me to speak more plausibly than you. Summarized, Justin Martyr, who maintained the virgin birth dogma, had in the previous chapter of his dialogue with Trypho actually confessed, even if I cannot demonstrate so much of this, namely evidence that Jesus was God incarnate in a virgin's womb, you will at least admit that Jesus is the anointed of God. In any case, he can be shown to have been born as a man, of a man, and proved to be raised by election to the dignity of messiahship. For there are some of our persuasion who think that he is a Messiah, but declare him to have been a man of a man. St. Justin again referred to anointed by election, but what exactly was election? The academic opinion was that certain persons who had been initiated into the lesser mysteries were elected by a body of priests to be anointed, and then called Christs. This was an established Essene tradition, and the election was consummated at baptism, which in Rabbi Jesus' case was at about the age of 33. This highly valued ancient religious Christ tradition had been relentlessly crushed by the Catholic Church as heresy throughout the centuries. The early Christian presbyters thought of and used the term Christ with a significance at considerable variance with that of the latter Nicene belief, which actually personified this long and mysterious Christ concept going back as far as Horace. The star figure. A key factor in determining the significance of the Dead Sea Scrolls in relation to the Ben Pantara twins related to the leader of the community of the New Covenant. The Bible fraud proposes John the Baptist, being Christ the Anointed One, was the Masonic leader of the Essenes. As such, he would have been called the Star. In old writings available, 4 anointed Messiahs leaders are recorded in association with the Essene community. In this regard, Josephus said some Essenes were involuntarily anointed. Of extreme interest is the knowledge that a vial of oil was found in the Qumran caves with the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was wrapped and sealed in a protective manner, indicating it was very precious to those who preserved it. One could be excused for thinking it was safely stored for the anointing of their future Christ Messiahs. One of the Dead Sea Scrolls, called the Book of the Community Rule, outlined the instructions for specific use of the star, the head of the order. It stated, "He shall admit into the covenant of grace all those who have freely devoted themselves to the observance of God's precepts, that they may be joined to the counsel of God. He will cleanse him of all wicked deeds with the spirit of holiness, like purifying waters. He will shed upon him the spirit of truth, and when his flesh is sprinkled with water, it shall be made clean by the humble submission of his soul to all the precepts of God." This verse shows that the head of the Essene community had the authority to admit new general members into the order after baptizing them. Baptism was most certainly not part of the Orthodox Jewish tradition, so John the Baptist was at some time the head of the order. Most likely he had been a leader, excelling in his position, and surpassed the other members by being proclaimed a prophet by a large number of people. He was declared to be more than a prophet by Rabbi Jesus, Matthew 11:9. The Star of Bethlehem, mystery solved. Nothing was recorded about the earlier life of Judas or Rabbi Jesus in the Essene community. Being anointed seemed to indicate both Judas and Rabbi Jesus had previously undergone the required 3 years of strenuous training required for entry into the hierarchy of the Essene order. An anointing was their token of honor. before full admission into the inner circles of initiates. That both Judas and Rabbi Jesus knew certain secrets was manifest from the Gospel of Mark, and they knew too much of the secret rituals of the Essenes to have been outsiders. As a result of his fanatical dedication to the law of Moses, the Gospels narrated that the career of John the Baptist came to a sudden and dramatic end when he was supposedly beheaded for condemning the marriage of Herod Agrippa I to his sister-in-law and niece. Herodias, because it is against the law of Moses, for you to have your brother's wife, Mark 6:18. There is no historical foundation to the beheading of John the Baptist, and the story has been doubted, but it seems certain that he was executed by the Romans. Comment. The execution of John the Baptist was not carried out under Herod the Great. Herod Antipas, son of Herod the Great, who went to live in Gaul in 39 AD, married Herodias, the wife of his half-brother Herod, who was the other son of Herod the Great. Herod Antipas was the tetrarch of Galilee and Perea. He styled himself as friend of the Romans. It was Herod Antipas who ordered the death of John the Baptist. After the death of John the Baptist, Judas inherited the leadership of the Essenes because of family bloodline and the status of the tradition of the firstborn. Because he was now Judas the anointed initiate, he was called Judas the Christ, or Christ Judas, which developed to Judas Christus in subsequent Latin translations. He became the star, the head of the Essenes at their Bethlehem community, the town in which two of the Gospels later recorded that he and his twin brother Rabbi Jesus were born. As Professor Eisenman stressed, this documentation linking the Messiah figure with the word star occurred elsewhere in the Dead Sea Scrolls and was of crucial importance. Significantly, the star referenced was cited by sources independent of both the Dead Sea Scrolls and the New Testament, including historians and chronicles of the first century Rome, such as Josephus, Tacitus, and Suetonius. According to Josephus, the arrival of a star character was a major factor in the revolt of 66 AD. Some 220 years or more after the church claimed that Jesus Christ died for our sins, the Star of Bethlehem found its way into the second gospel to be written, that of Matthew, Matt 2:2. Here it was retrospectively made to herald the arrival of a Messiah, a governor who shall rule the people, and was presented in the usual glamorized fashion of the early presbyters' writings. Just as important was the presence of Simon bar Kochba and his troops in the Qumran area between 132 and 136. Simon bar Kochba, a Jewish army leader, claimed to be and was accepted as a very popular Messiah. Even more remarkable was that Bar Kochba means son of a star in Aramaic, and was the name commonly used to describe him. Simon bar Kochba was just another in the succession of many Jewish messiahs who had come and gone, but only those people who study Jewish history know anything of them. That some of Bar Kochba's own documents were found in the Qumran caves clearly suggested he was himself an Essene leader. It would be very interesting to know who Simon bar Kochba's father and grandfather were, for it appears obvious the star figures were all successive, related members of one family. Two Messiahs expected. The Book of the Community Rule from the Dead Sea Scrolls collection introduced the Essene belief that they lived in expectation of two important messiahs. This was strikingly similar to the two messiahs recorded in the Acts of Thomas. One was to be of priestly caste, and the other would be a warrior who would restore the kingdom of his people, a military commander. With the birth of the royal Ben Pantera twins and their education in the Essene community, it was highly probable they were regarded as the two anticipated messiahs. In the context of the tradition of the time, Messiah did not signify what it later and incorrectly came to signify in Christian teachings. It simply meant a leader, an anointed one, and in Essenic beliefs, one was expected to deliver them from Roman bondage. The Essenes were not the only community to believe in the coming of a special leader. Du Perron, in his Life of Zoroaster, gave an account of certain prophecies to be found in the sacred books of the Persians. One was to the effect that, at successive periods of time, there would appear on earth certain sons of Zoroaster, who would redeem mankind. Among the Greeks, the same prophecy was found. The Oracle of Delphi was the depository, according to Plato, of an ancient and secret prophecy of the birth of a son of Apollo, who was to restore and reign justice on earth. Among their then secret doctrines, the Essene community believed that one of their messiahs would eventually lead them to victory over their Roman oppressors. This was to be the firstborn, Judas Christus, and the Essene hierarchy acclaimed him as the restorer of the kingdom of God. One section of one of the Dead Sea Scrolls was written in readiness for the blessing to be extended before the hopeful, successful outcome of the radical events expected to happen when their oppressors were challenged. This outline was carried in a scroll called the Messianic Rule. When they shall gather for the common table, the priest shall bless the first fruits of bread and wine. Thereafter the Messiah of Israel shall extend his hand over the bread, and all the congregation of the community shall utter a blessing. This was the blueprint of the Last Supper found recorded in the New Testament, and established that Judas Christus was the Messianic leader of the Essenes. The New Testament recorded in several places that he raised the cup of the new covenant in true Essenic fashion. The word new has now been dropped from modern Bibles, but appeared in all ancient Bibles. From Old Testament times, Jewish meals included a blessing over bread and wine, and over the centuries assumed special importance, as can be seen in many sections of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Josephus said of the Essenes, they consider it a grave sin to rest or touch food before praying. The Old Testament changed over from simply reciting a short prayer over the bread and wine, now called grace, into the symbolic ritual of eating the body and drinking the blood of a god, had a long previous history, and came to be introduced officially into Christian practice during the later part of the 4th century. Chapter 5. The Character of Judas Christus. To determine the separate characters of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus from so little information, especially where much of it depends upon stray gospel references, is problematic. Given the complex nature of the development and transmission of the New Testament, it cannot be said with any degree of certainty what particular elements belong to which of the twin brothers, and in many cases there remain obscure points. However, some particular aspects are clear. From their different lifestyles, it was possible to attribute to them various gospel narratives, and therefore determine who said or did what. How to make a clergyman squirm. Probably the most damaging of the gospel statements refuting the church's assertion that Jesus Christ was God on earth was carried in the Gospels of Matthew 11:19 and Luke 7:34. Here, Jesus frankly admitted he was a glutton and a drunkard. words used by him in describing how the people of the time perceived him to be. During the research for this book, various members of the Christian ministry were asked to define the church's position relating to these two drunkard statements. One honest answer suggested that the narratives created special difficulties. Others angrily claimed they were nothing more than words written between the lines. However, they were words written in the Bible and presented by the church as words of God. The impression they created of Jesus Christ was embarrassing for the church in light of the divine nature in which it desires to present him to the public. Some clergymen refused to discuss the subject and questioned why the verses needed to be raised, because Jesus didn't really mean what he said. To be told by the church that Jesus Christ did not mean to say what it plainly said he did say in the official church text was simply the way of getting out of the difficulty. This particular expedient was used often by the church in defending statements of Jesus that are impossible to defend. Knowing the extent of editing undergone by the New Testament, it is quite remarkable that these two verses were not deleted centuries ago. But the tradition current at the time of the writings of the Gospels allowed those verses to be documented. There were some later attempts to water down these statements, and some newer Bibles now say Jesus Christ was a winebibber, meaning a person who drinks a great deal of wine, while others simply say he was a drinker. However, Christians the world over must accept the church presentation of the New Testament, and that made the Lord of their faith a self-confessed drunkard. In reconciling the two traditions in the Gospels, the drunkard narratives are attributed to Judas Christus, not Rabbi Jesus. It is interesting to read from the Old Testament book of Proverbs, "For the drunkard and glutton will come to poverty." Gluttony and drunkenness were obviously condemned in the Old Testament, with the prevailing tradition under the law of Moses clearly being, "A glutton and a drunkard shall be stoned to death." This belief may provide a reason why there are constant references in the Gospels to large crowds of people trying to stone Judas Christus. The wicked priest in the Dead Sea Scrolls was also considered a drunkard. He would drink his fill when the cup of the wrath of God came around to him. In Dead Sea Scroll research, this was generally interpreted to mean that he drank too much wine. The parallels between the two Qumran messiahs and the story of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus in the Gospels are extraordinary. One character in both cases represented a military commander who wished to restore the earthly kingdom of God, and the other character in both cases was of a priestly nature, believing the kingdom of God is within. Gluttonous revelries reached their peak in the 1st and 2nd centuries, and the excessive and obsessive enjoyment of food and wine was taken to extremes during this period, particularly in Roman society. Such dishes as peacock brains, flamingo tongues, and elephant ears were served as part of a feast that could contain as many as 100 courses. When one had eaten too much, a vomitorium permitted seclusion to allow removal of the ingested food. A long feather was provided to induce the process. A guest could empty his stomach, rest for a time, and then start dining again. Although Judas Christus clearly did not abstain from drinking wine, there may have been a very good reason for his indulgence, and it was associated with the real meaning of the word Nazarene. The Old Testament made reference to a body of pre-Christian people, male and female, called Nazars. The word Nazar signified a particular group of people who vowed or consecrated themselves to the devoted service of the Jehovah God of the Old Testament. There was more to the Nazar group than that recorded in the Old and New Testaments. By tracing the term Nazar throughout the best-known works of ancient writers, they were connected with pagan as well as Jewish adepts. Thus, Alexander the historian said of Pythagoras that he was a disciple of the Assyrian Nazarite, whom some supposed to be Ezekiel of Old Testament fame. Famous biblical characters such as Samson and Samuel were described as Nazars. Singularly, they were called a Nazarite. In a group, Nazarenes. And at the time of this story, the Nazarenes were the military arm of the Essenes. The Nazarenes were known to have existed at least as early as 397 BC and lived on the eastern shore of the Dead Sea, according to the records of Josephus. Pliny confirmed Josephus' statements and said Nazars lived on the shores of the Dead Sea for thousands of ages, simply meaning a lengthy time. In the Old Testament, they were directly mentioned on 3 separate occasions, and in the book of Numbers 6:20, it was recorded, a Nazarite, may drink wine. In the Syriac version of the Gospel of Luke 4:34, there was a reference to Iosa, thou Nazar. Dr. Konstantin von Tischendorf, German biblical scholar and professor of theology, transcribed these words in his English translation to read, Isos, also pronounced Yeshua, Nazarene, referring to Rabbi Jesus. To take the drunkard references one step further, another narrative in the Old Testament stated that Nazars were actually made to drink wine, implying alcohol was forced upon them by scriptural law. What are these verses doing in the Bible? Judas Christus made this very straightforward statement when he commanded that he and his followers must hate our own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters and even our own life. Luke 14:26. In the Gospel of Thomas 1:1-1:14, this concept was further supported, while the Gospel of Luke 12:51 recorded this statement of aggression from the mouth of Judas Christus. Do you think that I have come to give peace on earth? No, I tell you, but rather division. This extraordinary gospel verse hardly supported the clerical claim that Jesus Christ loves you. For I have come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's enemies will be those of his own household. This was Judas Christus talking, and there are many more such statements sprinkled throughout the New Testament. The Temple of Jerusalem, used by livestock merchants and money changers for business, enraged Judas Christus, who, making a whip of cords, he drove them out, overturning the tables and seats. Along the way, he created a stampede of cattle and sheep. The whip of cords phrase was edited out of the most later editions of the Bible, but appeared in all of the oldest manuscripts of the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John Gospels. In some 4th century manuscripts, the word scorpion was used in lieu of a whip of cords. This weapon was a whip with leather thongs set with sharp iron points or nails, called in Latin horribilia. After Judas Christus' violent performance, many of the local inhabitants considered him to be insane and said he was a demon and he was mad. Why listen to him? John 10:20. Surprisingly enough, there were 6 references in the New Testament to Judas Christus being mad. Judas Christus' own family said he was outside himself, and were in constant conflict with him. In the Gospel of John, Judas Christus was turned away when he came into his own home, and his own people received him not. John 1:11. Commenters have often questioned the mental stability of the Gospel Jesus Christ and referred to some bizarre dialogue between him and his disciples, both in the canonical New Testament and in texts of suppressed Christian writings. Just 2 such examples, both from the Gospel of Thomas, recorded Jesus Christ saying, "Every woman who makes herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven." Later, when the disciples asked Jesus, "When will you be revealed to us?" Jesus replied, "When you take off your clothing without shame, and like little children, put your clothes on the ground and tread on them." In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus Christ made the curious claim that there were worms inhabiting hell that are fireproof and possessing eternal life. Mark 9:43-48. The Gospels revealed that Judas Christus could be a little peeved when awakened from sleep, and he did not wash before dinner. Luke 11:38. When his host commented upon his lack of hygiene, he received a full-scale verbal assault from his angry guest, as Judas Christus' uncontrollable temper flared. People could further question the mental stability of Judas Christus if they were to read a strange event recorded in the Gospel of Mark. Judas Christus was hungry, and seeing a fig tree in the distance, approached it with the intention of obtaining something to eat, knowing it was not the season for figs. This irrational act has intrigued biblical analysts for centuries. Not surprisingly, the word knowing has been quietly dropped from newer editions of the Bible and subtly replaced with the word for. The passage was then made to read, "For it was not the season for figs," which takes away the strange act of the gospel Jesus Christ approaching a fig tree for a meal of figs out of season. However, the passage quoted was documented in the oldest text of Mark Gospel. When only leaves were found, Judas Christus placed a curse upon the tree. "May no one ever eat fruit from you again." The next morning, Judas Christus and his followers again passed by the fig tree and saw that it was withered away to its roots. Simon Peter said, "Look, the fig tree which you cursed has withered." The Gospel of Matthew incidentally carried a conflicting account of this verse. The fig tree withered at once. A Christian layman, when talking to author and translator of the New Testament, Mr. Hugh Schofield, made the following comment: "If you can get around Jesus cursing the fig tree, you will have done us a great service." It wasn't the singular Jesus Christ of today's gospel who was talking, but Judas Christus. Schofield would also have done the church a great service if he could have deleted the verse which described the peculiar act of Jesus Christ, sticking his finger into his ear, and then he spat and touched his tongue. Mark 7:33. Judas Christus' attitude towards divorce and remarriage was made very clear indeed when he declared, "If you divorce your wife and marry another, you commit adultery." In this Matthew narrative, however, there was a strange anomaly. In some Bibles of the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries, this passage was recorded, "And he who marries a woman commits adultery and makes her commit adultery." Here is a narrative full of tantalizing obscurities and uncertainties. It provides an apt example of what the researcher is really up against when comparing the presbyter's old text and the surprises to be found in trying to determine the true nature of the customs of the times. with particular version of the text is meant to be the original understanding is difficult to determine. The Apostle Jesus loved. In 1960, the Anglican Bishop of Birmingham, Hugh Montefiore, suggested Jesus Christ might have been homosexual. Montefiore was motivated by Christ's unusual attitude towards male nudity in certain statements in the Gospels of Mark and John, and a reference in an epistle to the Essenes at Closer referred to an incident of complete stripping. Montefiore suggested the closeness to men in narratives associated with Jesus was firmly supported by the passage, "The disciple who Jesus loved was leaning back on Jesus' breast." This was not Rabbi Jesus, but Judas Christus. The Apostle John was traditionally identified as the unnamed disciple who loved Jesus and who Jesus loved, and who has been depicted as the one leaning back of Jesus' breast at the Last Supper. This assumption was drawn from a gospel statement applied to Jesus Christ during his last hours, in which he entrusted his mother Mary to care for John as her son. The many medieval devotional images of John with his head resting in an effeminate Jesus' lap, in other words, kissing Jesus' neck, gave rise to mystical texts in which John was said to have enjoyed the milk of the Lord, which verbally and pictorially implied an act of oral sex with Jesus Christ. Although a special relationship between the Gospel Jesus Christ and the Apostle John was clearly indicated, Bishop Montefiore's theory did not find widespread Christian acceptance. Assertions that Jesus Christ and some of the apostles were gay or bisexual was an issue dismissed by the Church as purely speculative. However, many homosexual elements in the New Testament are subtle and easily missed, while many forms of early Christian rites involved male nudity. In one of Professor Morton Smith's books, The Secret Gospel of Mark, 1974, he recorded how he recognized the transcript of a heretofore unknown letter from the 2nd century church presbyter Bishop Clement of Alexandria, 160 to 215. The main purpose of Clement's letter to Theodosius was to attack the teachings of one of the most important Gnostic groups, the Carpocratians, who flourished at least as early as the 2nd century. In the course of his writing, Bishop Clement revealed the original sequence concerning the raising of Lazarus. Clement's correspondent had been taken back when confronted by heretics who told him they had read another version of Mark's Gospel which appeared to be genuine, but of which Theodotus knew nothing. Bishop Clement frankly acknowledged the authenticity of the other Mark Gospel and said it was an enlarged version he called the Secret Gospel of Mark. More extraordinarily, Bishop Clement went on to record that the Secret Gospel is now carefully guarded, but denied that the phrase naked man to naked man was recorded in association with Judas Christus' activities in the original Secret Gospel of Mark, as the Carpocratians had apparently told Theodotus. Professor Morton Smith also found a verse in the Secret Gospel of Mark that paralleled today's canonical Gospel of Mark. It said, "Going to where the youth was, Judas Christus stretched forth his hand and raised him, seizing his hand. But the youth, looking upon him, loved him, and began to beseech him that he might be with him. In the evening the youth came to him wearing a linen cloth over his naked body, and he remained with him all that night, and Judas taught him the mystery of God." From the Gospels and also the apocryphal works comes knowledge that the instruction course for teaching the secret of the kingdom of God involved a private overnight ritual in which a young male pupil came to Judas Christus naked, apart from a loose linen cloth about his body. A confirming episode appeared in the canonical Gospel of Mark, 14:52, where a young man who had been with Judas Christus ran away naked after a linen cloth about his body had fallen off. This episode followed a scuffle during the arrest and removal of Judas Christus and raises this intriguing question. Just what did Judas Christus do with these young boys in the secret nocturnal rites? In both the Old and New Testaments, there are constant references to a secret known only to initiates, and one wonders whether it had some connections with nudity or homosexuality. Leonardo da Vinci showed John the Baptist naked, and there were numerous pictorial indications that exist to this day showing the baptismal candidate naked. In the earliest frescoes, the Ravenna mosaics, and in a large number of later Greek icons, the gospel Jesus Christ was depicted naked when receiving baptism. Interestingly enough, there was no mention in the Gospels of Rabbi Jesus baptizing anyone. Baptism, or the supposed purification from past sins by sprinkling water upon the skin, was supposed by many to be an exclusive Christian ceremony. Reverend J.P. Lundy provided evidence that the rite was introduced sometime after the Babylonian captivity in 397 BC. Eusebius Pamphilus, bishop of Caesarea, wrote that it was an ancient custom in his time, 260 to 339, when a Greek historian called Diogenes witnessed someone undergoing baptism. He said of the rite, "Poor wretch, do you not see that since these sprinklings cannot repair your grammatical errors, they cannot repair either the faults of your life?" What the Gospels really recorded. The Church depicted Jesus Christ as a bit of a softy, a real pushover. Gentle Jesus, meek and mild, as recorded in Sunday school literature. But they had it wrong, for the Gospels portray mainly the character of Judas Christus, not Jesus the Rabbi. In summation of this section, Judas Christus has been shown to be a man with a violent temper, an unwashed drunk, carrying a sword and brandishing a whip. There are suggestions of homosexuality from a man who ate like a pig, was uncaring about family lives, and was considered by many to be insane, as was also the Apostle Paul. A narrative in the Sinai Bible said Judas Christus' followers were all thieves and robbers, confirmed by Ernest Renan of the French Academy, who said they were the dregs of the nation, a poor, dirty set, without manners, clad in filthy garbadines, and smelling strongly of garlic. Judas Christus constantly defended himself against verbal and physical assaults, struggling to prove his royal identity. Did he not ask, "Who do they say I am?" Also revealed was a man of courage, quite prepared to assert his right by force, and if necessary, to employ savage physical violence against his enemies. This was shown by the army he developed, and he was the anointed leader. Chapter 6. The Life of Judas Christus. That a Messiah was generally expected by the common populace around the time of the lives of the Ben Panthera twins may be inferred from the writings of the first-century Roman historian Tacitus, 56 to 126, who said, "The generality had a strong persuasion that it was contained in the ancient writings of the priests, that someone who should come out of Judea should attain the emperor of the world. But the common people, according to the influence of human wishes, appropriated to themselves by their interpretation this vast grandeur foretold by the fates. Nor could be brought to change their opinion for the time by all their adversaries. Suetonius, 70 to 140, another Roman historian, confirmed Tacitus' record. There had been for a long time all over the East a constant persuasion that it was recorded in the fates that at this time someone who should come out of Judea should obtain universal dominion. It appears by the event that this prediction referred to the Roman emperor, but the Jews, referring it to themselves, rebelled. This was corroborated by Josephus, the first-century Jewish historian, who said, "That which chiefly excited them to war was an ambiguous prophecy which was also found in the sacred books, that at that time someone within their country should arise that should obtain the empire of the whole world. For this they had spoken of one of their nation, and many wise men were deceived with the interpretation." As Reverend Dr. Geikie remarked, the central and dominant characteristic of the teaching of the rabbis was the certain advent of a great national deliverer, a Messiah, but not a God from heaven. The national mind had become so inflammable by constant brooding on this one theme that any bold spirit rising in revolt against the Roman power could find an army of fierce disciples who trusted that it should be he who redeemed Israel. The first 50 messiahs. The death of King Herod in 4 BC was followed by frightful social and political convulsions in Judea. For 2 or 3 years all elements of disorder were current, and Judea was torn and devastated. Revolt assumed the wildest form, and the celestial visions of a kingdom of heaven were completely banished by the smoke and flame of political hate. From that time until the death of Simon bar Kochba in 132, no less than 50 enthusiasts applied the ancient ambiguous prophecies to themselves, obtained a following, and set up as the Messiah. After Herod's death, Galilee passed into the hands of his son, Herod Antipas, who almost immediately had to deal with a local rebellion led by probably the first Messiah, a certain Jude, the son of Ezekias. This developed into a full-scale battle after Cyrenius, the governor of Syria, heavily taxed the Jewish people, circa 6 AD. Jude bar Ezekias declared that this taxation was no better than an introduction to slavery, and exhorted the nation to assert their liberty. He prevailed upon his countrymen to revolt, and this uprising compelled the Roman officer entrusted with its suppression to appeal to Rome for reinforcements. Subsequently, 2,000 insurgents were crucified and many others sold as slaves. Around this same time, according to Josephus, a curious fourth school of philosophy developed, and to determine what was meant by this statement was difficult. It seemed that the new philosophy required a program of conversion to a particular cause or movement that opposed the Roman authorities and their tax, and any challenge was believed by the converts to indeed be just and worth fighting for. The firm conviction that God alone was their leader and master was confirmation in the mind of the believer that any success would be evidence that God was on their side. Claimant after claimant of the dangerous supremacy of the Messiah then appeared, pitched a camp in the wilderness, raised the banner, gathered a force, was attacked, defeated, banished, or crucified. But the frenzy did not abate. The taxing that took place under Cyrenius excited the wildest uproar against the Roman power. A Samaritan named Menander, who was contemporary with Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus, was one of those fanatics who believed himself to be a Messiah, sent down from above for the salvation of man. Manes also proclaimed himself a Messiah and recruited 12 followers. Simon the magician of the New Testament fame was believed to be he who should come, and was worshipped as a god. In Rome, in the reign of Emperor Claudius, a statue was erected in his honor. The heart of the nation swelled big with the conviction that the hour of destiny was about to strike, that the kingdom of heaven was at hand. The crown was ready for any kingly head that might assume it. When Rome annexed the regions south of Galilee as the province of Judea in the early decades of the 1st century, another uprising broke out in the new province, led by a certain Judas from Gamala in the Golan, who was known as the Galilean, which virtually meant Antichrist, and came to be celebrated by a series of subsequent revolutionaries as their forerunner. The body of evidence currently available validated the church opinion that Judas, the Galilean, the Judas Christus, the twin in the Gospels of the New Testament, were one and the same person. Judas the Galilean philosophy was notable for the almost unconquerable passion for liberty that distinguished him, and it seemed that he was also a follower of the 4th school of philosophy. It was possible that the prophecy of the Cumaean Sibyl in Virgil's 4th Eclogue that predicted the new kingdom of God was an influencing factor in the philosophy that Judas Christus seemed to adopt, for the Essenes held a great respect for the Sibylline books. In the Gospels, Judas Christus constantly proclaimed the advent of the kingdom of God, and withdrawal into the wilderness was a transitional step toward that kingdom. But why was he so convinced that the kingdom was at hand? The field of gospel history had its beginnings in remote Galilee, the most northernly of the 3 provinces of Palestine, Galilee, Samaria, Judea, and included the large eastern areas of Iturea, Trachonitis, and Lysanias, eastern Upper Galilee. Measuring approximately 50 miles north to south and 120 miles east to west, it was bounded in the west by the coastal plain along which ran the road from Egypt to Phoenicia. The caravan routes from the coast to Damascus and the east crossed its southern part through the valley of Esdraelon. In Old Testament times, King Hiram was unimpressed with the 20 Galilean towns Solomon gave him as payment for services. He called the inhabitants Kabul, meaning good for nothing, 1 Kings 9:13, and their despised reputation endured into New Testament times. Josephus described them as only representations of living things. Galilee was known as the insurgent district of the country. They were a restless, excitable body of people, remote from the center of power, ecclesiastical and secular. The Romans had more trouble with the Galileans than the natives of any other province. The messiahs all started out from Galilee and never failed to collect followers around the standard. The origin of the Galileans. The Gospels clearly stated that Jesus Christ was a Galilean with 12 followers. This was in reality Judas Christus, and, excluding Judas Iscariot, all the apostles were Galilean, recruited from the inhabitants of the Gamala area of Galilee. But just who were the inhabitants of Galilee who became the apostles of the New Testament? The Romans named the region of northern Galilee Gaulantius, originally Gaul, Us, today Golan Heights, and this word provided a clue to who was originally living there. Place names can provide a unique source of information about a society's history, structure, customs, and values, and often was the only record of a people's existence or of a historical event. The original form of a name was derived from various sources, for instance, agriculture, Agricea, flowers, Narcissus, jewels, Marguerite and military life of the sea, Navigia, from months, Junia, and from countries, Gaul. Gaul, anti, us, therefore, was a composite name commencing with a place called Gaul. The structure of this word implied that northern Galilee was originally populated by Gauls, who then were the Gauls. In classical geography, Gaul was a country inhabited by people who became called Gauls, hence, in modern use, France. However, when Julius Caesar wrote of Celtae, he referred specifically to the people of Middle Gaul. The Roman name was Gallia, only which was the territory in Upper Italy and southern France, Gallic. The French of this area were later called Galician, which later pertained to the Church of France. The plural of Gallia was Gallicans, which was linguistically related to Galileans. Celts was the name applied by ancient writers to a population group occupying mainly lands north of the Mediterranean region, from Galicia and Ireland in the west to Galicia in the east. Fable accounted for the word Celt by the story of Celtina, daughter of Britannis, who had a son by Hercules named Celtus, who became the progenitor of the Celts. Celts, or Celtae, were representatives of the ancient Gauls. The ancients knew the Celts as fierce fighters and superb horsemen, and noted the fervor of their religious rites, conducted by the priesthood, the Druids, who derived their doctrine from Britain. According to Caesar, it was a tradition in Gaul in his time that the Druids were of British origin. With the Roman conquest of Gaul, the Druids lost all their jurisdiction. Druidism suffered a great decay, and if some of them remained scattered here and there in Gaul, most of them were obligated to emigrate to Britain. But they didn't all go to Britain. Large groups traveled east along the Danube into Hungary, Greece, Turkey, and a splinter group established itself in Galatia, a country in Asia Minor that derived its name from its inhabitants, who were Gauls. Pomponius Mela of Tangentera, near Gibraltar, wrote a geographical survey in Latin of the inhabited world in 3 books. He recorded that some of those living in South Gaul had relocated as far as Palestine, and Upper Galilee was part of Palestine. The church recorded that the Highlanders of Upper Galilee were violently opposed to the Romans, and this completed the structure of the name Gaulantus. The inhabitants were Gauls and anti-Roman, hence the full structure of the name of the place the Romans called Gaul-Antius, but they weren't all Gauls. Some were Nabatean Arabs, the founders of the Baptist sect. Simon, called Peter, and his brother Andrew were clearly Galileans, and the first recruited. St. Jerome recorded that Simon was of mature age, and Andrew was a youth. They were both Nabatean Arabs, and Simon received the appellation of Peter, which theologians, both ancient and modern, express difficulty in explaining. The gospel name of Simon Peter originated from Simon, originally from the rock of Petra, a fortified rock city south of the Dead Sea, the dome upon which they hoarded their wealth. Traces of the Peter, or the rock, tradition can be found in all 4 Gospels, and they recorded the prominent role he played as a pillar in the circle of Judas Christus' disciples. Roman Catholics today regard Simon Peter as the first pope and leader of the apostles. The tradition that made Simon Peter the founder of the Church of Rome depended only on the writings of Bishop Irenaeus, who did not define in what circumstances Simon Peter went to Rome. Simon Peter was really Simon of Petra. his name being in the same biblical tradition as that of Mary of Bethany and Saul of Tarsus. Miriam Herod, the mother of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus, also had family links with the city of Petra. For her grandmother, Cyprus, the mother of King Herod, was also a Nabatean Arab from Petra. Curiously enough, an Arabic tradition in Rabbi Jesus' family was further recorded in the suppressed Book of the Nativity of John the Baptist. John's mother Elizabeth hurried outside veilless, and for this she received a bill of divorcement. Since the term Galilean was synonymous with aggression and the Zealots, it was revealing to read that Judas Christus was called one of them 3 times in the Gospel of Luke. The Gospel of Matthew stated the Galileans spoke with a peculiar accent and warmly welcomed Judas Christus upon his return to Galilee from a journey to Jerusalem. Josephus called the Galilean followers of Judas Christus his disciples, and the Spanish-born, British-educated governor of Judea, Pontius Pilate, later asserted that they were rabble-rousers who set about to stir up the people. In the effort to build up large numbers for his army, Judas Christus publicly expressed the position that he would never turn away anyone who comes to him. The church now called these men the apostles of Jesus Christ, but they were in reality the militia of Judas Christus. In itself, the mere suggestion of an association of gentle Jesus Christ with the vicious warmongering zealots was highly provocative in the church and promoted a violent reaction when raised with some of the more learned priests. This gospel association immediately eliminated the meek and humble lamb-like Savior image that Christian tradition has developed to portray Jesus Christ. But it was Judas Christus, not the gospel Jesus Christ, nor Rabbi Jesus, who began his ministry in Galilee, and from whence he drew his apostles. Judas Christus was in fact more militantly inclined than was generally portrayed, and he was also more politically committed than we have been given to understand in the presentation of the Gospels. The most able of Herod's sons, Antipas, became the tetrarch of Galilee after the territory was given to him, and he had the arduous task of controlling Judas Christus and his extremist Galilean entourage. Judas Christus described his opponent Antipas as a fox. The reality of the issue was that the now called early Christian movement was actually a body of brutal Galilean militants, and this may explain why modern-day Christian encyclopedias and dictionaries fail to record an A to Z entry under the heading of Galilean. This is a particularly strange omission, for the church proudly stated that the early Christians were called Galileans, and the apostles, except Judas Iscariot, were all Galileans. Yet the church seemed reticent to fully describe the history and nature of the Galileans. The Galilean fortress. During the course of Judas Christus' leadership of the Bethlehem Essene community, he and his odd assortment of troops moved to the imposing fortress in the rugged hills outside Gamala in Galilee, because he had no honor in his own country. John 4:44. He lived almost as an outlaw in the more mountainous and unpopulated regions of Upper Galilee, said the church. It was Josephus himself who, as the former governor-general of Galilee, equipped the fortress with ramparts and tunnels. Josephus gave an extraordinary precise description of the site and convinced his readers that it was, to all intents and purposes, impregnable. The houses were built against the steep mountain flank and astonishingly huddled together, one on top of the other, and this perpendicular site gave the city the appearance of being suspended in air and falling headlong upon itself. Here Judas Christus combined and developed his radical offshoot team of the Nazarenes and Zealots, with the intention of advancing on Rome in a military action to free his people and claim his rightful title of emperor. The people believed in him, and because of his words, many more became followers. John 4:39-41. From what can be established from the records available, it appeared certain the Nazarenes were more or less an independent, Essene-derived military sect, and in some way were definitely connected to the Zealots and the Zadokites. The possibility that a member of the Essene sect headed up a division of youthful, aggressive fighting men did not seem to fit the pacifist and peaceful nature of old monks depicted by Josephus, Pliny, and Philo. The answer lies in one of the most important characteristics of the Essenes, their apocryphic vision that was recorded as an end-of-the-world prediction in their prophetic writings. In general, their apocryphal vision foretold an end and a new beginning. Interpretations respecting the date of the fatal day exhibited a constant and wide divergence, and on numerous occasions men believed the end of the world was near. Both Rabbi Jesus and John the Baptist preached the end of the age, which established their knowledge of the Essene prophecies. The Essenes certainly believed the end of the world was near, for they continually documented their insistence that the last times were at hand. They were paranoid about it, and several of their texts deal specifically with the impending end of their particular world. The fact that they had a manuscript called the War Scroll among their writings attested to this and established the Essenes had readied themselves for some kind of war. The Essenes prepare for battle. The War Scrolls gave detailed directions for the conduct of combat, with the battlefield operations personally directed by priests who sound off the trumpet calls: advance, attack, retreat, reassemble, pursuit, and ambush. One specific section of the War Scroll, of which several copies were found in Caves 1 and 4, documented a definite plan of tactics and strategy to be used in the physical encounters of man-to-man combat against the anticipated attack from invading forces called the Kittim. In the Old Testament book of Daniel, the Kittim were the Romans, named because they maintained a garrison on the island of Kittim in the Mediterranean Sea, now called Cyprus. Later Jewish authors used the term cryptically of any victorious power. However, the important point to be stressed here is that, as recorded in the War Scroll, the ultimate Essenic army leader to oppose the combatant forces of the Kittim is called, quite unequivocally, the Messiah. The Orthodox Church translators of this scroll sought to disguise or dismantle this nomenclature by referring to the commander as thine anointed, which obscured the import of this passage in Christian sense. The vital point here is to establish the date of the composition of the War Scroll. If this could be determined, we would know better whether or not it referred in any way to the now called Messiah of the New Testament, and it is certainly possible to date this scroll to within certain time frame parameters. Within the War Scroll itself, a vital clue to its dating and chronology can be found. When speaking of the Kittim, the text referred explicitly to their king. The Kittim concerned cannot therefore be the soldiers of Republican Rome who invaded Palestine in 63 BC and who had no monarchy. On the contrary, they would have to be and could only be the soldiers of Imperial Rome, operating after the empire began under Emperor Augustus and fell in the 5th century. Those soldiers invaded in the wake of the revolt of 66, which eventually saw the sack of Jerusalem by the Romans in the year 70, involving an opposing star figure. His name was Simon Bar Giora, and he surrendered to the Romans in dramatic fashion, dressed in a white tunic with a purple mantle, presumably to indicate royalty. He was taken to Rome, displayed in a victory procession, and ceremonially executed as the leader of the defeated Jews. Messiahs at work. Evidence of a Messiah-type figure in known operation more than 30 years after the Church claimed that Jesus Christ was crucified was the sort of Dead Sea Scroll documentation that the Church contrived to suppress, or in some cases, ignore. Militarism was associated with the star, or Messiah figures, and the New Testament accounts graphically indicated this to be so in the Gospel story of Jesus Christ. That person was actually Judas Christus, whose followers had been conspicuously involved in tumults and disturbances wherever they went. It was Judas Christus who said, "I have come not to bring peace but a sword," Matt 10:13, and instructed his followers to also equip themselves with swords and clubs, Luke 22:36. From these gospel words and descriptions, the Church's desire to present the singular Jesus Christ and his followers as placid and peaceable holy men was very different to the reality of the personality of Judas Christus, overlaid in the New Testament. The most sensitive of all gospel documentation for later Christian tradition was that of narratives in which Jesus, or Judas Christus, was clearly made to have included zealots, of all people, among his supporters. Simon the Zealot was one, and he was recorded in the records of Bishop Dorotheus of Tyre to have at last been caught and slain in the east of Britain. The violent zealots were members of an extreme Jewish sect, or political party, that resisted all aspects of Roman rule and aggression in Palestine in the 1st century. They were, in today's terminology, a body of far-left militant revolutionists, fearless of death, in fact ruthless assassins, and they were directly associated with Judas Christus and his actions recorded in the confused narratives of the New Testament. Chapter 7. Christus goes to Rome. Origin of the Christian Messiah. In an exhaustive examination of all available existing 1st and 2nd century Roman documents are found buried away 2 separate historical references to Christus. These 2 writings were purported to be written late in the 1st century or early in the 2nd century, and the information they gave about him was sparse. The earliest was by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, a classical Roman historian who wrote 3 works during his lifetime. The first was Agricola, the second Germania, and the last was called Annals, originally titled after the death of the deified Augustus. In Annals 1544, Tacitus mentioned a man called Christus, who suffered death by crucifixion at the hands of Pontius Pilate during the reign of Tiberius. That which is now known as the Second Medician manuscript of Tacitus was generally assigned to the latter half of the 11th century and thought by some researchers to have been one of the many transcripts of works by ancient authors made at that time in the great monastery of Monte Cassino. Nothing appeared to be known of the history of this manuscript until the time of Poggio Bracciolini, who received it in Rome in 1427 from Nicola Niccoli of Florence, one of the agents employed by him for collecting ancient manuscripts. The latter report came from another Roman historian called Suetonius, 70 to 140. He served as secretary to Emperor Hadrian. It was said had access to imperial Roman archives. His major historical work, The Lives of Caesar, published about 120, gave accounts of the reigns of Julius Caesar and the 11 emperors who followed him. In a chapter of his writings called The Life of Claudius, Suetonius made reference to a man called Chrestus, acting in Rome the part of a leader of insurgents. Claudius was the emperor of Rome during the years 41 to 54 A.D. The document attributed to Suetonius said Emperor Claudius expelled all Jews from Rome because of disturbances instigated there by Chrestus. This expulsion was confirmed in the New Testament, Acts 18, 2-3. In an undatable narrative that described Aquila, a Jew, and his wife Priscilla being driven out of Rome by an edict of Claudius, forcing them to travel to Corinth to start a building business. The Roman historians' statements provided conflicting information because Tacitus cited Tiberius as the emperor at the time, and Suetonius recorded that it was Claudius, thus providing a discrepancy of some 8 years. The expulsion by Claudius may have been caused by Judas Chrestus' sons, Jacob and Simon, whose combined messianic uprising was violently suppressed in 46 by Claudius's appointee, Theudas, and they were subsequently crucified. Both historians were writing long after the events that they described, and many similar conflictions are found in their records. Suetonius, for example, said Tiberius was of fair complexion and wore his hair rather long at the back. Tacitus, on the other hand, said that the emperor had a head without a trace of hair. They sometimes disagree with one another so markedly that only one of them can be right, and both may be wrong. Tacitus was writing around 50 years after the events he was recording, and Suetonius some 40 years after Tacitus. As Tacitus was living closest to the time of the event, and he is always careful to ascertain and record the truth, his report was adopted for this work. He placed Judas Chrestus in Rome under the reign of Emperor Tiberius. Tacitus described Rome at the time as a place where every horrible and shameful iniquity from every quarter of the world pours in and finds a welcome. This may have been the reason why Emperor Tacitus stated that he hated the place and spent much of his time a little farther south on the island of Capri. There, in his pleasure palace, he trained little boys, whom he called his minnows, to lick and nibble his genitals while they all swam together in his pool. On occasion, he even had unweaned babies suck his penis. The Roman Imperial Secret Service. Judas Chrestus possessed a hereditary right to the emperorship of Rome and the throne of Judea, and because of this, he rallied popular support among the Galileans, hoping maybe that he could regain for them the land the Romans had taken. Judas Chrestus and his rebels started in Galilee and came all the way here to Rome to challenge his father, Emperor Tiberius. They subsequently arrived at a farm called Jessamine, which belonged to a man called Joshua, situated on the outskirts of the city. Some early English-language Bibles, from 1611 to 1687, recorded the name Judas, not Jesus, in this Matthew passage, 26:36, revealing the true nature of the original story and neatly accounting for the amalgamation of the two life stories. The later church deemed Judas was a misprint, and New Testament versions recording Judas's name subsequently became valuable collector's items, today called the Judas Bible. It was at Jessamine that the Galileans readied themselves for battle with the Romans. Unbeknownst to leader Judas Chrestus, his father, Emperor Tiberius, had died during the long journey, and Caligula had come into power on 16 March 37. A dangerous and unpleasant individual, he became the third emperor of Rome. The records of Roman historians consistently paint him as a capricious and cruel young man, powerful and scheming. Suetonius, for example, said, "So much for Caligula as emperor. We must now tell of his career as a monster." There was now a dynastic problem which demanded immediate and urgent action by Emperor Caligula. Judas Chrestus was the son of Tiberius and Miriam Herod, and that constituted a serious problem for the Roman emperor, for Chrestus was the illegitimate but natural successor to the king of Judea and the emperorship of Rome. However, the official Roman policy was now to rid Judea of the royal line and any other government of the sort, and hand administration of the country over to the Roman legate in Syria. Such was the dimensions of the hatred against Herod and his dynasty. It had been a long-standing policy of the Roman legion and armies of occupation to utilize informers and spies. They were called the delatores, later the frumentarii, the Roman imperial secret service, and were set up with the express purpose of spying on the citizens of Rome's far-flung domains. They were common in the Tiberian Principate, and were usually Roman officials in positions, for example, of collectors of corn in provinces that brought them into contact with locals and natives. Flavius Sabinus Titus, for example, destroyer of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in the year 70, employed special messengers and killers to carry out executions and liquidations arising from information derived from the Secret Service. From the information in the Gospels, it can be argued that Judas Chrestus was preparing his attack, but before he could get underway, Judas Iscariot, an informer to the delatores, betrayed him. On a particular night, and under Emperor Caligula's orders, the cohorts urbanae, the city police force of Rome, and a division of the Roman army, was assembled and in place, ready to nullify Judas Chrestus' imminent uprising. There were originally 3 cohort urbanae stationed in Rome, each with 500 soldiers. This number was increased to 1,000, each between the years 43 and 69. Little is known of the course of the ensuing battle, but there is epigraphic evidence that a large Roman force was needed to suppress it, maybe requiring all 3 cohorts. On that night, the Gospel stated that Judas Iscariot embraced and kissed Judas Chrestus in order to identify him to the Roman military leaders, Luke 22:47-48. Judas Chrestus was obviously unknown to them, and upon the signal of Judas Iscariot identifying the leader of the Galileans, a great multitude with staves and swords attacked, and a significant battle raged, in which Simon of Petra used his sword and cut off Malchus' ear. John 18:10. Judas Chrestus was subsequently overpowered, arrested, and removed from the scene. Strangely enough, a great variation was given in the Gospels as to the numbers of Judas Chrestus' followers. The amount in the Gospel of Luke was given as 72. However, he was attributed a figure of 500 disciples in the first book of Corinthians, 15:5-8. In the Talmud, 5 disciples were recorded. They were the followers of Rabbi Jesus, not Judas Chrestus. At that time, large areas were under Roman occupation, and to fully understand the situation, we must compare it with the occupation of France by the Germans during World War II. There was a civil law administered by the French, and there was the law of the occupational forces, which only concerned itself with offenses against the occupational authorities. The same sort of arrangement applied during the first decades of the first century. The civil law of the Jews demanded death penalties be carried out by stoning in accordance with the law of Moses. Offenses against the Roman state came under the Roman authorities, whose method of execution was by crucifixion. To be sentenced to such an execution, Judas Chrestus would have had to commit an offense against the Roman Empire. A crucifixion with a difference. Judas Chrestus was tried on a charge of treason against the Romans, found guilty of revolutionary activity, and sentenced to die by crucifixion. In his defense in front of the Roman council, he argued that he was a king, but they replied, "We say he is not a king, but he saith it of himself." The whole multitude called out, "He was born of fornication," expressing the local knowledge that Judas Chrestus was born out of wedlock. As a Roman citizen of noble heritage, Judas Chrestus was then appealed to the emperor Caligula, as was his birthright, but to no avail. The death penalty stood. This was the year 37. Being aware of his royal bloodline, Judas Christus then exercised an age-old tradition that came with his birthright. This advantage allowed him to order the placement of a substitute to take his allotted punishment. An ancient Babylonian clay tablet determined the actual origin of the tradition of a substitute. The priests ordained a substitute should go to meet his destiny and undergo, on somebody else's behalf, the afflictions in store for that person. An echo of this ancient rite was found in the story of Barabbas, who was offered as a substitute to Judas Christus. Matthew 27:16-17. Barabbas had been put in prison for his part in a rising in the city and for murder. Luke 23:19. It should be mentioned the name of Barabbas in all ancient Bibles was originally written Jacob Barabbas. The word Barabbas, interestingly enough, means in Aramaic, son of the father, or son of a father in some translations. Exactly as the gospel Jesus Christ was made to be the son of the Father. By exercising this option, Judas Christus not only saved his own life, but also the life of his son Jacob Barabbas. This was nevertheless at a cost. He had played the substitution card at the expense of his birthright, which now passed to the second-born, his twin brother, Rabbi Jesus. In the substitute tradition, at first it seemed the unlucky victim had to suffer, but not necessarily die. Therefore I have decreed that thou should first be scourged according to the law of the emperors, said the emperor himself. Judas Christus was then flogged, John 19:1, and subsequently invested with the honors of a purple toga, Mark 15:17, the distinctive mark of royalty. A crown called the corona triumphalis, among the Romans the highest distinction awarded for service in war, was placed on his head. Tradition recorded that this crown was always made from grass growing at the scene of the battle. With the official Roman formalities now completed, Judas Christus was then led away. The mystery man in the Gospels. The inside man in the story was a notable member of the Sanhedrin, Joseph of Arimathea, a secret disciple, who had met with Judas Christus that night and expressed his concern about the new kingdom of God. Historians consider Joseph a man of little significance, and the tradition of him subsequently settling in Glastonbury, England, will later be shown to be more than an old legend. The Talmud, however, recorded that Joseph of Arimathea was the youngest uncle of Miriam Herod and Herodias, and therefore Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus' great-uncle. Joseph was the youngest son of King Herod. He was at the time of the uprising married to Miriam Herod, with her earlier husband Herod Philip, now deceased, and Joseph was therefore the legal stepfather of her twin sons, Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus. At that stage, Joseph of Arimathea was at least 67 years old. Miriam Herod was around 61, and the twins 46. Joseph of Arimathea and Miriam Herod were the Joseph and Mary of the story in the Gospels, and the narrative stating that Joseph knew her not until she had borne a son, read sons, Matthew 1:25, was true. The Gospels also stated that they were betrothed, meaning that a family-arranged marriage had been established for them. However, when Joseph returned from a trip, he found Miriam Herod pregnant to Tiberius, a son of God, Emperor Augustus. When the Church claimed that the brothers and sisters of Jesus Christ were the children of Joseph by a former marriage, it should really have said the brothers and sisters of Jesus Christ were the children of Mary by former partners. Mary of the Gospels being Miriam Herod. In the Latin Vulgate Bible, Joseph of Arimathea was described as decurio, and in St. Germain's translation he was given the title of nobilis, decurio, which implied he held the prestigious position of Minister of Mines in the Roman administration. All evidence points to him being affluent and a person of importance and influence within both the Jewish and Roman hierarchies. He was most probably the head of the Essene community in Rome and provided underground support for Judas Chrestus and his followers. The once canonical Gospel of Peter recorded that Joseph of Arimathea was a close personal friend of Pontius Pilate, and in his younger days was a soldier of Pilate for 7 years. The narratives in the Gospel of Peter provided a vital church reference that established that the crucifixion took place in Rome. Christian sources, presumably motivated by a desire to place complete responsibility for the crucifixion of the gospel Jesus Christ on the Jews, are generally sympathetic to Pontius Pilate. This was in contrast to the account in the epistle of Agrippa I, also known as Philo, which depicted Pontius Pilate as corrupt, cruel, and bloodthirsty. With Joseph of Arimathea's help, Judas Chrestus was exchanged for the substitute under the cover of darkness. Pontius Pilate was in Rome at this time, 37 A.D. For late in 36, he had been ordered by the governor of Syria, Vitellius, to travel to the city to answer for his conduct to Emperor Tiberius. However, Tiberius died on 16 March 37 and just before Pontius Pilate reached Rome. Pontius Pilate remained in Rome and was still there during the reign of Emperor Claudius, 41 to 54. Pontius Pilate never returned to Judea, but at this point he still retained the procuratorship of Judea and the judgment responsibilities of the area still under his jurisdiction. However, he deferred to Herod Agrippa I, who was also in Rome at that time, having just received his commission as Tetrarch of Iturea. Tactronius and Lysanias, part of eastern Upper Galilee, from new Emperor Caligula. Those areas were mostly his late uncle Philip II's territory, known as Upper Galilee. It was no small coincidence that this was the very same territory of Judas Chrestus and his Galilean followers who had their fortress in the rugged hills outside Gamala. It was therefore opportune for Herod, while in Rome, to be in attendance at the trial, and this was recorded in the New Testament. However, this was not Herod Antipas, but Herod Agrippa I, and when he saw Judas Chrestus, he was pleased, because for a long time he had been wanting to see him. Luke 23:8. Agrippa I was Judas Chrestus' uncle. According to the Gospels, Pontius Pilate considered Jesus Christ innocent of any crime simply because he was referring to the person who became the substitute for Judas Chrestus. Pontius Pilate remarked at the substitute's reticence to speak, Mark 15:5, saying he made no reply, not even a single charge, Matthew 27:19. Tradition gave the name of Claudia Procula to Pontius Pilate's wife, and she has been identified by some as the Claudia of 2 Timothy 4:21. She also knew the man was a substitute and advised her husband not to have anything to do with that innocent man, Matthew 27:19. Later, the penalty handed to Judas Chrestus was completed with the crucifixion of the substitute. Crucifixion of Jesus Christ unknown to first-century historians. According to historians Dio Cassius, Plutarch, Strabo, and others, there existed in the time of King Herod a widespread and deep sympathy for a crucified king of the Jews. This person was the youngest son of Aristobulus, the heroic Maccabee, and in 43 BC we find this young man, Antigonus, in Palestine claiming the crown. His cause having been legally declared just by Julius Caesar. Allied with the warlike Parthians, Antigonus maintained himself in his royal position for 6 years against Herod and Mark Antony, After a heroic life and reign, Roman troops eventually stormed Jerusalem and captured him. Antony now gave the kingdom to a certain herald, and having stretched Antigonus on a cross, he scourged him, a thing never done before to any other king by the Romans, and he then put him to death. The fact that all prominent historians of those days recorded this particular crucifixion showed that it was considered one of Mark Antony's worst crimes, and the sympathy for the crucified king was widespread and profound. Some writers think that this crucifixion provided the precedent to an overlaid story in the Gospels, but it was probably where the later Gospel writers adopted Jerusalem as the place of the crucifixion of the Gospel Jesus Christ. There was no verification of a landmark or significant crucifixion of a person called Jesus Christ in the writings of such highly regarded contemporary historians as Philo, Tacitus, Pliny, Suetonius, Epictetus, Cluvius Rufus, Quintus Curtius Rufus, Josephus, Plutarch, and the Roman consul Publius Petronius. The only conclusion to be drawn is that the historians of the day did not know of any particular or special religious crucifixion worthy of mention. This was a glaring omission from the records of so many noted intellectual writers. A crucifixion of the gospel Jesus Christ was also unknown among the early church as late as the end of the 2nd century. This was close to 170 years after the church would like the world to think that the brutal death of its God occurred. It must be immediately pointed out that the modern church admitted the records of Bishop Irenaeus in 202 created serious problems. They said of him, "Although of crucial importance in the development of the church theology, Irenaeus presents problems of considerable difficulty in regard to details about Jesus Christ." Irenaeus is fondly described by the church hierarchy as the depository of primitive truth. But he denied a virgin birth, never mentioned a trial of Jesus Christ, said nothing of a crucifixion or resurrection, and claimed Jesus Christ declined toward old age. The gospel burnt by the church. There were attempts by the early church to destroy the documentation recording the substitute of their main gospel character, and it concerned a man called Basilides. Very little was known of him, but it appeared he was a presbyter in Alexandria sometime around 155 to 160. Of Basilides' writings, only scattered fragments now survive. It was recorded he once wrote a 24-page document called A True History, which was later retitled The Interpretation of the Gospel. Note the singular use of the word gospel. Basilides' report was later burnt by the church, which makes us suppose that it contained more truthful matter than the church was prepared to deny. Scholars have suggested that an incomplete account by Bishop Irenaeus, in his work Against Heresies, summarized the essence of what Basilides wrote. From the central act of Basilides' work, it was claimed that Simon of Cyrene let himself be crucified instead of Judas Christus, under the headline Confession of Christus, but not of Christus crucified. Basilides wrote, "Hence he did not suffer, rather a certain Simon of Cyrene was forced to bear his cross for him, and it was he who was ignorantly and erroneously crucified, so that he was taken for Christus, while Christus, for his part, stood by laughing at them. Therefore people who know these things have been set free from the ruler that crafted the world. One should not acknowledge the man that was crucified, Simon of Cyrene, but rather the one who came in the form of a man, was thought to have been crucified, was named Christus." Basilides' report was also confirmed in the Gospels, where it stated that Simon of Cyrene was seized as he was coming in from the country, Luke 23:26. and subsequently carried the cross to the hill of Golgotha, Matthew 27:32. The Romans spoke of the zealots as robbers in order to defame their name, and whenever the robbers were caught, they were immediately crucified. Thus it was probable the two New Testament men called thieves, crucified alongside Judas Christus' substitute, were actually robbers, which, in centuries of translation, became thieves, and were arrested at the same time as Judas Christus. They were condemned for the same offense, as crucifixion was not the punishment for robbery. But look what one of the crucified robbers said, Luke 23:41, about the central player in the crucifixion event. We are punished justly, for we are getting what our deeds deserve, but this man has done nothing wrong. He knew the man being crucified alongside him was innocent because he was substituted for Judas Christus. The church claimed the Acts of Thomas contained an historical nucleus, and within it was recorded the very words Judas Christus was purported to have said, obviously alive. I did not succumb to them as they had planned, and I did not die in reality, but only in appearance. I was laughing at their ignorance. One should also consider the information Mohammed had at his disposal when he wrote the Holy Book of Islam, the Quran, Surah 4, and documented this passage relating to Judas Christus. And they killed him not, nor did they cause his death on the cross. The redemption of Simon's body. Examination of the Roman law of the period revealed that the authorities allowed no burial rites to those who died by crucifixion, and violation of this law brought severe punishment. As the penalty of crucifixion was reserved for rebels, mutinous slaves, and other enemies of Roman society, those guilty were simply left hanging naked and rotting, a public and prolonged agony that was a deliberate deterrent to others would-be rebels. It was a custom of the times to post armed centurions, Matthew 27:54, to prevent the removal of the bodies of the near dead, unless a rich matron came along and redeemed him. Unless an imperial order was issued, the payment of money to Roman authorities was the only way a crucified man could be released, and Josephus recorded one such instance. Titus, when he was Roman emperor, 79-81, gave instructions to remove 3 crucified prisoners on the Temple Mount courts, and instructed that they should receive the best possible treatment. 2 of them, however, later died in the physician's hands. The 3rd survived. They had endured crucifixion for 2.5 days and nights. Historical records show that crucifixion was not only the worst degrading form of capital punishment, it was also the most prolonged and painful. According to the Gospels, Simon of Cyrene experienced crucifixion for just part of one afternoon, a few hours. He subsequently escaped its full horrors after Joseph of Arimathea negotiated a financial settlement with Pontius Pilate for his release from crucifixion. The Acta Pilate recorded the long address of Joseph to Pilate, with every clause beginning with the words, "Give me this stranger." With the monetary formalities completed, Simon of Cyrene was officially redeemed and now able to be freed from punishment. When evening had come, Joseph of Arimathea went to the crucifixion scene and removed Simon to an adjacent tomb. Joseph then disappeared from the New Testament accounts forever, but not from our story. To hide the fact from the Roman authorities, Judas Christus and his followers subsequently removed Simon's body from Joseph of Arimathea's private tomb. Additional evidence provided in the Gospel of Peter supported Balisade's record that the body of Simon of Cyrene was removed from the tomb by 2 young men. The Acts and Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Peter and Barnabas, and the apocryphal writings provided 11 separate biblical sources recording that Judas Christus was living long after the time the church stated the singular gospel Jesus Christ died. The trip to India. From the moment Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus were born, they encountered the ancient heritage of the firstborn, with an example seen occurring in the Old Testament archetype of Esau and Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a mess of pottage, and Jacob received his father's blessings in his place. Rabbi Jesus Christ, brother second in command, now received the blessing of the father and inherited the title of Star, the leader of the Essenes and the rightful king of the Jews, but showed reluctance to assume power. It was recorded in the Gospels that perceiving that they were about to come and take him by force to make him king, Rabbi Jesus again withdrew to the mountains by himself. John 6:15. However, his reticence merely delayed matters, for his legal obligation of royal birthright had to be fulfilled, and the people wanted him made king. Because Judas Christus had drawn upon the substitute advantage of his birthright, the fallen Star was no longer a free man, and was sold into bondage by the new Star, his brother and fellow initiate, Rabbi Jesus. In a relic of the original Greek text of the Acts of Thomas, Rabbi Jesus saw a certain merchant who had come from India, whose name was Abanes, and said, "I have a slave that is a good builder, and I desire to sell him." And so saying, he showed him Judas Thomas Christus far off, and agreed with him for 3 litrae of silver, unstamped, and wrote a deed of sale, saying, "I, Rabbi Jesus, acknowledge that I have sold my slave Judas by name unto thee, Abanes, a merchant of Gundafor, king of the Indians." They then sailed prosperously till they reached Andropolis, a royal city. The church records acknowledge the sale of Judas Christus in the Acts of Thomas. Rabbi Jesus sold Judas Christus to an Indian king, Gundafar, to be his slave and to serve Gundafar as a carpenter. Judas Christus undertook to build a palace for Gundafar, but spent the money. Church records also confirm the historical existence of a king by that name. Now, it is certainly a remarkable fact that about the year 46 AD, a king was reigning over that part of Asia south of the Himalayas. Despite sundry minor variations, the identity of the name with the Gundafar of the Acts of Thomas is unmistakable and is hardly disputed. He began his reign during the year 20 AD and was still reigning in 46 AD. In this phrase, purported to have been written by Judas Christus in India, he expressed remorse. "But I could not recall my splendor, for it was while I was still a boy and quite young that I had left it behind in my father's palace." A widespread tradition in both the East and West maintained that Judas Christus died of old age at Melapore in India. Evidence was found in the writings of Ephraim, Sirius, Ambrose, Paulinius, and St. Jerome, and later in Gregory of Tours and others. Gregory of Nazianzus held that Judas the twin Christus went to India, a position also found in Acts of Thomas. However, John Golden-mouthed Chrysostom referred to his burial place as Edessa in Syria, a Roman colony that supported a royal residence. Edessa is modern Urfa. According to an ancient Indian legend, Judas Christus spent 12 years in villages in the state of Orissa on the Bay of Bengal in India, and subsequently died in Kashmir. Catholic missionaries Francisco de Avezdo and Ippolito Desideri brought significant accounts from Tibet to that effect in 1631 and 1715, respectively. The claim that Judas Christus lived and eventually died in India or Tibet strengthened at the end of the 19th century in documents written by Russian author and researcher Nicholas Natovich. He recorded that his personal friend, a Roman Catholic cardinal, confided in him that the Vatican vaults held 63 complete and near-complete manuscripts written in various Oriental languages, which confirmed that Judas Christus spent many years in India and Tibet, and the tomb in Kanyar Street, Srinagar, Kashmir, was actually that of Judas Christus. The manuscripts said Natovich were brought to Rome by missionaries from India, China, Egypt, and Arabia, and were suppressed. An ornate structure in the Rosabelle area of Srinagar was held in tradition to be the tomb of Judas Christus. Chapter 8. A Religion of Galilean Criminals. Until around the year 150, the records of Tacitus and Suetonius mentioning Christus were the only examples of any ancient writings having a similarity to the name of Christ. Because the name Christus and Christ were pronounced alike, these writings have been critically analyzed by researchers for many years. The Encyclopedia of Early Christianity said it was perhaps a reference to Christ, and the 1908 Catholic Encyclopedia also said he may have been Christ. This could not have been Jesus Christ of the Gospels because according to the New Testament, he never went to Rome. Why the word Christian did not appear in church testimony until well into the 2nd century has been explained in the very orthodox Oxford Dictionary of the Christian Church. With over 480 contributors, consisting of leading Anglican, Roman Catholic, Lutheran, Presbyterian, Methodist, Jewish, Orthodox, and other clerical experts, they claimed on the cover that they were the acclaimed authority on the church. They made this frank statement: owing to its pagan origin, the word Christian was long avoided by Christian writers. The pagan origin of the word Christian? Surely a stunning admission from such a learned and competent authority. With the new understanding of just who the Galileans were, it is now possible to determine what the church meant. The word Christian was documented by the church in the Acts of the Apostles, and appeared to have been introduced to the world for the first time circa 190 by Irenaeus. That particular narrative said the name Christian originated in the city of Antioch, Acts 11:26, and in the context it was presented suggested outsiders applied the name disrespectfully to a particular body of people. Religiously, Antioch was a mix of ancient Chaldean, Greek, Roman, and Semitic creeds, but there was a person, maybe a woman, there called Evodius, Philistine 4:3, connected to the Christian movement and in some way associated with both Simon of Petra and Paul. The death of Evodius was recorded as occurring in 64. Curiously enough, Sabellius, a 3rd century Roman orator, said the word Christian was spoken for the first time in Britain. Whenever it was first spoken, the word had an entirely different origin than subsequently presented by the church. Tacitus recorded in Annals that Christus was in Rome leading Jews in a revolt, and his captured followers were, after having been daubed over with combustible materials, were set up as lights in the nighttime and thus brightly burnt to death. The history of Rome also recorded that Emperor Nero soaked Galilean criminals with tar before having them crucified and used them as human torches around his garden at night. These were the later followers of Judas Christus, and they were called Christians. That word translated to the English language to Christians, and the narrative in the Acts of the Apostles, Acts 11:26, was originally written Christians, not Christians, and used as a term of abuse. The nature of the Christians. To understand the New Testament and some of the beliefs it expounds, it is important to acknowledge the people of those early centuries were semi-savages, and their religious systems followed the myths of numerous earlier gods and goddesses. It was Pelops, Zeus's grandson, for example, who in childhood was killed and cooked by his father, Tantalus, the son of Zeus, who then served his son's flesh to the gods as the ultimate sacrifice. Thus, the eating of human flesh, particularly children, and the drinking of human blood occupied a foremost place in the rituals of many religions. This ritual was supported by the Christians, the now called early Christians, and Saint Justin Martyr, circa 160, recorded that they were intolerable atheists. He said of their unusual nature, "They met in secret to eat human flesh, and once the lamps had been upset, to participate in promiscuous, incestuous intercourse." The Romans pronounced the Christians public enemies and looked upon them as a downright monstrous phenomenon, a third race, a destitute and forsaken people. Emperor Marcus Aurelius said that Christians were a strange and distinct class of people given to a new and wicked superstition. While Emperor Theodosius I, almost 200 years later, recorded, "The mob that gave Christians their name hated them for their crimes. Their leader had been put to death under Pontius Pilate, but the deadly superstition spread throughout Judea and even Rome. Some confessed their faith and were arrested. On their testimony, a multitude were convicted of arson, but also of hatred of the human race." The 2nd century Christian apologist Minucius Felix, in a writing attributed to him called Octavius 9, confirmed the bizarre behavior of the Christians. "The names of brother and sister hallow fornication as incest. Their foolish superstition makes a boast of crime. A condemned criminal is the object of their veneration. Finally, there is infant murder, cannibalism, and the banquet with incestuous intercourse." The cannibalism associated with this ritual intercourse was reported under the name of agape and translated to love fest in the New Testament, Jude 12. This drunken cannibalistic orgy was for centuries the early Christian form of the Eucharist, the drinking of human blood and the eating of human corpse flesh. The 4th to 7th century Christian saints and bishops had great personal problems with the love fest. Jerome, in 37 to 420, expressed disgust at the Christians for their participation. The Bishop of Hippo, St. Augustine, in 395, admitted embarrassment that his own mother, Monica, engaged in these macabre festive banquets. She attended meetings in cemeteries under the cover of darkness where human flesh was eaten from the coffins of dead associates. The Bishop of Milan, Ambrose, 333 to 397, unsuccessfully forbade such practices. They were still being condemned as late as the Trullian Council in 692, some 650 years after the death of Judas Christus. It was a widespread and ongoing animalistic custom, and many of the rabble adopted and accepted the Christian name solely to partake in the love fests. To cover up the true origin of the name Christian, the later church reasoned that Christus was a pagan, substitute for Christus, and are careful to use the name Christus in a favorable sense. In referring to the records of Tacitus and Suetonius, the church argued that those historians substituted Christus for Christus, or anointed, and Christians instead of Christians. Thus, the church said, made the early Christian movement appear a religion of criminals. Many of the now called persecutions of the early Christians were due solely to the fact that they were criminal activists, not religious devotees. As Marcellinus Ammonius, the famous Roman historian, said of them in his time, "The atrocity of the Christians against opponents surpasses the fury of wild beasts against men." The Romans were tolerant of any and all religions, excluding Judaism, but very resentful of anything that savored of political rivalry. And much later, when the Christians were finally brought to bear, the field for religious propaganda was wide open. The Messiah of Christianity. Judas Christus was the Christian Messiah in the true sense of the word, the anointed leader of his Galilean apostles. The learned Christian historian Lardner proved that the name Galileans was the primitive appellation of the Christians. St. Epiphanius further recorded that all Christians were Nazarenes. That word was originally written Christians, meaning the followers of Judas Christus the Galilean, an active revolutionist. Those Galileans were the leaders of a new and pernicious sect which was capable of the most horrid crimes. The original Christians were the militia of Judas Christ, the Galilean, the twin brother of Rabbi Jesus. Here we see the pagan origin of the word Christian confessed to earlier by the Church. Chapter 9. The Life of Rabbi Jesus. The Prophet Steps Out. Christ Jesus ben Pantera trained as a rabbi in the school of Rabbi Hillel, Codex of Hillel, who was the most famous Pharisee of the early 1st century. Rabbi Hillel taught his students to seek peace, love all creatures, and bring them closer to the Torah. The first 5 books of the Old Testament, Rabbi Jesus was a man of pristine virtue and severity, much devoted to the maintenance of the law of Moses, carried in the Torah. It is important to remember that Rabbi Jesus was raised by the Essenes and taught the faith of the Jewish people in some of the 480 synagogues said to have been in the area at the time. Luke 4:44. To play down the importance of the title Rabbi given to Jesus in older testaments, some newer editions replace the original word with the less controversial teacher. However, Rabbi was used in the oldest and most reliable texts of the New Testament and was spelt with a capital R. Like Judas Christus, Rabbi Jesus received his religious education into the secret order of the Essenes Initiates, and the records of antiquity reveal that they were associated with affiliated communities. Those records also insisted that Jesus spent time as a youth in Druidic communities in Britain, and he was there with Joseph of Arimathea. Regarding British written records, the whole of Britain's history for the first 500 years of the Christian age is almost entirely blank. Gildas, the first British historian, lived between 516 and 570, but we also glean a few scattered scraps of information from Taliesin, the Welsh prince bard, and authority on matters Druidical. However, there are 4 separate and entirely independent traditions that present a consecutive story about Joseph of Arimathea, Jesus, and Lazarus traveling regularly to and from Britain. The first was found in Cornwall and was recorded in Baring Gould, Book of Cornwall. He said that another Cornish story is to the effect that Joseph of Arimathea came in a boat to Cornwall and brought the boy Jesus with him, and later taught him how to extract tin and purge it from its wolfram. When the tin is flashed, then the tinner shouts. Joseph was in the trade. From the earliest times, the British tin miners called him Joseph de Marmor of Arimathea. Mar was an Eastern word for Lord, and more signified great. The interpretation of Joseph's title in this example was the great Lord Joseph of Arimathea. Curiously, in some ancient writings, he was also called Joseph of Abaramasi. The second and third traditions were found in Somerset and provided descriptions of Joseph of Arimathea and Jesus sojourning to a place called Paradise. A letter signed Glastonbury in the Central Somerset Gazette on 7 August 1936 informed that Paradise was also the ancient Celtic Glastonbury, but the writer does not give his or her authority for the statement. It was also said that Joseph of Arimathea and Jesus often stayed at Somerset village of Priddy on top of the Mendip Hills. The records of Geoffrey of Monmouth stated that Jesus' grandfather, Roman Emperor Augustus, equipped him with weapons for the journey from Rome, and this reference placed Jesus in Britain at least once before the age of 23, for Augustus died in the year 14. It was significant that all four traditions are entirely independent but are synchronically achievable, and it was equally significant that no tradition existed in Devonshire. The name British was derived from two words in the ancient Hebrew language, brith meaning covenant and ish meaning a man or woman. Joined as one word, British meant covenant man or woman, and the Druids considered themselves covenanters like the Essenes. An argument in favor of these traditions was that the continental Essenes sent their neophyte priests to auxiliary branches in Britain to undergo special training at the hands of Druid priests, and Jesus was one of them. The Essene doctrine was so closely associated with Druidism that its origin may be said to have been Druidic, and the Druids' beliefs were the same as those entertained by the Essenes. From a close study of their religious beliefs, everything points to the fact that the Cimmerians, ancestors of the Celts, held fast to the patriarchal faith of the Old Testament, and so did the Essenes. The Essenes maintained mainly secluded communities throughout the whole of the Roman-occupied territory, and in every town the order had its respective house. Except when toiling in the fields, they dressed invariably in white linen robes. They cultivated obedience, truthfulness, continence, justice, and temperance. The initiated members ate alone. They laid claim to magical powers and the ability to predict. It is enough to say that between Essenism in certain aspects and Christianity there are some points of resemblance. They were a very numerous sect, and Pliny and Philo estimated their numbers at 4,000 in the Palestine area alone during the 1st century. They were famous not only as religious teachers of the law of Moses, but were especially noted for their vast knowledge of herbal medicines. Josephus recorded that they have a profound knowledge of the art of healing and study it arduously. They examine herbs and plants which they prepare as medicine for man and beasts. They also know the use and worth of minerals as medicines, and do a great deal of good by applying these for healing the sick. Josephus said that many of the Essenes have often stepped forth among the people as healers and prophets, and because of their knowledge of natural therapies they became known as the therapeutae, the healers, the ones who laid their hands upon, applying their herbal ointments. This was part of the role of the pious Rabbi Jesus, and many examples of his well-meaning can be found in the New Testament. Before his official dispatch into the world as a prophet, he was baptized by his cousin John the Baptist. Baptism, or the application of water, was a rite well known to the general community before the time of the Gospels, and, according to Reverend J.P. Lundy, was introduced sometime after the Babylonian captivity, 397 B.C. The Essenes purified themselves frequently using a ceremony common to many earlier religions. Once they were made clean from some supposed pollution or defilement, they hated to be touched by anybody. Extreme importance was attached to ceremonial purity, and they followed scrupulously the prescriptions against Levitical defilements. Even for a junior to touch a senior was pollution to the latter. There are references in the New Testament to Rabbi Jesus resisting being touched. "Do not touch me," he said in the Gospel of Mark. It is worth noting the so-called Messianic rule found among the Dead Sea Scrolls recorded all male members of their community were, at the age of 30 years, regarded as mature and ready to serve the public. The New Testament revealed Rabbi Jesus, when he began his ministry, was about 30 years of age. Luke 3:23. In the canonical Mark and John Gospels, the original Hebrew version of Matthew's Gospel, and the earliest Luke Gospel, it was at this age that Rabbi Jesus' story began, and at this time he would have been a married man. 18 years is the age of the nuptial canopy, says the rabbinical text on the stages of life. Jesus' first two wives. From information given in the Gospels, it was clear that Rabbi Jesus was married. The Jewish record stated that he was a rabbi teaching and living the religious beliefs of the law of Moses, which provided for marriage. In fact, it was quite proper within that law for Rabbi Jesus to have had several wives at the same time. Noah's father, Lamech, being the first polygamist recorded in the Bible. The belief that Jesus was married was supported by his title Rabbi, a term that translates as my master. Jesus was called Rabbi 13 times in the New Testament, and therefore he had to be married. For the Jewish Mishnaic law of the time specifically stated an unmarried man may not be a rabbi. From information recorded in old church writings and other ancient texts, it was possible to determine that Rabbi Jesus was married 3 times. His first wife was Princess Cyprus, a Nabatean Arab and daughter of Cyprus and Alexas. Cyprus was also her mother's name, and she was King Harold's granddaughter. Rabbi Jesus' first wife was not mentioned by name in the New Testament, but was recorded in the family tree of King Harold. Her uncle was Joseph of Arimathea, who was also the brother of Berenice, the mother of Miriam, Harold, and Herodias. Rabbi Jesus and Princess Cyprus had 5 children, 3 boys, Adamanus, Guiderius, Caradoc, and 2 girls, Urgain and Gladys. Rabbi Jesus' marriage to Princess Cyprus was indirectly responsible for the establishment of Christianity today. To determine when, where, and how they met is now almost impossible to establish. There was no documentary church evidence available to assist in providing more detail on this marriage, nor should we expect to find it. But once the true name of Jesus Christ was known, it was possible to establish the historicity of the union. Under rabbinic law, it seems certain that Rabbi Jesus was married at or before the age of 18, and this being so, he and Princess Cyprus would most probably have lived with one of the Essene sects that Josephus said accepted marriage. The importance of the part played in world history by the children of their marriage will become apparent as the story unfolds. There is much to be said about Rabbi Jesus' second wife, Mary Magdalene, and support that he was romantically involved with her commenced with some Gospels suppressed early in church history. In the Gospel of Mary, for example, was recorded that Rabbi Jesus loved Mary Magdalene, while the Gospel of Philip said he used to kiss her often on the mouth. In an ancient undated writing found by Reverend W.D. Mahon in the St. Sophia Mosque at Constantinople in 1883, was told the story of an old man who lived on the road to Bethany, who once had been a rabbi, a man of great learning and well skilled in the law of Moses, and that Jesus was often there with him reading the law, that his name was not Massalian, and that I might find Jesus there with him. But he was not there. Massalian said he was often at Bethany with his family, and he thought there was some love affair between him and one of the girls. I asked him if he had seen anything like a courtship between them. He said he had not, but inferred from their intimacy and from his fondness on the woman's part, as well as from the laws of nature, that such would be the case. Mary Magdalene was portrayed throughout the Gospel stories in the constant presence of Rabbi Jesus and as a leader. All 4 Gospel accounts mention her first when speaking of the group of 12 women associated with the story of Rabbi Jesus. In the Byzantine chronicles, she was recorded to have been in Rome with Rabbi Jesus at the time of the trial of Judas Christus. The records showed she played a leading role in his life. In fact, Mary Magdalene and the other ladies financed the ministry of Rabbi Jesus. Luke 8:3. Nowhere in the Gospels of the New Testament does it say that Mary Magdalene was a prostitute. More importantly, the only detrimental gospel statement regarding Mary Magdalene's reputation was carried in 4th century interpolations that make up the last 12 verses at the end of Mark Gospel today, but are not in the earliest New Testaments currently available. For that reason, most modern Bibles delete these narratives or index them to a special footnote, advising readers that they were later interpolations into the Bible. So why did the early church prevent further investigation into Mary Magdalene's activities, and why did it wish her discredited in this fashion? The well-established Christian image of Mary Magdalene as a prostitute is a slander not based on fact, and like so many other stories inspired by a censorious church, has long been proved nonsense. Despite all attempts by Christian historians to cast her as a redeemed prostitute, there is no external or gospel evidence to that effect. So who really was Mary Magdalene? The most difficult question in Bible history. The Roman Catholic Church has always denied that Our Lady, the Blessed Virgin Mary, was anything but a virgin, or that she had other children. However, the Gospels recorded that she had 7 children, and the quality of the evidence to dispute the church claim is relevant to Mary Magdalene. The Gospel of Mark 6:3 and Matthew 13:55 claimed James the younger, Joseph in some translations, Judas, Thomas, and Simon were the sons of Virgin Mary, and therefore the brothers of Rabbi Jesus. In other areas of the Mark Gospel 3:18 and the Matthew Gospel 10:3, the authors advised James the Younger was the son of Philip, Herod, which implied Virgin Mary had children by a second husband. On this matter, Smith's Bible Dictionary admitted that this is one of the most difficult questions in Bible history. The Gospels also stated that Rabbi Jesus had sisters, but only one, Solomon, was named. That there was more than one was clearly stated in the Matthew Gospel, 13:56. And when discussing Rabbi Jesus, the author referred to all his sisters. The brothers of Jesus were married, and this chapter shall determine that all his sisters were also married. Just who their husbands were is important in establishing at least one reason why Mary Magdalene was defamed. An ancient church tradition maintained that one of Rabbi Jesus' sisters was named Maria, or as recorded in some early Gospels, Margi. That this Maria, Margi, of Christian tradition was the elusive Mary Magdalene is a conclusion that can be supported. The names of all Rabbi Jesus' sisters can be determined by combining the incomplete gospel documentation with the writings of the early presbyters and the suppressed gospels. But first it is important to clarify a vital gospel statement, which claimed Lazarus and Martha were Mary of Bethany's brothers and sisters. There is a substantial reason for regarding Mary of Bethany and Mary Magdalene as the same person. The early presbyters, Irenaeus, Quintus Tertullian, and Origen, certainly considered them to be so, as did popular tradition at the end of the 2nd century. Many biblical scholars of today concur. Adding further to the biblical construction of Mary's name, Magdalene came to be taken as meaning from the area of Magdala. Today, Magdala is presented as a wealthy and depraved 1st century Roman holiday resort situated 6 miles south of Capernaum in Galilee, not far from the famous mineral springs at Tiberias. However, in the Gospel of Mark 8:10, Magdala was curiously called Dalmanutha, and this word will shortly be shown to be a secret editorial New Testament cipher revealing a far different location for Magdala. However, had Mary Magdalene moved to Bethany, she would traditionally have been called Mary of Bethany, and this is an important point in determining that Mary Magdalene and Mary of Bethany were the same person. If Mary Magdalene and Mary of Bethany were one and the same person, and the sister of Rabbi Jesus, called Margie or Maria in early church tradition, was Mary from Magdala or Bethany, that made Martha and Lazarus half-brother and sister to Rabbi Jesus. If so, this would have meant the so-called Virgin Mary, Miriam Herald, had 4 paramours and 9 children, including the twins. They were the Roman father, Tiberius Pantera, of Judas and Jesus, the twins, the unnamed father of Joseph and Simon, Philip, Herod, father of James the Younger, and Solomon and Cyrus, the father of Mary, Magdalene, and Bethany, Martha and Lazarus, Gospel of James. Mary Magdalene's name was again found in documentation first published in Latin in 1275, entitled The Golden Legend, which was compiled from a variety of early Gospels by the Bishop of Genoa, Jacobus de Voragine, 1230 to 1298. Whatever its substance, the Golden Legend emanated from a very early source, and importantly, for what is being established here, recorded Lazarus and Martha were Mary Magdalene's brother and sister. The Canonical Gospel of John 11:5 stated Rabbi Jesus loved Martha and her sister, Mary of Bethany, nay, Mary Magdalene, and Lazarus. The Golden Legend also provided a reference drawn from the 2nd century Gospel of James that stated Mary Magdalene was actually a woman of noble birth. A 15th century English translation of this work said, Mary, Eucharist Magdalene, had her surname of Magdala, a castle, and was born of right noble lineage, and her parents, which were descendants of the lineage of kings, and her father was named Cyrus, and her mother also Mary, Miriam Herald, Eucharist. Both Mary Magdalene and her mother's middle names are strikingly similar to the central act of Christian worship, the Eucharist, and the suspicion was that the ancient rites were conducted by those 2 women, and the ceremonies became known as the Eucharist. There is ever fascination to be found in a name, and that of Mary Magdalene is no exception. It seldom fails to intrigue the mind, creating a curious desire to learn what it may mean and how it was derived. In names as shown in herein, invariably is found the key that unlocks the door to an age-old mystery. At the time of the 1st century, the Roman words for castle on a hill were Margi Divinum. Here then we see the origin of the name Margi Magdalenum, found in some old Gospels. It derived from Margi, from the castle Magdala, and supported the Gospel of James' reference to the royal status of Mary Magdalene. The name Margi Magdala subsequently evolved to Maria, Mary Magdalene, in centuries of translation variations. Whatever Béranger Soignier discovered at Rennes-le-Château was a secret directly associated with Mary Magdalene, and the castle-like constructions he built and called Bethany and Magdala seem to point to the fact that he knew the royal nature of Mary Magdalene and the real location of the Magdala Castle. The renaming of Magdala to Dalmanutha in the Gospel of Mark provided a vital clue in establishing the real location of Magdala. The Church extended the opinion that Dalmanthua in Mark's Gospel might be a corruption of Dalmantius, who was a nephew of Constantine the Great. This was a curious statement, for the Church claimed the Gospel of Mark was written 300 years before the time of Constantine. The knowledge that Sir Francis Bacon coded secret information into the Bible provided a more supportable solution and led to an examination of ancient maps. The word was a modern translation variation of Dalmatia, sometimes also interpreted Dalmatia. It was an area of Britain in South Wales, and then bounded on the south by the sea called Severn, and on the west by the Dalmatian Sea. It was here that the able antagonist of Julius Caesar's invasion of Britain, King Caswallon I, had his castle Magdala. Upon the death of King Caswallon, his nephew Tenvantius, the son of King Lud and the Duke of Cornwall, became King of Britain. With a multiplicity of names then given to leaders, Tenvantius may also be the person called Adedomarius in the records of that period. It was also possible that he adopted the title Caswallon II, for this person was recorded in one old record as the father of Lazarus. If he was the father of Lazarus, he was also the father of Martha and Mary Magdalene. The name Tenvantius, however, was an ancient variation of Cyrus, recorded in the Gospel of James, a being of descendant of the lineage of kings, father of Mary Magdalene, Martha and Lazarus, and all born of right noble lineage. Mary Magdalene's father was King of Britain, and she was a Celtic priestess, and probably a Druid priestess. Prince Lazarus and Princess Martha, Mary Magdalene's brother and sister, were also royal Celts and half-brother and sisters of Rabbi Jesus. Documented twice in the Bible was the tradition that accepted incest to be approved by God. Moses' parents, for example, were made to be nephew and aunt, Genesis 6:20, and Abraham clearly stated Sarah was the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife, Genesis 20:12. Therefore, under the biblical law of Moses, it was quite proper and correct for Rabbi Jesus to have married his half-sister, Princess Mary Magdalene, and lived with her and several other wives at the same time. This may be the reason why the later church tried to disassociate Rabbi Jesus from Princess Mary Magdalene, who, in this premise, was the Virgin Mary's daughter from another marriage. Similar to his first marriage to Princess Cyprus, it was possible that it was an arranged royal marriage, as was the well-established practice of the time. The New Testament clearly substantiated the practice of marrying one's sister. We have authority to lead about a sister as a wife, even as the followers and the Lord's brothers and Cephas do we not. This narrative clearly stated two of Rabbi Jesus' brothers were married to their remaining sisters, Martha and Solomon. If this narrative presented a correct picture of what the author originally conceived, it showed a tradition of regal family intermarrying. What was generally believed the story of a woman called Mary of Egypt was later adopted and applied to Mary Magdalene as the gospel stories evolved. Mary of Egypt was a 3rd century prostitute from Alexandria who solicited business among the pilgrims en route to Jerusalem. Subsequently, she gave up her whore's life, became very devout, and lived as a female hermit in the Syrian desert. She was later canonized for her alleged miracle of walking across the waters of the Jordan to take Holy Communion. The possibility that the Church's Jesus Christ was married many times and fathered numerous children causes Christian believers to react with utter horror. The Church defense for such a suggestion was to point out the lack of documentation in the Gospels that specifically said Rabbi Jesus was married. Just as relevant, there was no statement in the Gospels that said Jesus was not married either. In fact, there was a deathly silence throughout the New Testament regarding Rabbi Jesus' marital status. Morton Smith, professor of ancient history at Columbia University, USA, found a document in the Mar Saba Monastery near Jerusalem in 1958 revealing evidence that Rabbi Jesus' marriage were deliberately removed from the Gospels by church decree at the Fifth Ecumenical Council in Constantinople in 553. The numerous connotations and indirect references in the current version of the Gospels, however, strongly suggested the authors were under the firm impression that Rabbi Jesus was married. Whether the wedding ceremony only found in the Gospel of John, was actually one of Rabbi Jesus's could be discussed until the cows come home, but it probably was. Sex was clearly encouraged by the God of the Old Testament, particularly for recreational purposes, and Rabbi Jesus and Judas Christus did not make celibacy a prerequisite when commissioning their supporters. Many, if not all, were married. Records established that Simon of Petra married Chatope, who accompanied him everywhere, and fathered at least 2 children, a boy and a girl, while Paul said he had been married but was widowed. In the ancient writings of Clement of Alexandria, 160-16, he noted that the disciple Philip, as well as Simon, brother of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus, had married and produced families. Clement's records supported the claims that Rabbi Jesus' brothers married their sisters. In the Gospel of Matthew, Rabbi Jesus himself declared, "A man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife." Matthew 19:5. Given the traditions of the time, Rabbi Jesus practiced what he preached. Rabbi Jesus' name change. In the British Chronicles, King Tenvantius was recorded as the father of a man called Cunubeline. The terminology in this application meaning absorbed into the family by marriage. This was a well-established adoptive naming practice of the times. And from information available, it seemed that when Rabbi Jesus married Mary Magdalene, he was given the name Cunubeline. The structure of the title, Cunubeline, represented spiritual renewal over carnal death. Cunu, carnal, death, mortify, Bel, Baal, son, new life, rebirth, and may have been applied to Rabbi Jesus during some form of Celtic initiation. Later historians recorded Cunubeline in various languages as Cenphaline, Cynphalin, Cunubeline, or Cunubelinus. But to avoid confusion, we shall call him Rabbi Jesus Cunubeline during this period of his life. Rabbi Jesus Cunubeline was the Cymbeline of Shakespeare, Act 3, Scene 1, immortalized in the lines, "The lofty cedar, royal Cymbeline, personates thee." We now know this person as Jesus Christ, and the hidden gospel story was parried in Shakespeare's plays. Maybe Sim of Cymbeline was an abbreviated clue to Cymric, the ancient Celtic language, and Beline, we know, meant new life. If so, the name Cymbeline would be a coded Francis Bacon cipher meaning a new life for Rabbi Jesus with the Celts. The name Tassio Vanus was also applied to Rabbi Jesus Cunubeline and was supported by the existence of first-century coins, but a person with this name was wholly unknown to history. Tassio Vanus was an applied term only, analogous to the divine Caesar title of the Roman emperors, and was later expressed by various language experts to mean Theomontius, Theoman, and Toma, meaning twin in Aramaic, twin man. The Celtic Tassio Vanus coins directly connected Rabbi Jesus Cunubeline with the Caesar line of Rome. Rabbi Jesus Cunubeline, with Mary Magdalene, produced another 2 children, and their names, Princess Cadwallader and Princess Polydor, are not recorded in the canonical Gospels. In one New Testament narrative alone, however, the names of 2 of Rabbi Jesus Cunubeline's grandchildren are recorded, and they were the inheritors of King Cyrus' ancestral estates in Britain. The commencement of the British Church. The 2 things that strike the investigator of early Christian history are the rarely discussed records of the exodus of the main gospel personalities to Britain after the sale and dispatch of Judas Christus, and the manner in which the Roman Church dismissed the mass departure as insignificant. An ancient church tradition maintained that some primary gospel characters also settled in the southern France area. The evangelization of Gaul has often been attributed to missionaries sent from Rome by Saint Clement, a theory which has inspired a whole series of fallacious narratives and forgeries with which history is encumbered. Most likely, the first missionaries came by sea and touched at Marcellus. The first missionaries were not missionaries in the modern church portrayal of the word. A realistic account of events was recorded in a writing carried in the 11th century manuscript that recorded a cumulative French and British tradition maintaining that after the Roman authorities discovered the fabricated nature of Judas Christus' crucifixion, Joseph of Arimathea, Mary Magdalene, and members of her family fled from the city of Rome by sea to Marcellus, and some re-established their lives in that area. Tradition also maintained Lazarus and some women and some companions landed in Provence at a place called Santes Marias. From what records were available, everything associated with their departure pointed to haste. Mary Magdalene herself was said to have eventually retired to a hilltop residence at Provence at a place that came to be later called La Sainte Baume, where she lived for 30 years until her death in 63. At the invitation of certain Druids of high rank, Bishop Eusebius recorded that some of the group passed beyond the ocean to the isles called the Britannic Isles. They were the founders of the Celtic Church in Britain that preceded the establishment of the Roman Church by about 300 years. While there are many learned minds dating from that era onward that provided a similar record of a curious exodus, there is special advantage in quoting from a most eminent church historian who used Vatican records to compile a 12-volume work called Annales Ecclesiastiae. He was Cardinal Caesar Baronius, 1538-1607, and was considered the most outstanding historian of the Roman Catholic Church. Baronius, who turned down 2 offers to become pope in 1605, confirmed Eusebius's report. In that year the party mentioned was exposed to the sea in a vessel without sails or oars. The vessel drifted finally to Marcellus, and there they were saved. From Marcellus, Joseph of Arimathea and some of his company passed into Britain and there died. This event in British history may come as a surprise to many Christians, but there was substantial church evidence to support the knowledge of the journey and its outcome. In Vatican records, the exiles were called the Bethany Group, and included not only Joseph of Arimathea, but Martial and Trophanius. The recognitions of Clement recorded that the family of Joseph, his servants, and 12 others, including Zacharias, father of John the Baptist, were included in the journey. Zacharias stopped at a place called Rocamadour. Joseph and his household continued on their way to Morlaix in Brittany, there to wait for suitable weather conditions to cross to Britain. 4 days' sail. Joseph of Arimathea's move to Britain was constantly attested to in church records. It was a subject of debate at various European church councils for centuries, with the English being able to claim an earlier church connection with the family of the royal twin boys, long before any at Rome. At the Council of Pisa in 1409, there was even an argument about whether Joseph of Arimathea or Mary Magdalene had come first to Britain. It was interesting to note that the Bethany group was never referred to as Christians, or even later, when the name was in common usage. They were called Celidae, or Culditch, which was angelicized to Culdees, as were other members of their group who arrived there some time later. The interpretation of the word Culdee was Essene initiates, or Christs, and the Bethany group subsequently founded a college of 12 holy Druids who came to be called Culdees, the word being purely of the Celto-British language. The Culdee name was later attached to their first given name, such as Angus the Culdee, and they were generally understood to be Celtic monks expounding a particular brand of esoteric knowledge. Some of the Chaldees traveled back and forth to various parts of Gaul, with Lazarus settling at Marseilles and reputedly dying there early in the second half of the 1st century. A sister and friends of Lazarus were said to have progressed up the Rhone valley and established themselves at Lyons, but it was not thought necessary for the church to inquire why they should be found in France. The sister traveling with Lazarus was either Mary Magdalene, Martha, his full-blood sister, or Salome, his half-sister. The only record we possess of Lazarus beyond the Gospels is a very ancient British publication called Triads of Primitive Britain. It is difficult to explain how the name of Lazarus could find its way into these peculiarly British memorials, except by his presence in Britain. It was also interesting to observe that Irenaeus, one of the earliest church presbyters, went to southwestern Gaul before he began his orations at Lyons in France. The conclusion drawn is this: Mary Magdalene, Lazarus, and Martha were originally Britons who hastily returned home after supporting Judas Christus' uprising and then assisting with the fake crucifixion in Rome. With Princess Mary Magdalene was her husband, Rabbi Jesus Canubeline, his first wife, Princess Cyprus, and their 7 children, and the possibility exists that most of the children, if not all, were earlier born in Britain. It was recorded that Emperor Caligula banished Harold Antipas to Lyons, Gaul, in 41, and although he permitted his wife, Herodes, Miriam Harold's sister, to return to her home, she chose to accompany her husband into exile. The Gospel stated that Herodias earlier had a daughter named Salome to her uncle Harold Philip I, Mark 6:17. The Gospels also stated that Mary, Miriam Harold, the mother of Jesus, also had a daughter named Salome to Philip. Professor Eisenman revealed that Philip in the Gospels is Harold. Therefore, either Herodias and Miriam Harold both had a daughter to Uncle Harold Philip and both named Solomon, or one of the Gospel narratives is incorrect. The whole Harold family, however, were now back together and generally based in southern France. Rabbi Jesus Canubeline's wives and children, and marital 8 years old, being some of the unnamed 12 others in the Bethany group. The recognitions of Clement, along with Joseph of Arimathea and Trophimus, all went on to Britain. There they had a meeting with Mary Magdalene's father, King Cyprus, Tentvantius, who granted them 1,920 acres of land that was originally called the Sanctuary of the Christs. It was later renamed the Isle of the Christs, and then the Isle of Avalon. Today it is called Glastonbury, and there commenced the development of the British Church. The 12 Holy Druids. The documentation of events in Britain during the first half of the 1st century are so disconnected with the modern-day church presentation of the origin of Christianity that few realize the Roman Church was still centuries away from being established. 3 times the antiquity of the British Church was affirmed in ecclesiastical councils. The first, the Council of Pisa in 1417 AD, the second, the Council of Constance in 1419 AD, and the third, the Council of Siena in 1423 AD. It was stated that the British Church took precedence over all other churches, being founded by Joseph of Arimathea. For early information about Britain, historians are obligated to turn to Julius Caesar, Dio Cassius, Tacitus, Suetonius, and other later Roman writers, whom they too often accept as wholly accurate, forgetting that, in many cases, those writers viewed Britain through enemy Roman eyes. Julius Caesar's description of Britain as barbaric is often taken in the modern sense of the word, but to the Roman of the time, the word applied merely to all who were not Roman, in the same relationship as Gentiles to Jew. The available records revealed that Britain in those days possessed a highly developed civilization and culture, and excluding the warriors of war, was anything but barbaric in the modern sense of the word. Diodorus Siculus, circa 14 A.D., described the people of Britain as civilized and courteous to strangers. They are of much sincerity and integrity, far from the craft and connivery of men among us, contented with the plain and homely fare, and strangers to the excess and luxury of rich men. From other descriptions of the Britons, we read that their ordinary clothing was of tartan spun, colored and woven by themselves. The upper classes wore collars and bracelets of gold and necklaces of amber. The chiefs were armed with helmets, shields, and cuirasses of leather, bronze, or mail chains, while their many weapons of defense, darts, pikes, broadswords, were often richly worked and ornamented. This was the Britain with which Joseph of Arimathea was familiar, and where his name had become widely known. The Bethany group's connection with the development of the original British Church was recorded in the oldest of historic texts, and was intermingled with a mass of unique earlier local traditions, maintaining Joseph of Arimathea lived a large part of his life in southern Britain. It was also said that he died there aged 76 and was buried at Glastonbury. Those traditions may be summarized and explained as follows. Joseph of Arimathea gained his wealth as an importer in the tin trade, and that operated between Cornwall and Phoenicia. The Phoenician territory consisted of an extensive coastal strip on the western seaboard of the Mediterranean from the tip of Mount Carmel to Sidon, 120 miles, and a hinterland of 20 miles stretching to the western slopes of the Galilean hills. Herodotus, 445 BC, referred to the existence of a long-established metal trade between Cornwall and Phoenicia, and called the British Isles the Tin Islands, or Cassiteriades. Pytheas, circa 352 to 323 BC, also mentioned the British tin trade, as did Polybius, circa 160 BC. Tin from Cornwall was also shipped around to Colchester and was used in minting British money. The oldest graves discovered in Cornwall at Harlan Bay, near Padstow, were believed to have been the earliest settlers, and some think the first tin workers. Associated with the mines of Cornwall was the mining of lead, copper, and other metals in the Mendips, which formed alloys with tin. An ancient pig of lead found in the area bore the stamp of Britannicus, the son of Roman Emperor Claudius, 10 BC to 54 AD, and established that mining of lead in the Cornwall area was being pursued in the first half of the 1st century. Diodorus Siculus also gave a detailed description of the trade, explaining that tin was mined on the mainland and then carried for shipping to an island called Ictus, or Mictus, joined to the mainland at low tide, which is generally held today to be Mount St. Michael in Cornwall. From there it was shipped across the channel, then called the Galician Gulf, to Morlaix in Brittany, and then transported overland down through France to Marseilles on pack horses. From Marseilles it was then reshipped to Phoenicia. The tin mines of Cornwall were the source of the world's supply in those days, and its export to Phoenicia provided the most suitable outlet for its use in the civilized Grecian world. Joseph of Arimathea should not be viewed as a lone figure on British shores in pursuit of his mining interests, but rather as a rich man of those days traveling with a considerable retinue and with entree to the royal court. By the testimony of ancient chronicles, he became the ancestor of a long line of British princes and princesses. His marriage to Miriam Harold produced Jose and Simone, and the name Jose or Josephis in some traditions appeared in several heraldic charts as the husband of a British princess. There was nothing recorded to indicate whether the high office of nobilis decurio was conferred upon Joseph by Pontius Pilate, or possibly one of the Roman emperors, for he lived in a time when honors were showed upon the families and friends of the leaders at every celebration. Church writings claim Joseph owned numerous fleets of fine ships, and that he lived at a menage in Britain that never paid geld or tax. Cardinal Baronius records supported a similar statement in the Domesday Book of 1086 that said the Glastonbury Church possesses in its own ville 12 hides of land which have never paid tax. One hide of land equaled 160 acres, and was deemed by the king sufficient to maintain a man and his family. The 12 Essene initiates among the Bethany group received one hide each, and subsequently founded a college or Celtic monastery of 12 holy Druids on the gifted land at Glastonbury. The date of 1086 was not the date of the writing of the Domesday Book, but represented the time in which King William collated a series of earlier writings into one book. The original record of the gift of land was first found referenced in a manuscript called the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle that was created by King Alfred the Great in 871 and now preserved in the British Museum. The Domesday Book appeared to be a continuation of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle that corroborated the original deed of the 12 hides of land and its tax-free grant. Of the gifted land, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle originally stated, "With this land grant, a document was furnished setting forth the legal aspect of the gift, which gave the recipients many British concessions, including right of citizenship and all the privileges accorded to the Druidic hierarchy. Every Druid was entitled to one hide of land, free of tax, freedom to pass unmolested from one district to another in time of war, and access to secret ceremonies at Stonehenge." The words of history recorded that the Essene initiates were joyously invested with all the privileges of Druidism by Druids of high rank, who invited the Bethany group to British shores. Jesus adopted the Druidic wisdom. Upon the ceremonial acceptance of the land, Rabbi Jesus Knubeline forgave his rabbinic teachings and became a member of the sacred order of the Druidic priesthood. He was now symbolically regarded as twice born, or born again, into the Druidic life of elevated enlightenment that incorporated the sign of the sun. In many pre-Christian secret religious societies, it was customary to refer to initiates as phoenix, or men who had been born again after agreeing to accept a higher level of knowledge secretly passed down from the first custodians of divine revelation. The Druids had an entry level into their ranks consisting of 3 separate degrees of training through which their members were required to pass before being allowed access to the most secret religious mysteries. The few who passed the life-threatening 3rd degree were said to be born again, and were then permitted to learn the ancient hidden teachings the Druidic priests had preserved from antiquity. By accepting the gifted land at Glastonbury, it seemed the 12 Christs were not required to undergo Druidic training, for they were already high initiates and became honorary holy Druids. It was said the Druid initiates enjoyed the special favor of the divinities and were thus worthy of the title twice born, for they had come to second birth from the womb of the mysteries, and as such were considered truly evolved human beings. From these high-ranking initiates were chosen many of the dignitaries of the British religious and political world. The Druids had a Madonna with a child in her arms, and at dawn on the 25th day of December, the birth of the sun god was celebrated. Both the symbol of the cross and the serpent were sacred to the Druids. This very ancient born-again concept can now be found in the Gospel of John. "Unless a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God," John 3:3. In the words of Rabbi Jesus Knubilan, a person was not considered twice born until he was initiated into higher levels of esoteric understanding. Druidism was regarded by the Romans as its greatest religious opponent, partly because its headquarters was Britain, and partly because of its very widespread influence opposed to Roman and Greek mythology. This influence might be summed up in the words of the historian Hume: "No religion has ever swayed the minds of men like the Druidic." In the time of Rabbi Jesus Knubilan, it could claim a past history of at least 2,000 years, and a familiar triad summarized its ancient principles. 3 duties of every man: worship God, be just to all men, die for your country. It was its religious tenets or philosophy that caused Druidism to be marked for destruction by an empire to universal dominion and to merge all nationalities in one city. The Roman political attitude towards it was evinced by the edicts of Augustus and Tiberius that clearly proclaimed to abolish Druidism, by making the exercise of the functions of a Druid priest a treasonable offense. The difficulty of admission into the Druidic order was on par with its privileges, and the barriers of admission threw the order almost entirely into the hands of the aristocracy, making it literally a royal priesthood. Kings, princes, and nobles largely made up its composition. The authority and influence of the Druids were very great, and overall, as popular as they were, great. The extreme penalty lodged in their hands, and the one most dreaded was that of excommunication, which was in fact a decree of expulsion from both worlds, present and future. The temples of the Druids were circular and obelisque, i.e., open above and on every side, representing in the form the dome of heaven, on which metal was not allowed to come. The altar in the Druidic circle was called cromlech, stone of adoration, and a nearby hollowed stone captured untouched holy water direct from the rain clouds. No Druidic service could be celebrated before sunrise or after sunset. The circular forms of the temples symbolized the eternal cycle of nature, and ceremonial avenues leading to and from the temples were sometimes 7 miles long. The national religious processions moved slowly through these on the 3 great festivals of the year. In the 1st century, the Druidic institutions were the largest in the world, both in size and in attendance. In Britain alone, they had a record number of 60 universities and over 60,000 enrolled students. When the great range of acquirements that the system included is understood, we can wonder why it required 20 years of time to fully master the circle of Druidic knowledge. Ancient Britain had acquired a stature with institutions of learning that rivaled those of today, and many elected to study there. Greek and Roman testimony stated that the noble and wealthy of Athens and Rome sent their children to study law, science, and religion in Britain. The determined efforts of the Roman Empire to overthrow its supremacy and, if possible, suppress it altogether, proved that its rulers had been made practically aware of this fact. King Jesus Knubilan. When King Tenvantis died, Rabbi Jesus Knubilan became King of Britain, and the pious domestic name then given to him was Bran the Blessed, Bran Fendigad. Bran originated from the word Bren line, the Bren line, Hadean oil, meaning from the line of the religious kings of all Britain. In the records of history, we therefore see applied to the gospel, Rabbi Jesus, the variant names of Tasciovanus, Cunublin, and Bran the Blessed. King Bran the Blessed, Rabbi Jesus, as we shall continue to call him, had jurisdiction covering major parts of southern Britain, including the lower portions of Wales to the west and some portions of the east. This included Tri-Novantum, and the pre-Latin version of this word was Troynovant, originally derived from New Troy, called London today. Just 50 miles to the northeast was Camulodium, now called Colchester. In 10 AD, Camulodium was reoccupied for the second time by a powerful group of Belgic people called the Catuvelium, and King Jesus Cunublin was their ruler. It was here that he developed a mint, and by the year 42, the town had grown to 110 acres. The records of history are sparse in this period, but it seemed that a formidable sovereign fighting force was developed by King Rabbi Jesus and his sons, due maybe to the fact that Druidism was marked for destruction by the Roman emperors and invasion was anticipated. The brief 4-year reign of Emperor Tiberius' successor Caligula was not marked by any serious attempts of hostility towards the royal Druids in Britain. His projected expedition against them was viewed with extreme distaste by the soldiery. His camp in northern Europe was broken up, and they returned to Rome in false triumphant procession on Caligula's birthday, 31 August 40. To save face, he adopted the well-known phrase of Julius Caesar, saying, "Let us, my comrades, leave these Britons unmolested. To war beyond the bounds of nature is not courage, but impiety." Caligula was assassinated in 41 and was succeeded by Claudius, who reigned for 14 years. He was regarded as but one removed from an idiot. "He is as imbecile as my son Claudius," was the phrase his mother used when she wished to imply an extraordinary degree of stupidity. Claudius survived the violent reigns of 4 earlier Caesars, remained emperor for 14 years, and was thought by his contemporaries to be a fool. Tall and full in person, and possessed, when seated, of the external show of dignity, in motion his knees shook, his head perpetually trembled, his tongue stuttered, his laughter was outrageously violent, and his anger marked by profuse foaming at the mouth. He was married 4 times, and was subsequently poisoned by his last wife and niece, Agrippina. Increasing hostility towards the Druids marked the early years of Claudius' reign, and many fled to the ports, prepared to go forth to another land in search of freedom. In the year 42, Emperor Claudius strengthened the Roman resistance to Druidism with the issue of yet another edict, providing for invasion and destruction by force of arms of the Druidic chorii, or seminaries in Britain. In his edict, Claudius proclaimed in the Roman Senate that acceptance of the British Druidic faith was a capital offense punishable by death, and ordered the destruction of the institution and its libraries. The Romans had not previously held any special enmity to the British. Actually, and perhaps grudgingly, they had held the British in respect, but the edicts against the Druids were politically motivated. Association in commerce and culture had drawn them together for centuries, and it was not uncommon for the children of the nobility on both sides to seek education in the institutions of each. The British were a dominating problem. They were a warrior nation, skilled in the art of warfare on land and sea, intelligent rulers and commanders, all of whom were steeped in the invincibility of the spirit, created by the passion in their faith, guided them and declared that all men should be free. One of the earliest battle hymns of the Britons was, "Britons never shall be slaves." Chapter 10. King Jesus Cunublin's Sons go to war. The invasion of Britain had been decided upon, and the Roman fleet and transports were collecting at the usual northern European rendezvous of Boulogne. The commander-in-chief selected by Emperor Claudius to carry out his edicts was Aulus Plautius. He stands in Roman history as one of the most brilliant commanders and conquerors in her military record. However, he came up against an obstacle unparalleled in the annals of Roman obedience. His army refused to embark across the Channel and broke into open mutiny. Appeals to their sacraments or military oaths of allegiance failed to move them, the only response they elicited being, "We will march anywhere in the world, but not out of it." The lapse of 90 years had not yet extinguished the memory of the defeat of Julius Caesar's campaigns in Britain. Notification of this alarming state of affairs soon reached Rome by courier, and Emperor Claudius at once dispatched his favorite minister, Narcissus, a eunuch, to the scene of dissatisfaction to motivate the soldiers. It was the first time a eunuch had ever dared address a Roman military battalion. When he exclaimed that he would himself lead them into Britain, a universal shout of execration arose, and rushing to the tent of Plautius, they called upon him to give the signal for embarkation. Taking instant advantage of this change of attitude, Plautius dispatched the army in 3 divisions and landed 2 days later in Britain, making his headquarters in the area of Chichester. It was now the year 43, and Britain was about to march against the world in arms for the first time. The superfluous population was drafted off as an army, or more generally as a colony, and nobly did they acquit themselves. The Romans encountered an aggressive fighting force consisting mainly of clan members gathered from Welsh Silures, a powerful people inhabiting South Wales, but also included Trinovantes and Atrebatians. They were reportedly hard, cruel, and vicious in battle. At Southfleet, across the Sarn, on the flat between the Kentish hills and the Thames, Aulus Plautius found the British army drawn up under Prince Guerdius, one of King Rabbi Jesus' sons. The mother is Princess Cyprus. During the early stages of the battle, Prince Guerdius, the Togodumnans of history, attacked the Romans and drove them back to their ships. He was later treacherously slain at Wimbledon Heath by a Roman named Laelius Hamo, who disguised himself as a Briton, made his way to the military tent of the prince, and stabbed him while under no apprehension of danger. Prince Caradoc, third son of Rabbi Jesus Knubilin, assumed his brother's mantle upon the field of battle and declared himself the Pendragon, literally the king commander. He immediately pursued Laelius Hamo, eventually killing the Roman as he was boarding a ship to escape, thus avenging Guerdius' death. The loss of Prince Guerdius was a heavy blow to King Rabbi Jesus Knubilin, and the unhappy king decided to abdicate in favor of Prince Caradoc. Rabbi Jesus subsequently became Archdruid of one of 3 seats of Britain, Saer Troia, or Saer Lud, or Saer Ludan, and then later Archdruid of Britain. Caradoc, a brave leader, feared by the Romans, became the Arvi Ragus, the High King, and carried on the war. In the records of history, Caradoc was later known by his Latinized name, Caratassus, and he was a man of great vigor, intelligence, and versed in the arts of politics and war. He was born at Treffon, near Llanllwyd, Wales, and received his education at the Druidic Corps of Caerleon on Usk, where most of the Silurian nobility were trained in the cycle of Celtic accomplishments. Being raised in a staunchly Druidic household, he had deep religious convictions. Caradoc had 2 daughters, Urgain the eldest, Gladys, named after his sister, and 3 sons, Linus, Silenus, and Sion, the younger. Caradoc's name was often mistakenly recorded as Arviragus, but this was a title only. The alternative title of Arviragus for Caractacus shows that the British kings, like the early Egyptian kings, were in the habit of using more than one title. The title of Arviragus was later mistaken for a person's name and written King Arviragus, being confused with the traditional use of tribal titles for leaders at that time. Indeed, the identity of the title Arviragus with Caradoc was well known and used by contemporary Roman writers. He has been confused with a large number of legendary characters, and even turned up in the Round Table romances. In Chrétien de Troyes, Perceval, Caradoc was involved in an adventure involving a mock execution that had extraordinary parallels to the story of Uncle Judas Crestus' mock crucifixion. Caradoc proved to be a formidable king, and what was to happen in his lifetime had a profound effect on the development of Christianity. For the first time, the Romans found that they were not opposing a race of people who could be terrorized by a huge number of brutalities. To their dismay, as reported by Tacitus, the Romans found that destruction of British sacred altars increased their anger, making them blind to odds and circumstances. The more destructive the Roman persecution, the more determined did the British warriors strike back. Their bravery and disdain of death shocked them. The Britons, however, not yet enfeebled by a long peace, are possessed of superior courage. They were fighting for the defiance of their faith, one that taught them the soul does not perish after death, but moves from one body to another, or returns and goes on living elsewhere. This belief fostered courage on the battlefield and helped overcome any fear of death. For the first time, the Roman soldiery heard the amazing motto of the ancient Druidic priesthood transferred into a clarion battle cry, "The truth against the world," referring to their belief of the immortality of the soul. Their saying never died, living through the ages, and today is still the motto of the Druidic order in Wales. In 45, and after 2 years of ceaseless warfare, a truce to seek peace through an armistice was eventually established between the warring parties. After the 2 parties settled upon a 6-month ceasefire, the British warlord, Caradoc, was invited to Rome to personally discuss the possibilities for peace with Emperor Claudius. What was then to happen has no equal in the pages of history. Strange family marriages. During the truce period, Emperor Claudius offered his natural daughter, Venus Julia, Venessa in British accounts, to King Caradoc, and amidst great celebrations the couple were married in Rome. Emperor Claudius had earlier sworn to exterminate King Caradoc, and now his fiercest battlefield opponent was his new son-in-law. In Britain, and while maintaining the truce on behalf of the Roman Emperor, Aulus Plautius, Emperor Claudius's general, married Gladius' sister of King Caradoc. Gladius was Rabbi Jesus' daughter. On her marriage, Gladys took the name Pomponia, according to Roman custom, which was the name of her husband's Plautius clan. Later the name Graecina was added, so that she was therefore known as Pomponia Graecina Plautius. The added name was a distinctive academic honor conferred upon her in recognition of her extraordinary scholarship in Greek. Like her father, the ex-king Rabbi Jesus Canubeline, and subsequently Archdruid of Britain, she was devoutly religious, completing her spiritual instruction at Avalon, now Glastonbury, and in succession with some of the Bethany group. Tacitus referred to her as a woman of illustrious birth, and when General Aulus Plautius was eventually recalled to Rome in 47, he took his foreign wife with him. This record clearly indicated that Plautius' wife, the daughter of Rabbi Jesus, was not considered Roman. The marriage of Gladius and Platinus was brought into Roman limelight by Tacitus in his Annals, wherein he related with some humor the peculiar circumstances and results of a later Roman trial in which Gladius, the wife of Plautius, was accused of being a Druid. She was officially charged with embracing the rites of a foreign superstition, and the matter was referred to the jurisdiction of her husband. Plautius then called together a number of Gladius's immediate relations to act in her defense. Eventually, Plautius had a sympathetic leaning to her faith, for the group he assembled were all Druids from the royal Silurian household. Plautius pronounced his wife innocent. The truce subsequently failed. Hostilities resumed, and King Caradoc was now the wartime opponent of both his father-in-law and brother-in-law. Ostorius Scopula subsequently replaced Plautius in Britain, who returned to Rome, but the war raged for another 7 years. It was during this period that the Iceni and Brigantes tribes entered the war, and King Caradoc and the Silures took the war into North Wales. The race of the Silures, observed Tacitus, was not to be changed by clemency or severity. Tacitus recorded that Caradoc was frequently in the midst of his warriors, urging them to fight with emotive words about freedom and independence, just as his uncle Judas Crestus did earlier with the Galileans. The Roman world became fascinated with King Caradoc and his troops bearing the whole brunt of the massive arms of the empire under a series of its finest generals. Every Briton, from the king to the peasant, followed Caradoc when he lifted his spear to battle. For the first time, the Romans met women warriors, fighting side by side with their men in combat. Tacitus stated that their long flowing flaxen hair and blazing blue eyes were a terrifying sight to behold. King Caradoc's military merit won the unstinted admiration of the enemy, who named him the scourge of the Romans. In those years, according to Suetonius, 30 pitched battles were fought, some raging for several weeks. The Silures reposed unbounded confidence in Caradoc, enumerating the many drawn battles he had fought with the Romans, the many victories he had obtained over them. The Roman battlefield chiefs had appealed to Emperor Claudius for reinforcements, and he subsequently arrived personally, complete with the 2nd and 14th legions and a squadron of elephants. This was the first time these strange creatures had been seen in Britain, and it was hoped their size and weight would neutralize the chaos the steel size of the British chariots were causing. Finally, the British warriors under King Caradoc met disaster in the year 52 at Clun, Shropshire, by a strange trick of circumstance. Jesus' third marriage. During this time, Rabbi Jesus Cunubeline remarried for the 3rd time, and his new wife was Queen Aricia, recorded in Tacitus records as Cartismandis, Celtic for Aricia. She was the former wife of the Brigantes chief Venusius, who was an ally of the Romans. After a rift with her, Venusius took up arms not only against his ex-wife, but against the Romans as well. Queen Aricia managed to seize her brother and parents by a trick, but the deception was discovered and the Brigantes rose against her. In Welsh tradition, Queen Aricia became Agrawed, Voldog, the stinking one, and was regarded as a woman of seduction, trickery, and scheming. Queen Aricia became frustrated in her ambitious desire to unite the son of her first marriage, Cloton, to Rabbi Jesus Cunubeline's granddaughter, Princess Urgain, and the Imogen of Shakespeare's play, Cymbeline. The circumstances were such that Adaminus, Rabbi Jesus' eldest son, slew Cloton, with the resultant family tensions causing the estrangement of Adaminus. Adaminus, sometimes called Hugh the Intellectual, in ancient records, was banished by his father, and from then on treated by the family as non-existent or dead, like Judas Christus. Adminius then became an insurgent against his father, and eventually fled to Belgium, where the Romans arrested him. From the scant records available, it appeared he was taken to Rome to be interrogated by the emperor. Upon the murder of Cloten, Queen Auresia seized an opportunity for vengeance by betraying Rabbi Jesus Canubilan's son, King Caradoc, to the Romans. By order of the traitorous wife, King Caradoc was taken prisoner while asleep, loaded down with chains, and delivered to Ostorius Scapula. Not only was King Caradoc captured, but Rabbi Jesus Canubilan and his entire family were taken as hostages to Rome. Chapter 11. The most famous trial in Rome. It was the most complete subjugation of any royal house on record by an enemy. Tacitus wrote that the news of the capture of the famed British warrior spread like wildfire, and 3 million people crowded the streets of Rome to view the captive king's arrival. The record stated that King Caradoc, heavily chained, bold and honorable, walked proudly with his relatives and family through the streets of Rome, following the chariot of Emperor Claudius. Rome trembled when she saw the Briton, though fast in chains. Rabbi Jesus Canubilan was clad in archdruid's white linen robes and wore the symbol of the Druidic Trinity around his forehead, a crown of mistletoe with its 3 white berries. The mistletoe entwined itself around the branches of the sacred oak tree, and to the Druid represented an earthly parallel to the spiritual incarnation of the deity in mankind. The Druidic cross was wrought in gold down the length of the back of his robe. The contemporary Roman historians expressed amazement that King Caradoc was the first captive kingly enemy not cast into the terrible Tarpeian dungeons. Here was the son of the twin brother of Judas Christus, the earlier leader of the hated Christians, a British warrior king, and a man who for 9 years inflicted many disastrous defeats upon the mightiest Roman army ever to march onto the field of battle, being treated with utmost respect. Neither he nor any member of the British royal family was subjected to any physical indignities while being held in custody before the trial. On the day of the commencement of the trial, Gladys refused to be separated from her father, though it was against the Roman law for a woman to enter the Senate. Voluntarily she walked by the side of King Caradoc up the marble steps into the venue in the Forum of Augustus, brave and composed like her royal father. The Senate was crowded to capacity, and here again the historians note another breach of Roman law with the presence of yet another woman. History recorded that the great Queen Agrippina sat on her throne on the far corner of the dais, a fascinated witness to the most famous trial in Roman history. She was the mother of Nero and had married Emperor Claudius in 49, although she was his niece. King Caradoc, the man who should have been the most hated as the leader of the British army, drew admiration from all sides, and he looked poised before his sworn enemy, Emperor Claudius. As the trial proceeded, King Caradoc spoke in strong, clear voice and replied to his prosecutors with words that have lived down through the ages. Tacitus recorded the British epic address to the Senate, delivered in their own language, Latin. Had my government in Britain been directed solely with a view to the preservation of my hereditary domains or the aggrandizement of my own family, I might long since have entered this city an ally, not a prisoner, nor would you have disdained for a friend a king descended from the illustrious ancestors and the dictator of many nations. My present condition, stripped of its former majesty, is as adverse to myself as it is a cause of triumph to you. What then? I was lord of men, horses, arms, wealth. What wonder if at your dictation I refuse to resign them? Does it follow that because the Roman aspire to universal dominion, every nation is to accept the vassalage they would impose? I am now in your power, betrayed not, conquered. Had I, like others, yielded without resistance, where would have been the name of Caradoc? Where is your glory? Oblivion would have been buried in the same tomb. Bid me live. I shall survive forever in history one example of Roman clemency. Never before had the Roman tribunal been addressed in such a noble manner. There and then, by order of the Claudian tribunal, King Caradoc and all members of the royal British family were immediately pardoned. When the decision was announced, the Senate cheered and applauded loudly. Queen Agrippina quickly rose, embraced King Caradoc and each member of his family, and shook hands according to British tradition. Tacitus recorded dismay at this rare display of emotion, citing it was another strange deviation from Roman custom. The only restriction imposed on the pardon of King Caradoc was that he personally remained at Rome in free custody for 7 years, and that he and any member of his family was never again to bear arms against Rome. To this King Caradoc agreed, and never once thereafter did he break his pledge. The other royal captives were free to leave Rome, but Rabbi Jesus Canubulin remained for some time. King Caradoc's eldest son, Silenius, returned immediately to Britain to rule over the kingdom of the Welsh Silurians, in the stead of his father. He oversaw the income from the family's rural estates and forwarded moneys to Rome to his father and grandfather. Emperor Claudius allowed the families full enjoyment of the revenues of their royal Silurian domains. Under Rabbi Jesus Canubulin's instruction, another son of Mary Magdalene, Cadwallader the Blessed, returned to Wales with half-sister Princess Urgane and set up an enclosure in the center of Siluria as a safe house for Christians who had fled to Britain for royal protection. While King Caradoc lived in Rome, he enjoyed all the privileges of a free man and resided with most of his family at the palatial royal household called Palatium Britannicum, the Palace of the British. Emperor Claudius gifted 20 acres of ground and detached buildings on the crest of the Esquiline Mount, exclusively to King Caradoc and his family, and provided immunity to its occupants. Roman authorities were not permitted to arrest any member or guest of the Palace of the British, and the residents were allowed full use of the city, provided they obeyed the civil law. For the 7 years King Caradoc lived at the palace, 52 to 59, an official law approved by the Roman Senate provided protection for him and occupants of the property. It was a Christian sanctuary in the true sense of the word, and the ensuing years would see the most famous of the New Testament figures harbored within its walls. For many years, professors and students of Roman history looked for an underlying reason why the Senate rendered its remarkable verdict. Why did the bloodthirsty Claudius not demand the customary revenge, death by brutal torture, and the cruelest means? Was it because King Caradoc was married to his daughter, Venus Julia? Did the strained intermarriage between Caradoc's sister, Princess Gladius, and the Roman aristocrat, Aulus Plautius, induce the Senate to make its decision? Historians declared to the contrary and affirmed that the strict Roman law was so embedded in the conscience of the Roman people that neither the Senate nor the emperor dared to avert traditional ruling. The reason the Claudian tribunal bestowed such generous clemency upon the royal Britons can be explained by the fact that although illegitimate, Rabbi Jesus Canubulin, the father of King Caradoc, was invested by birthright with the title of Caesar. This honor passed to Rabbi Jesus' descendants, making his whole family Roman royalty of the highest order. The New Testament provided confirmation with a direct reference to those of Caesar's household, residing at the Palace of the British in Rome. A letter addressed to the family of Rabbi Jesus canonically acknowledged the descendants of the line of Caesar through Emperor Augustus and Tiberius. King Caradoc's address to the Roman Senate confirmed his personal knowledge of aristocrat breeding when he personally referred to his descent from illustrious ancestors and his hereditary domains. In his speech, he also called himself Lord of Men. Chapter 12. The Palace of the British in Rome. Following the pardon of King Caradoc, a close relationship developed between him and his former enemy, Emperor Claudius. Caradoc helped Claudius plan Roman war strategies that did not affect Britain, and he became a popular figure with the Roman administrators. Emperor Claudius greatly admired the character and beauty of teenage Gladius, the youngest daughter of King Caradoc, named after Jesus Canubilin's daughter and Caradoc's sister. It grew into a deep affection with the result that Emperor Claudius adopted Gladius Caradoc as his own daughter and conferred upon her the name Claudia. The House of Claudia used many different forenames and surnames, and through this title, the British princess and her entire family received additional status and were now officially of the House of Claudius. In the year 53 and at the age of 17, Claudia Caradoc married Rufus Pudens Pudentius, a wealthy Roman senator and former aide-de-camp to Aulus Plautius, whom she met at Regnum, the old name for Caister, as a youngster living in Britain. From the sparse documentation available, it seemed that he owned a residence in Chichester and was in some way an associate or member of the powerful Acilii Glabrionis family of Rome. Cardinal Barionis chronicled a curious record about Rufus, saying Rufus the senator received St. Peter, Simon of Petra, into his house on Vermilionus Hill in the year 44 A.D. 9 years later, the same Senator Rufus married Claudia at the British Palace in Rome by a man called Hermes Pastor, sometimes translated as Hermes, who was known to both St. Paul and St. Peter. On the marriage of his daughter to Pudens, as he was generally called, King Caradoc bestowed upon the bridal couple a gift, the British Palace on Vermilionus Hill in Rome. Pudens then forsook his parental home on another section of Vermilionus Hill, along with his estates in Samnium, Umbria, now called Italy, and prepared to live at the Palace of the British. Some conception may be formed of its size and magnificence from the number of servants Pudens brought in to staff the establishment, being 200 males and the same number of females, all born on the hereditary estates of Pudens at Umbria. Adjoining the palace were 2 magnificent thermal baths, the largest and most ornate in Rome. They were later named after the 2 sons subsequently born to Claudia and Pudens, Timoteo or Timotheus, and Novato or Novatian. They also had 2 daughters named Pudentiana and Praxides. Of Claudia, the witty poet Martial, one of the Bethany group and residents at the British Palace in Rome, wrote, "Our Claudia, named Rufina, sprung, we know, from blue-eyed Britons, yet behold she vies in grace with all that Greece or Rome can show, as bred and born beneath their glowing skies." Rufina was the feminine vernacular for her husband's first name, Rufus. It was common custom to refer to a married woman personally by replacing her own first name with his. Names then were used rather indiscriminately, which tends to confuse us who retain throughout our lifetime our given and family name. Consequently, it can be bewildering to read of the British princess called by so many names: Gladys, Claudia, Britannica, Rufina, Prudence, Prudencia, and Prudenziana, all before she was 21. The dark-haired Romans admired the golden-haired, blue-eyed, pink-complexioned women of Britain. Again, Martial sang with praise for mountains, bridges, rivers, and fair women. British is past compare. Martial wrote a long poem describing the nuptials of Claudia and Prudence. He also wrote another in the birth of Claudia's daughter, Prudenciana. Claudia's firstborn son, Timotheus, was named after one of her favorite Christians who frequented her home, Timothy from Ephesus, in today's church St. Timothy. Timotheus, later in his life, deeded the palace of the British in Rome to the Christian movement. In the New Testament, Timothy was associated with John and Paul, St. John and St. Paul today. Paul referred to Timotheus as the beloved son of Christ, which originally read the beloved grandson of Christ, Rabbi Jesus Christ. The occupants of the British palace. Thus we see in mid-first century Rome the gathering together of particular characters in preparation for the role that they were to subsequently play in what was later to become the greatest misunderstanding in the history of the world. Residing at the palace of the British at various times during King Caradoc's confinement were the Archdruid of Britain, Rabbi Jesus Canubilan, Bran the Blessed, his son King Caradoc, and his wife Queen Venus Julia, daughter of Emperor Claudius. King Caradoc's daughter, Princess Urgane, and her husband, Salag, the Prince of Old Sarum, Salisbury now. Princess Urgane's brother, Prince Linus, King Caradoc's son. Claudia Gladys, King Caradoc's daughter, her husband, Senator Pudens, and their 4 children. Claudia died peacefully at Umbria, aged 61, in the year 97. The mother of Pudens and St. Paul, Praeside, also now pronounced Priscilla, Hermes Pastor, kinsman of Pudens, Martial, the poet. He was born in 29 and was only 8 years old when he traveled with the Bethany group to Britain. It was recorded that he moved to Rome in 49 and lived there until 86. He died at Bibulus in Spain in 104 at age 75. Going to and from the palace were the following people, some being next of kin of Rabbi Jesus, and all connected by marriage or sympathy. Paul, or Saul, now St. Paul, Simon of Petra, now St. Peter, Timothy, now St. Timothy, King Caradoc's sister Pomponia, Gracina, now Gladys, and her husband Aulus Plautius, who resided in a nearby street, Tacitus. Cadwal, the Blessed, and Polydore, the sons of Rabbi Jesus Canubilan by Princess Mary Magdalene. They lived in Britain and traveled regularly to Rome. Flavius Justinius. Justinius was a Roman citizen and is today called Saint Justin Martyr. There were other New Testament characters recorded living in the palace. Tryphena, Persis, Patrobas, and Julia, for example. But those mentioned here are important figures in unraveling the New Testament story. The later church writers attested that all the Pudens household at the British palace were Christians, but Rabbi Jesus Canubilan, King Caradoc, Claudia, Urgane, Salag, Linus, and Hermas Pastor were all Druidic emissaries of British royalty, the Royal Silurians. They represented the chief assembly of personalities who were unwittingly responsible for what was later to evolve in the narratives of the New Testament. The true authors of the epistles. The letters attributed to Paul in the Bible are promoted as divine writings by the Church and represent 14 of the 27 books of the Christian New Testament. They were addressed to the Galatians, the Corinthians, the first and second letters, the Romans, the Thessalonians, the first and second letters, the Ephesians, the Colossians, the Philippians, Philemon, Timothy, the first and second letters, Titus, and Hebrews. Philemon, Timothy, and Titus were the only letters addressed to individuals. Of the collection, the Canon of Muratori, a Latin fragment of the canon found by Muratori in the Ambrosian Library at Milan in 1740, recorded that Ephesians, formerly called Laodiceans, was a forgery, although it is in the Bible today. The letters made up about a third of the New Testament, and the Church has always maintained that they represented the personal teachings of Paul, the great apostle of the Gentiles. But archival records said something entirely different, naming Paul as the author of only 2 epistles, and then, with some doubt. None of the letters were associated with what is now known as Christianity, for the majority were addressed to the major Essene communities of the day. They, the Essenes, had missionary stations or colonies of their community established in Rome, Corinth, Galatia, Ephesus, Philippi, Colossae, and Thessalonica, precisely such and in the same circumstances as were those to whom St. Paul addressed his letter in those places. The original authors of the epistles of Paul were documented in pre-1900 editions of the Oxford Bible. This is what was recorded. Romans. This letter was written by Tertius, Romans 16:22, and delivered by Phoebe to the palace of the British in Rome. In some translation, Phoebe was Paul's sister, Romans 16:1. Corinthians. The first epistle to the Corinthians was written from Philippi by Stephanius and Fortunatus and Achaicus and Timotheus. Corinthians, the second epistle to the Corinthians, was written from Philippi, a city of Macedonia, by Titus and Lucas. Galatians. Unto the Galatians, written from Rome, the author was unnamed. Ephesians, written from Rome unto the Ephesians by Tychus. Philippians, it was written to the Philippians from Rome by Epaphroditus. Colossians, written from Rome by the Colossians by Tychius and Onesimus. Thessalonians. The first epistle unto the Thessalonians was written from Athens, as was the second epistle. In both cases, the author was unnamed. Timothy. The first epistle to Timothy was written from Laodicea, which is the chiefest city of Phrygia Poxitiana. The author was unnamed. The second epistle to Timotheus was written from Rome, when Paul was brought before Nero the second time. The Church claimed that because Paul was in Rome, he was the author. Titus. It was written to Titus, ordained the first bishop of the Church of the Cretans from Nicopolis of Macedonia. Philemon. Written from Rome to Philemon by Onesimus, a servant. Hebrews. Written to the Hebrews from Italy by Timothy. Church records show that the authors of all but 2 of the epistles reproduced in the New Testament were Tertius, Stephanas, Fortunatus, Achaicus, Timotheus, Titus, Lucas, Tychius, Epaphroditus, Tychicus, Onesimus, Nicopolis, Onesimus, and Timothy. The epistle that may be attributed to Paul are Galatians. Cardinal Baronius wrote that it was written to the Gauls, or the Galileans, and must be corrected. Timothy, a relative of Paul, also a resident at the palace of the British. The Church admitted that some of the New Testament epistles were forgeries, and those that were genuine were later falsified. Even the genuine epistles were greatly interpolated to lend weight to the personal views of their authors. The epistles of the New Testament are heavily interpolated and doubtful works. Over and over again in the Variorum Teacher's Bible, verse after verse, referring particularly to the epistles, was pointed out as being corrupted or suspected of being corrupted, not original, or embellished, with some translations being described as conjecture only. It makes truly extraordinary reading, and the express findings of those theologians unquestionably established that the Acts of the Apostles, James, the letters of Peter and John and Jude, all the epistles are heavily edited and forged documents. By the end of the 2nd century, the Ebionites, one of the most powerful of the early sects, totally and constantly rejected all epistles. They said the original letters had received numerous modifications and disregarded them. The Church itself expressed further serious doubt about the validity of the epistles, particularly the 3 known as the pastoral epistles, for it constantly used the word "if genuine" when referring to those documents. It admitted those letters may have been written by a disciple of Paul, and if that was the case, only one New Testament epistle can be attributed to Paul, Galatians. In Galatians, Paul acknowledged 3 Galatian apostles, Simon of Petra, James Herald, the half-brother of Judas and Jesus, and Barnabas. Recognizing the facts, we can well understand why the ancient writers affirmed that Paul spent most of his time in Rome at the sanctuary of the British Palace. Paul was the ringleader of the Nazarenes, a subsidiary offshoot of the Essene movement. Bishop Tertullian confirmed again that Paul was the chief of the Nazarenes and was constantly pursued by the military. St. Epiphanius said that all Christians were called Nazarenes, and Dr. Lardner established that the name Galilean was the original name of the early Christian movement. Judas Christus and Simon of Petra were Nazarenes leading the Galilean sect, and from the brief records available, it seemed that Paul, while continuing their work, Acts 9:25, was captured and returned to Rome a prisoner on parole. While in Rome, he deprived Nero of his favorite concubine and seduced his ablest secretaries. That is why they kept him so long confined in the Marmotine, now called a dungeon. The Bible recorded that Paul was a pestilent fellow and a mover of sedition. He was a major leader of the active Christian revolutionist sect and was continually being hunted and stoned. Paul eventually fled to Britain for royal Druidic protection at the enclosure built under Rabbi Jesus' instruction at Siluria in Wales. Addressing the mayors of Bath, Colchester, and Dorchester at the Vatican in 1931, Pope Pius XI said that St. Paul went to Britain some 20 years after Joseph of Arimathea, circa 57. An ancient manuscript in Merton College, Oxford, purported to contain a series of letters written by St. Paul supporting that he had once resided in Siluria. Paul was known by a variety of appellations, and his name often appears in distorted form. Paul, which meant little man, was a nickname. He was sometimes called Elisha ben Abuah in the Talmud. The Talmud said of Ahir Paul in the Yerushalmi that he corrupted the work of that man, meaning Rabbi Jesus. Paul's nickname was supported with a peculiar description of him in the Acts of Paul. He was described as a little man with a big, bold head. His legs are crooked, his eyebrows grew close together, and he had a big nose. It was said that at one time he had his head shorn in Cenchrea because he had taken a vow. The common inference was that Paul returned to the bosom of the royal British family in Rome in the year 58, but St. Jerome said he returned in the 2nd year of Nero, which was 56. Nero succeeded Claudius as emperor of Rome. Before Paul returned, he instructed Tertius, the author of the letter to those at Rome, to pass on Paul's greetings and best wishes. Those at Rome were the occupants of the palace of the British, and not a new Roman church professing to develop Christian faith. Paul's salutations extended to more than 30 people, including Stachys, his beloved, Phoebe, our sister, and Quartus, a brother. He also offered praise to his mother, Salute Rufus, and the mother of him and me. In this greeting, Paul was referring to Rufus by his domestic and family name, that being Rufus Pudens Pudentius, and Paul's statement made the mother of Rufus and Paul the same. The history of Paul's mother was recorded in an old and secret tradition. The grandfather of Saul was a very wealthy Benjamite of Tarsus, capital of Cilicia, the rocky province in Asia Minor, due north of Syria. A Romano-Greco Hebrew, he had purchased for himself with a great sum the Roman citizenship for himself and family, and added a Roman name to his Hebrew patronymic. His son, Davidius Paulus, Paul's father, as usual, added a Roman nomen. Appius Tullius took service in the army and rose to be a centurion. His wife, Procede, senior Paul's mother, was left a wealthy widow, cultured by a Roman education. At the time of Saul's return to Rome, his mother was married to Pudentius, the patrician, the father of Pudens. Pudentius was on duty in Rome as a high civil servant when he met and married the wealthy widow. Her marriage to Pudentius appeared to have been very displeasing to Paul, who refused to accept Pudentius' name, proudly proclaiming his father's name Paulus, hence Paul today. Paul and Rufus Pudens were half-brothers, and Rufus was married to Jesus Canubiline's granddaughter, Princess Claudia. Paul's mother was living at the British palace, and the biblical writings show that Claudia was Paul's sister-in-law. When Paul arrived in Rome, his abode was with his entire family at the British palace. It was interesting to note that the Bible recorded Paul had many other relatives in Rome, notably Andronicus, Junia, and Herodion, recorded in the Roman martyrologies. This interesting phrase, the children of Claudia were brought up on the knee of St. Paul. He was their uncle, the record stated. The sister of Procede, Paul's mother, was named Miriam, but on marriage with another Roman patrician, she assumed the name of Priscilla. If this Miriam was Miriam Herod, Paul was Rabbi Jesus and Judas's half-brother, and the Priscilla in the New Testament was Miriam Herod. Priscilla was also a resident at the British palace in Rome. Procede was the sister of Miriam Herod, therefore she was Herodias of the New Testament. The church said that St. Paul wrote 2 letters to Timotheus, but doubts their authenticity. However, those 2 letters contain the names of certain people that can be supported historically from references external to church writings. The second letter was written locally in Rome and delivered to Timothy at the palace of the British, while Paul was before Emperor Nero the second time. The following statement was recorded. Eubulus greeteth thee, and Pudens, and Linus, and Claudia. The records of history identify the following. Eubulus was Claudia's cousin, a Druid from Avalon, now called Glastonbury. The greeting was the welcome received by Paul upon his arrival at the British palace in Rome. Pudens, the husband of Claudia, daughter of King Caradoc and the half-brother of St. Paul. Linus, a son of King Caradoc and grandson of Jesus, Canubilan. Claudia, King Caradoc's daughter, previously called Gladius, and Jesus Canubilan's granddaughter. In this New Testament narrative, the names of 2 of Jesus' grandchildren, Linus and Gladys, are recorded, King Caradoc's children. The thoughts expressed by Paul in his letter to the Galatians stated that he was continuing the traditions of my fathers, and appeared to be transferring his traditional Nazarene ideas into the letter he wrote that is now in the New Testament. Those ideals were Essene ideals, for the Nazarenes were one of the sects recorded by Josephus as being an independent, Essene-derived body of fighting men from Galilee. That Paul was recorded in the New Testament as a Nazarene obviously connected him, like Judas Christus and Simon the Zealot, to the family's resistant movement operating at the time. Paul today is the most revered of all the early Christian churchmen and promoted as one of the spiritual giants by the church, but records revealed that he was a Nazarene fighting for Christian ideals. In the years following the marriage of Pudens and Claudia, Hermas Pastor used the palace of the British for conducting secret Druidic services, and it seemed his name became the origin of Pastor in the Christian church today. Later, Novatus made the Bath building or guest house a title and called it Titulus Pastor after Pastor, and some records say Pastor eventually inherited the property from Novatus. It was later renamed St. Pudentiana in the name the building retains today. Today, the Basilica of St. Pudentiana stands on Via Vimalius Hill, Urbana, Rome, and is built over the ancient palace of the British, which is approximately 9 meters below the surface. A series of underground rooms that made up the original Roman home of Rabbi Jesus Knubeline and his son King Caradoc can be reached through a door situated in the left-hand corner of a chapel now called Setani. In some of the rooms below, the remains of mosaic floors can be seen, among them being a very rare type known as lithostraton, where fragments of different colored marble have been placed between the weavings. Catholic historian Cardinal Baronius said, "Of all our churches the oldest is that which is called after the name of Pudens." However, it was not a Christian church in the manner now presented, but a Druidic establishment for its royal British occupants. The Gospels had yet to be written, and Christianity was still 300 years from being established. King Caradoc returns to Britain. Upon King Caradoc's return to Britain, he lived at Abergwryd in Glamorganshire, on the north bank of the Bristol Channel, between Cardiff and Swansea, where remains a Romano-British villa, Mor Romano, were found. A farmhouse a mile or so down the road from Trevron was said to be the manor of Bran the Blessed. This was traditionally the place where Bran, Rabbi Jesus, spent summers, and nearby was Glian Elid, or Elid, seemed to have been the Welsh name of Joseph of Arimathea, who established his mission under the protection of Bran. The majority of King Caradoc's family were attached to literary pursuits. Rabbi Jesus Knubeline introduced the use of vellum into Britain from Rome, and copies of writings of the best Roman authors were circulated in Siluria and deposited in the principal receptacles of Druidic learning by the younger members of his family. Claudia herself wrote several volumes of odes and hymns. With King Caradoc now back in Britain, Emperor Claudius sought to make a permanent peace with the British people by offering him the hand of yet another of his daughters, Genucia. Initially, this was unacceptable to Caradoc, but he was later persuaded by the nobles to accept the offer for marriage, and was a well-established practice in mending internal and family disputes. The marriage proved entirely happy, and King Caradoc built a castle for Queen Genessa at Gloucester. This was a compliment to her father, Emperor Claudius, whose name in the Celtic tongue was Gloucester. The couple had 4 children, but only 2 of their names appeared to be recorded. The eldest was Udolf Marius, and another was Udal Marius, meaning fair-haired, with Marius being simply a title and typical of the common use made of titular designations by the ancient peoples. The chronicles stated that Caradoc governed his kingdom in peace and tranquility. In war none more fierce than he, in peace does none more mild, none more pleasing in manner, nor in his gifts more magnificent. When he finished his course of life, in 80 A.D., he was buried at Gloucester. Upon his death, Silenius, his eldest son by Venus Julia, succeeded to the Silurian throne. Silenius Abd Caradoc, a wise and just king. He first of the Simre gave infants Christ names, for before names were not given except to adults, and then from something characteristic in their bodies, minds, or manners. Today they are called Christian names, originally derived from Christ, the title of the Essene initiates. Chapter 13. The Stoning of Rabbi Jesus Knubbelen. Rabbi Jesus spent a considerable amount of time at the palace of the British, and sometime around 48 he left Rome for Egypt to pursue his greatest esoteric goal. The spiritual knowledge from his secret learnings in the Essene and Druid movements was soon to be elevated to the highest level possible: initiation into the innermost rite of the Egyptian temples. In the oldest temples there was always a twofold plan in the architectural arrangement, and every temple had two divisions, one for ordinary religion, exoteric, and the other for secret mysteries, esoteric. The public performances were symbolical and sacred, but did not reveal any hidden secrets to the audience. The initiation into the real mysteries, however, was never performed publicly and was a most secret rite. The supernormal character of the greater mysteries was hinted at by various initiates, as one once declared, "Thanks to the mysteries, death for mortals is not an evil, but a good." The Egyptian mysteries were for long kept sealed from foreigners, and it was only in latter times that a few were admitted and initiated. The regulations covering entrance were strict and severe, and those who received the greatest mysteries were trusted to keep their vows of secrecy. The earliest recorded account of the Egyptian mysteries was that given by Herodotus, a highly regarded historian who traveled to Egypt in 440 BC for his initiation. He spoke of his learning there with great reverence. "I impose upon myself a profound silence in regard to the secret of the mysteries of which I am acquainted." It was probable that Rabbi Jesus' early initiation into both the Essene and Druidic schools played a major part in his acceptance into the Egyptian school. The Druids could claim a very early origin, and the essence of their wisdom was also that of the Essenes. In the case of the Essenes, it is possible to show that their movement was specifically established to preserve secret information, for they knew and used the sacred writings of the initiates. This is but a hint, but the full meaning of the point being made is that in the case of all secret schools, the inner and ultimate mystery was revealed only to a high initiate. Masonic secret symbols. Jewish literature stated that Jesus was around life's half distance when he became a rabbi. The author of the Codex Nazareus said John the Baptist had baptized for 42 years when Yeshu, the original spelling of Rabbi Jesus' name, came to the Jordan to be baptized with John's baptism. Assuming John the Baptist was around 20 years of age when he commenced baptizing, this statement, if reliable, would show Rabbi Jesus to be approximately 60 years old when baptized, for the Gospels made him but a few months younger than John. The present copy of the Codex Nazareus dates from 1042, but Bishop Irenaeus quoted from it and cited ample references to it. The material common to Irenaeus and the Codex Nazareus therefore was at least as early as the compilation of the canonical Gospels, sometime during the second half of the 2nd century. A statement in the Gospel of John 8:57 had Jews saying to Rabbi Jesus, "You are not yet 50 years old," an indication that the twin brothers were considered by the people who compiled the John Gospel to be men much older than Jesus Christ, as portrayed in modern church literature. Both the documentation of Irenaeus and the internal evidence in the Gospel account placed Rabbi Jesus still alive around 20 years later than the time the church said he died. The records of Irenaeus, 115 to 202, Bishop of Lyons, reveal that Rabbi Jesus, on completing his 30th year, he suffered, being in fact still a young man, and who had by no means attained to advanced age. Now that the first stage of early life embraces 30 years, and that this extends onward to the 40th year, everyone will admit. But from the 40th and 50th year, a man begins to decline towards old age, which Jesus possessed while he still fulfilled the office of a rabbi, even as the gospel and all the elders testify. In this passage, Irenaeus clearly stated that Rabbi Jesus suffered in his 30th year, yet still possessed the latter years of his life to fulfill an office of spiritual teaching. The suffering was the ordeal of one of at least 2 initiations during which a long period of deprivation was an essential part of the process. It should be noted that Bishop Irenaeus purposely prepared against heresies, to contradict another statement current in his time, and to the effect that the ministry of Rabbi Jesus lasted 1 year. Irenaeus, writing about 90 or 100 years after the death of John the Baptist, consistently stated Rabbi Jesus' decline toward old age, and the gospel and all the presbyters testify. That time frame was confirmed because Roman Emperor Trajan came to power in the year 98. That made John, on the authority of Irenaeus, a man of around 100 years old. From Irenaeus' writing, it was evident the first missionaries of the Christian church were far more willing to admit the truth than their successors. St. Austin, in 380, asserted that it was generally known in church circles that Rabbi Jesus had been initiated in Egypt, and that he wrote books concerning magic. In the Gospel of Nicodemus, the Jews brought the same accusation before Pontius Pilate. Did we not tell you he was a magician? Celsus, in 178, spoke of the same charge. In the Clementine Recognitions, the accusation was brought against Rabbi Jesus that he did not perform any miracles, but practiced magic and carried about with him the figure of a seated skeleton. Jewish tradition invariably asserted that Rabbi Jesus learned magic in Egypt. The kernel of this persistent accusation may perhaps be reduced to the same historical element that Rabbi Jesus went to Egypt and returned with far wider and more enlightened views than those of his former religious associates. The accusations against the result of Rabbi Jesus Canubilan's Egyptian trip were numerous, and one of the most enduring charges of the Jews. They even ventured to call him a magician and a deceiver of the people, complained St. Justin Martyr. It is a matter of interest in this premise that the word druid, partially derived from Drew, which also meant a magician, sorcerer, druid. It was indeed strange to read yet another revealing passage in the writings of Justin Martyr. Justin, giving as his authority Trogus Pompeius, showed Joseph of Arimathea, the father of Rabbi Jesus, as having acquired a great knowledge in magical arts with the high priests of Egypt. This assertion bears more the evidence of fact on its face than the transparent fabrications concocted by the later presbyters. Interestingly enough, the church again recorded the word magician in relation to Rabbi Jesus, this time by Bishop Eusebius in the 4th century. He said that Heracles, governor of Bithynia, claimed the 1st century sage Apollonius of Tyana had done works far greater than had done Rabbi Jesus, who Heracles described as a magician and a robber. One of the best and most unquestionable proofs of Jesus the magician assertion was found in the Gregoriana Museum in Rome. On a sacrificial panel with bas relief representing the miracles of the gospel, Jesus Christ may be seen the full figure of Rabbi Jesus, who in the depiction of the resurrection of Lazarus appeared beardless and equipped with a wand, in the received guise of a necromancer, whilst the corpse of Lazarus was swathed in bandages as an Egyptian mummy. This sarcophagus was placed among the earliest productions of that particular form of art, which later inundated the world with mosaics and engravings representing the events and personages of the New Testament. The name of Lazarus suggested symbolism, said the Encyclopaedia Biblia. British Arrhenius agreed. And he that was dead came forth bound with bandages, feet and hands. This was symbolic of that man who had been bound in sins. Simon, also of New Testament fame, was, like Rabbi Jesus, called a magician, and some Bibles actually recorded his name, Simon Magi. It was possible that Simon the magician was the same Simon recorded as Rabbi Jesus' brother, and he was called a magician because he too had been initiated into the mysteries of Egypt. It was with Simon Magi we see one of the earliest clashes between Christianity's exoteric doctrines and the esoteric teachings of the mystery schools. An interesting legend concerned Simon Magi and told of his theosophical contests with Simon of Petra, while the two were said to have been promulgating their differing doctrines. In relaying this story, it should be remembered that Simon Magi was a high initiate and knew the secret of the ancient mystery schools, whereas Simon of Petra appeared to have been only aware of a lesser understanding. According to a story the Church wrote some 400 years after his death, Simon Magi was to prove his spiritual superiority by ascending to heaven in a chariot of fire. In the story, he was made to be picked up and carried high into the air by unseen infernal spirits. When Simon of Petra saw this, he cried out with a loud voice, ordering the invisible spirits to release their hold on Simon Magi, and they obeyed. Simon Magi fell a great distance and was killed, decisively proving to the rabble, when told, the superiority of the Christian saints' powers. This story was undoubtedly manufactured out of whole cloth, as it was only one of many accounts concerning Simon Magi's death, none of which agreed. The initiation of Rabbi Jesus into the greater mysteries. Those who were initiated into the ancient mysteries took a solemn oath never to reveal what had passed within the sacred walls. Every year, only a comparatively few Egyptian initiations were conducted, and the number of persons who knew their secrets was never at any time large. The initiations always took place with the onset of darkness, and the candidate was entranced for periods of varying lengths, depending upon the level of the degree for which he had entered. The first initiatory step involved a 40-day procedure that basically involved purification, not only in physical form, but dissolving all tendencies to evil thoughts, purifying the mind as well. He fasted, alternatively on vegetables, juices, and very special herbal concoctions. The New Testament recorded that this happened to Rabbi Jesus, who was led into the desert, and he fasted 40 days and 40 nights. Matthew 4:1-2. There are two important matters arising from this gospel narrative. Firstly, it was recorded that Rabbi Jesus was led into the desert. He was led by the person or guide who was to see him through his initiation into the knowledge of the mysteries. Secondly, the number 40 used in relation to Rabbi Jesus can be found many times in the Bible. Bishop Augustine of Hippo expressed amazement about this number when he said, "How then is work perfected in the number 40? When analyzed, the number 40 was used in both the Old and New Testaments as expressive of a particular period of probation or trial. The Israelites, for example, wandered 40 years in the wilderness, and 40 years of bondage they also had to serve under the hard yoke of the Philistines. Moses was made to spend 40 days on the Mount of Sinai, and both David and Solomon were made to reign for 40 years each. Elijah was 40 days in hiding, For 40 days the deluge fell, and for yet another 40 days Noah was shut within the ark. The men of Nineveh had a like period of probation under the preaching of Jonah. The punishment of scourging of criminals was limited to 40 strokes, Deuteronomy 25:3. So when Rabbi Jesus Knubeline entered into his probation period, it had to be for 40 days. Such was the tradition of the times. This trial period involved more than just fasting. During the 40 days and nights of ordeal, the candidate was required to study astronomical charts to supplement his skills in astronomy and memorize charts of the heavens. They were also given a particular ritual from which to memorize certain passwords, secret signs, and hand clasps, skills that are still practiced to this day in Freemasonry. Nor were these initiations limited to Egypt. The ancient civilizations inherited these mysteries from a remote antiquity, and they constituted part of a primitive revelation from the gods to the human race. Almost every people of pre-Christian times possessed its institutions and traditions of the mysteries. The Romans, the Druids of Britain, the Greeks, the Cretans, the Syrians, the Hindus, the Persians, the Maya, and the American Indians, among others, had corresponding temples and rites with a system of graduated illumination for the initiates. The modern world knows little of these ancient rites, yet they were conducted in a huge variety of buildings the world over. Dozens of hypotheses are resorted to, for example, one more unlikely than the other, as to the 62 round towers of Ireland, those cylindrical edifices with a single door around 3 meters from the ground, were built for no other purposes. They were sacred places of initiation. The towers, which are also found throughout the East and Asia, were directly connected with the mystery initiations. The candidates for initiation were placed in them for 3 days and 3 nights, whenever there was no temple with a subterranean crypt close at hand. In this aspect of the initiatory procedure, we again see a direct gospel parallel with Rabbi Jesus saying, "After 3 days I shall rise again," for he knew the finishing process he was to undertake would take 3 days, being a symbol of the period of time required to complete a condition of development. The ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic texts speak of an initiate as twice born, and he was permitted to add to his name the words, "He who has renewed his life," so that on some ancient tomb inscriptions, archaeologists still discover these phrases descriptive of the spiritual status of the deceased person. So little did the later gospel writers understand the initiatory process that they never perceived they were developing a story that included a rabbi, Archdruid of Britain, experience in an Egyptian mystery school. The place of the skull. Using gospel narratives and combining them with what was recorded about the mystery schools and their initiatory process, we learn what the place of the skull really was. Church dictionaries define Golgotha as the place of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. However, the oldest Gospels used the word skull, and Golgotha was simply the Greek word for skull. In the 5th century, it came to be taken to mean a barren, craggy, oval-shaped hilltop outside the city of Jerusalem. Such a physical place as Golgotha was not documented in any historical records and was only found in the New Testament, where it was later interpreted as a place or location. The place of the skull was a reference to the display of a human skull in the initiatory process and has been used by the mystery schools in such a manner for thousands of years. For them, it was symbolic of mortality and was used to connect the initiate with higher awareness of his purpose that cannot be reached with words. It appeared the word Golgotha was sometimes associated or confused with Gilga, a metallithic circle of vertical stones, also called a cromlech. It was probable that initiations were carried out at these Stonehenge-type structures. They were mentioned in the Old Testament when Joshua set up a Gilgal with 12 vertical stone pillars after crossing the river Jordan, and interestingly, both Elijah and Elisha were also associated with a Gilgal. The ancient Egyptians introduced a full skeleton at their feasts to impress the idea of the evanescence of all earthly enjoyments. In early times, the death's heads appeared on heralds to denote the deceased person was the last of the family. The Masons subsequently adopted the symbol, and in all degrees where it was necessary to impress the idea of mortality, a skull or a skull and crossbones were used for that purpose. If we wonder why the skull is so important in Christianity today, it was simply a reflection of its vital and compulsory use in ancient and modern initiatory rituals. In many old paintings, Christian paintings, though particularly those at St. Catherine's Monastery on Mount Sinai, a skull can be seen depicted in association with famous churchmen. Orders of monks, such as Dominicans and Franciscans, were always associated with human skulls. One of the several mysteries in ancient crystal skulls was actually called the Jesuit, because it had been associated with the Jesuit priests of Italy. Paintings of St. Francis of Assisi often showed him reverently holding a skull in front of him, and the Knights Templar are known to have worshipped a mysterious head. Some say this was actually the mummified head of Rabbi Jesus, but this was pure assumption. In all engravings of Masonic ceremonies, the skull is displayed in the final stages of initiation. The story of the missing Torah. Tradition clearly held that Rabbi Jesus Knubeline had been initiated into the Egyptian mysteries, and that he had brought the substance of privileged information back from Egypt. Later church writings also established that the mysterious secret was well known to Rabbi Jesus. This interesting passage was recorded in the Clementine Homilies. And Peter said, "We remember that Jesus and Rabbi, as commanding, said to us, 'Guard the secret for me and the sons of my house.' Wherefore also he explained to his disciples privately the secret of the kingdom of heaven." Some of the followers of Rabbi Jesus expressed surprise to find him using unusual forms of expression with the people. "Why speakest thou unto them in parables?" they often inquisitively inquired. Matthew 10:13. Rabbi Jesus answered them, "To you it has been given to know the secret of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it has not been given." According to Young's Analytical Concordance, the exact meaning of the word secret as used in the New Testament was that which is known only to the initiated. And the reply of Rabbi Jesus was that of one initiate speaking to another. Other New Testament statements such as, "It is given unto you to know the mysteries. We speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, and we are stewards of the mystery of God and understand all mysteries clearly," showed that Rabbi Jesus and some of his associates were in possession of a particular secret knowledge. The custom of communicating only to a portion of the community was known among early Christian writers as disciplinia arcani, or the discipline of the secret. The secret was guarded with the utmost care from the obtrusive eyes of all who had not been duly initiated into the sacred rites that qualified them to be present. Johann Mosheim, the great Christian historian, in 1755 said, "The Christian religion, having thus in both its branches, the speculative as well as the practical, assumed a twofold character, one public or common, the other private or mysterious." The term used by the initiates to dismiss those unintelligible to hear or see their performance was, "Holy things for the holy, let the dogs depart." The Gospel accounts of Rabbi Jesus' ministry provided a number of cases where he taught an open exoteric message in parables to the rabble, and then privately instructed others in deeper, esoteric, or secret meaning. It is no longer possible to exclude from research into the story of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus any document that may hold out the faintest hope of throwing even a sidelight on the countless obscurities of the church texts. Most opportune for our inquiry, then, was the recent publication of a curious ancient writing called The Narrative of Joseph of Arimathea. This very concise old document has been given only brief treatment by church historians in the construction of their exhaustive dictionaries and encyclopedias. For the thesis presented in this book, however, it sheds a whole new light on the Gospels and their development. Therefore it compels the setting forth of the substance of the whole matter as it was found recorded in this writing. As with many Christian writings, including the Gospels, there was a dispute as to the likely date when this document was written, although general academic belief dates it at some time around the beginning of the 3rd century. The genesis of the story was obviously much earlier, and what was recorded in this old document failed to capture the attention of most researchers of the New Testament. The manuscript generally related to a fascinating account of the only Torah scroll in Jerusalem being stolen, and because of this, the Jews were in a state of despair because they could not conduct a Passover. This was significant in our study because it was Rabbi Jesus Knubeline who was accused of stealing the Torah. A woman called Sarah publicly accused Rabbi Jesus of this act, and the Jews said to her, "We believe you," for they held her as a prophetess. At the 4th and 5th hours they went out and found Jesus walking in the street. Towards evening they obtained a guard of soldiers. They came to Jesus and saying, "Hail, Rabbi!" They took Jesus to the high priest, who examined him. Jesus was held captive upon Sarah's word. On the next day, being Wednesday, at the 9th hour, they brought him, Jesus, to the priest's hall and asked, "Why did you take away the Torah?" He was silent. The story of the missing Torah finds a parallel account in traditional rabbinic and Jewish literature. Many readers may say, why did we not know even so much as there was a recorded Jewish life of Rabbi Jesus? There certainly was, and one of the most persistent charges of the Jews against him was that he had learned something special in Egypt. This statement has puzzled researchers of the story of Jesus Christ for centuries, and the overriding importance it assumed in Jewish tradition supported the fact that it may have actually happened. In the Toldoth Jekshu, while we still hear of Jesus learning something supernatural in Egypt, its main feature was the recording of the robbing of the Torah and the divine name by a strange device from the Temple of Jerusalem. This strange device may have simply been a cunning maneuver, for in the several variants of the story, we can actually see the evolution of the tradition whereby Rabbi Jesus was said to have outwitted the guardians of the Torah scroll. The Talmud, however, knew nothing of the robbing of the name of God from the temple, but in recording the traditions of bringing a magic secret out of Egypt, it added details of the means whereby it was said to have been conveyed out of that country. Thus, in the Palestinian Gemara was written, "He who scratches on the skin in the fashion of writing is guilty, but he who marks on the skin in the fashion of writing is exempt from punishment." Rabbi Eleazar said to them, "But has not Jesus brought magic out of Egypt in this way?" They answered him, "On account of one fool we do not ruin a multitude of reasonable men." The fact that the rabbis called Jesus a fool for making marks on the skin in the fashion of writing is extremely relevant to this discussion. However, Rabbi Jesus was not the fool his associates thought. As little known as it is, There are several Jewish traditions of Jesus bringing writings from Egypt on his skin, but the one recorded here was the closest in time to the original story. It was interesting to note that Rabbi Eliezer met with the objection that Rabbi Jesus brought something mysterious from Egypt by marks on the skin, but not by scratching or tattoos. The marks were presumably not letters proper, the writing of words in Hebrew, for the discussion was not of writing, but of marks in the fashion of writing. Did it refer to diagrams of sigils or drawings of some kind, or to hieroglyphs? It certainly did. It referred directly and only to the secret in the Bible. In discussing this complex line of tradition, all that needs be said is that ancient Jewish beliefs seems plainly to have preserved a strong account of the inscription of curious marks on the skin of Rabbi Jesus. The idea in the mind of the rabbi was presumably that the Egyptians were known to be very jealous of their mystical lore, and did all they could to prevent writings revealing what was being taken out of their country. Rabbi Jesus, then, according to the oldest rabbinic traditions, was said to have circumvented their vigilance by subterfuge of the kind recounted in the Palestinian Gemara. In considering the preservation of these peculiar descriptions of the Torah being stolen in both Jewish and Christian tradition, we may possibly be provided with the answer to a major unknown gospel problem. It was the Sanhedrin who subsequently tried Rabbi Jesus for stealing the Torah, not the Romans. They were the supreme Jewish religious, political, and legal council in Jerusalem at and before New Testament times. Before the beginning of the Christian era, the Sanhedrin became sufficiently confident in its authority that the high priest Hyrcanus II summoned Herod to stand trial on capital sentences he had passed without the Sanhedrin's authority, Josephus. At this particular time, they had 4 species of capital punishment, all just as cruel as Roman crucifixion. They were stoning, burning, beheading, and strangulation. When Herod took Jerusalem in 37 BC, he retaliated by killing the entire membership of the Sanhedrin, Josephus. Under the Roman procurators, 6 to 41 AD, the Sanhedrin's power increased once again, so when the gospel started to come into existence in the second half of the 2nd century, the writers representing the Sanhedrin as the supreme court of justice. The chief priests were the key figures in the Sanhedrin. They were probably the former high priests and members of the priestly aristocracy from which the high priests were chosen. According to the historian Josephus, they were the leading men of the people of Jerusalem, the powerful and the dignitaries. The real grievance against Rabbi Jesus by the Sanhedrin was hinted at in the Gospel of John 11:45-53. Here it was said that the Jewish high priests, meeting informally, decided to try Rabbi Jesus. Members sat in a half circle so they could see each other. Before them stood 2 scribes, one writing down what was said for and the other what was said against the accused. The high priest questioned him about his teachings, John 18:19, and Rabbi Jesus replied that he had said nothing secretly, John 18:20. If the Sanhedrin believed Rabbi Jesus has stolen the precious Torah, they would indeed have had a reason to bring him to trial, for the theft of their most valued document prevented them from keeping the Passover and partaking in the consumption of the obligatory 4 chalices of wine. Not only had they lost their Torah, they also had lost access to the very sacred secret it contained. In connection with the charges against Rabbi Jesus, there was a remarkable passage preserved in the Babylonian Gemara that demanded attention. This recorded the essence of the original charge against Rabbi Jesus, and it ran as follows in part: that thou shalt not have a son or disciple who burns his food publicly, like Jesus the Nazarene. The main point of the accusation was contained in the word publicly. It was the doing of something or other in public, which apparently might not have been tolerated privately, but which was presumably the natural thing to do in private. The main burden of Christian tradition was that Rabbi Jesus went out and taught the people the law of Moses, the poor, the outcast, the oppressed, the sinners, to all of whom, according to rabbinic law, the mysteries of the Torah were not to be expounded, unless they had first of all purified themselves by the long process of initiation. These so-called ignorant and unclean persons were Amei Ha'aret, men of the earth, and the secret in the Torah was certainly not for them. The strict fold of rabbis charged Jesus because he burnt his food publicly. That is to say, Rabbi Jesus was about to renounce openly what he had learned in Egypt. He was about to reveal the secret in the Bible, that sacred mystery of the ancient schools, and more importantly, the highly confidential divine name of God. He said so himself. Nothing is covered up that will not be revealed, or hidden that should not be known. Therefore, whatever was said in the dark shall be heard in the light, and what was whispered in private rooms shall now be proclaimed from the rooftops. Luke 12:2. The disclosure of secret information blatantly violated the ancient rule of the order of the high priests, and they had to stop him. It was evident that the whole point of the story of burning food publicly had to do with some scandal or breaking of the established rule or order of things, or with paving the way for doing so, and was the downfall of Rabbi Jesus. The main point here, however, is the question of why would Rabbi Jesus want the Torah? He said, "Think not that I have come to destroy the Torah and the prophets. I came not to destroy, but to complete." Matthew 5:17. From the evidence of both the early church and rabbinic records, one of the most tenacious charges against Rabbi Jesus was that he had learned something special in Egypt. What this meant was that he had traveled to an Egyptian mystery school, learned the secret, and returned to Jerusalem, with marks in the fashion of writing on his skin. With these inscriptions, he then needed the Torah, and there was only one at Jerusalem, to publicly demonstrate to the uninitiated the secret that it held, an act most stringently forbidden by the initiates. This attempted disclosure of age-old hidden information offended the priestly line, for one is wholly forbidden to reveal their mysteries. Rather, one must keep them secret in silence. For this reason, he was arrested by the Sanhedrin, charged and tried. The chief priests accused him of many things, Mark 15:3, found him guilty and sentenced him to die by stoning for attempting to make public the essence of the hidden mysteries. The Gospels recorded that the rabbis took up stones to throw at him, but Jesus hid, John 8:59. On a later occasion, he was captured and attempts were made to throw him headlong off a cliff, but Jesus managed to again flee unharmed, Luke 4:29. Yet another attempt to stone him failed. He escaped and went into hiding, John 10:31. It is impossible now to recover accurately the subsequent movements of Rabbi Jesus, but a combination of writings indicated that he entirely left the area with the Torah, returned to Britain, but was pursued. The stoning at Lud. The early church knew the real story of the death of Rabbi Jesus. In the research for this book, an ancient document titled the Arathis Codex became available. This writing appeared to have had at least 2 previous titles, but in its current form it purported to be the works of the 2nd century presbyter Bishop Clement of Alexandria. This writing stated that in his 63rd year of his age, Rabbi Jesus was stoned to death. Another of the early presbyters also confirmed Rabbi Jesus was killed by stoning. Writing about 197 to 198, the Bishop of Carthage, Tertullian, rhetorically addressed the Jews, stating, "Ye stoned him." Tertullian spoke of the stoning of Rabbi Jesus not as the invention of an enemy, but simply as a genuine piece of accepted church history. The rabbinic records confirmed the church accounts and stated that Rabbi Jesus Knubbelein was eventually captured and stoned to death by a person called Pinhas at a place called Lud. Both the Palestinian and Babylonian Talmuds contain a precise description of his death that in both cases was appended to the following passage from Mishnah. "And to bring him forward to the tribunal and stone him, and thus they have done to Jesus at Lud, and they hanged him on the day before Passover." But where was Lud? Some have suggested that maybe it derived from Lydda, to Lydium, to Lod. However, this was not so, for the origin of the name was recorded in rare old documents. The name Lud, sometimes Lund, derived from the great burh, Londonburg, which is the greatest and most famous of all burhs in the northern lands. Both name and town alike are popularly accounted for in the wonderful legend of Geoffrey of Monmouth that found credence in the Middle Ages. According to this story, Brutus, a descendant of Aeneas, who was the son of Venus, founded the city after the fall of Troy, circa 1100 BC, and called it Troynovant, or New Troy. About 1,000 years later, in 41 BC, there reigned in the same town King Lud, the father of Tenvantius, Mary Magdalene's father, who built walls and towers to this city and renamed it Caer Lud. Thus, Lud's town became Londinium in the 4th century, and then London, capital city of England today and chief city of the British Empire. King Lud's name still lives in London today and is encompassed in one of the 7 double gates called Ludgate, the location of St. Paul's Cathedral and the probable site of the stoning of Rabbi Jesus. Both these ancient rabbinic accounts are part and parcel of the Lud tradition, and the death of Rabbi Jesus in both writings was by stoning in Britain, clearly inferred from the Babylonian Talmud. Stoning and then the hanging of the body of Rabbi Jesus was recorded in Jewish history, and Jesus Christ hanging on a stake was also preserved in the canonical Christian writings today. The word stake, not cross, was found in all oldest Christian Gospels, and the cross tradition did not enter the New Testament until centuries later. The Church admitted that there is no proof of the use of a cross until much later than the 6th century. The word cross was later substituted for the word stake in the rewriting of the Christian texts. It was recorded in Christian archives that the general use of the crucifix became ratified at the 6th Ecumenical Council in 680. The council decreed that the figure of a man fastened to a cross be now adopted. The new church logo was later confirmed by Pope Hadrian I. About a century afterwards, the first pictures of Jesus Christ standing against a cross slowly started to appear, mainly in Syrian art. In these depictions, he was always of ripe old age, utterly divested of all circumstances of suffering, and generally clothed in a long, sleeveless tunic called a colubium. Earliest illustrations date from the end of the 8th century, and probably the very first was called the Palestine Crucifixion, discovered in 1856, as a graffito on a wall in the Page's chamber of the Imperial Palace on the Palatine Hill in Rome. It showed a cross against which Jesus stood upright, unbound, with arms flung wide apart as if praying. But Jesus had an ass head. In the left foreground was a much smaller man in an adoring posture and a Greek inscription which read, Alexamene worships his God. Rabbi Jesus wished to help people's spiritual development by disclosing the ultimate secret he had learned during the Egyptian process of initiation. The rabbinic records of Rabbi Jesus said of him, in the beginning a prophet, in the end a deceiver, the deception being Rabbi Jesus' desire to reveal to the world the forbidden sacred secret. That mysterious information is revealed in this author's next book, The Secret in the Bible. The role of Pontius Pilate. The Romans had nothing to do with the punishment of Rabbi Jesus. No doubt it would be convenient to bring Pontius Pilate into the Jewish Talmud stories of Rabbi Jesus, but they are conspicuously by their absence. The Christian and Jewish descriptions of Jesus Christ's life were totally at a variance with each other. That was because they were both talking about different men. When compared with the New Testament, there was an obvious conflict of testimony because the Christian writings subsisted around a crucifixion and the Jewish writings around a stoning. The 2nd century historian Celsus provided a hint when he referred to the alleged crucifixion of Jesus Christ. The church later burnt his books. It was probable that the parchments that stunned parish priest Berenger Saunier and his church associates around 1886 contained this information, and it was also probable that it was Saunier who created the headstone at the Bingerbruck in Germany. It was said the scrolls provided evidence that the crucifixion was a fraud, and Rabbi Jesus was still alive in 45. The reference here to the staged crucifixion was to that of Jesus Christus, Judas Christus, who had given up his birthright to save his life. Due to the discrepancies that commonly exist concerning the dating of this error, it was not possible to establish exactly when Rabbi Jesus was stoned, but what was revealed about the scrolls found at Rennes-le-Château determined that both Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus were still alive after 45. According to a Jewish legend, 3 boatloads of Jews arrived in Arles, southern France, circa 53 AD, and the theory proposed is that this group were pursuing Rabbi Jesus Canubline. They eventually captured him in Ludstown, to where he had fled, and reunited with his son, King Caradoc, and other close family members. At this stage in his life, he was approximately 63 years of age, which confirmed the records of Bishop Clement of Alexandria. Chapter 14. The Expansion of the Christ Knowledge. Josephus recorded that the Sanhedrin condemned James Herod, the gospel brother of Judas and Rabbi Jesus, to be stoned to death, but he escaped punishment. In 62, James arrived to settle in Britain just a year or so before Rabbi Jesus' death, and their Druidic beliefs were developed and expanded under his guidance. From around that time onwards, the Celtic Church reaffirmed its doctrines using the basic Essenic and Druidic traditions that were concerned primarily with education, agriculture, an ethical code, a strong sense of fraternity among its participants, and the transmission of the secret Christ knowledge. Their order was strictly monastic and was essentially based upon the teachings and social codes of Rabbi Jesus Canubline. At this time, the Gospels we know today were yet to be written, and therefore unknown to the early church in Britain. Although considered austere by the somewhat ostentatious Roman Church, the Celtic Church in time became popular throughout Europe, and many Celtic priests later took up church positions in Europe. The Celtic Church became a hereditary institution, with the high bishops in Britain being drawn generally from a dynastic family, and their office passing from father to son in many instances. Certain British gods and goddesses were subsequently incorporated into the structure, and the Celtic Church sponsored its own saints independently of the Roman Church. Through the ages, they included such well-known characters as Saint Bridget, Saint Patrick, Saint David, and Saint Columba. Although now generally perceived to have been part of the overall Christian movement, the ministry and doctrines of the British saints were totally divorced from what is now called the Roman Catholic Church. It was not until the 11th century that the Western Church became subjugated to Roman influence through the marriage of a hereditary Celtic priest to a Catholic heiress to the Saxon House of England. This affected certain aspects of the Celtic tradition and eventually led to the establishment of a British Bible, the King James Version, that differed substantially from the Roman Bible, the Vulgate Bible. Emperor Vespasian proclaimed Messiah. About 12 years after the stoning of Rabbi Jesus, around 66, Emperor Nero Claudius Caesar, 54 to 68, sent Flavius Sabinus Vespasian to the east to conduct a war against the Jews. His conduct of the conflict raised his reputation, and Vespasian was proclaimed emperor at Alexandria on the 1st of July, 69, and soon after all through the east. He traveled to Rome in the following year, leaving his son Titus to continue the war against the Jews. Josephus, the Jewish historian, was present with Titus at the siege of Jerusalem, and in 71 accompanied him to Rome, where both father and son triumphed together on account of the conquest of the Jews. Emperor Vespasian took possession of all Jewish religious artifacts that had previously been safely stored in the temple, including the precious Torah, and stored them in the Capitoline Jove in Rome. He then proclaimed the entire Jewish territory the Roman emperor's personal property and had his decision officially ratified by the Senate. He also ruled that the half-shekel yearly contribution of Jews the world over to their temple be redirected into a special fund, the Ficus Judaicus, and paid into the Capitoline Jove. Josephus recorded that Vespasian personally kept the Torah, revealing that it had at some time been recovered from Rabbi Jesus and replaced in the temple. Vespasian also took the colored priestly robes from the Jerusalem temple and stored them in a special room in his own palace on the Palatine Hill. The Roman emperor now owned the entire collection of Jewish religious artifacts that had been built up over many centuries. The great temple of Jerusalem was no longer, and the Jews had been disposed of their land, their treasure, and the physical substance of their religion. At a gala public forum, Josephus then applied the Essenic messianic prophecy to Emperor Vespasian and proclaimed him the deliverer, redeemer in some translations, of the people, for which Josephus received the freedom of the city from Vespasian. Josephus then assumed the name of Flavian family, Flavius, and was treated with great favor by Vespasian and his successors, Titus and Domitian. From that time on, and by legal inheritance, all subsequent Roman emperors were messiahs, but the Jews, referring the Masonic prophecy to themselves, rebelled, This was the beginning of a major religious problem that would not even start to be resolved until 325, the time of Emperor Constantine and the First Christian Council at Nicaea. Chapter 15. The Mystery Schools Knew About Rabbi Jesus. Sir Francis Bacon and the Mystery Schools knew the full story of Rabbi Jesus' royal family adventures some 400 years ago. Not only was the knowledge that Rabbi Jesus was initiated in Egypt and later stoned in Lud also known amongst the gatherings of the secret societies of the Middle Ages, it was secretly coded into the Shakespearean plays. Throughout the Shakespearean folios and quartos are scores of hidden acrostic signatures, some of which are ingenious in their design. The simplest form was called the capital initial code, whereby a name, in this instance Francis Bacon's, was concealed in the first few letters of consecutive lines. In The Tempest appeared a striking example of Bacon's acrostic code. Begun to tell me what I am, but stopped, and left me to a bootless inquisition, concluding stay, not yet. Here the initial letters of the first and second lines, together with the first three letters of the third line, formed the word bacon. It was not so much the word bacon that was of concern here. The shape in which those letters were formed was the important issue. When drawing a line around the design of Bacon's name, the letter L, like this, was revealed. This letter connected with other letters following on in the writings until 33 consecutive letters are combined. Those letters then created full words that spelled out particular statements. For the purpose of this exercise, this 33-letter acrostic is simply called Bacon's Code. It appeared in both the Shakespearean plays and the Bible, and an example of its application is now given. What was Sir Francis Bacon trying to say in using the cipher number 33 in the Bible? In the preface to a book he wrote called Advancement of Learning, 1640, Sir Francis gave a clue when he wrote that the glory of God is to be concealed a thing, and the glory of the kings is to find it out. This leads to the Old Testament book of Kings, where further ciphers using the number 33 are found, and here an explanation of what he wanted known could be established. The first Temple of Solomon stood, in the biblical timetable, for 33 years in its pristine splendor, an allegory if there ever was one. King David was made to rule for 33 years in Jerusalem, just as Jesus Christ was made to be crucified in the 33rd year of his life. Yet the Gospels and the early church movement recorded that Rabbi Jesus was much older than 33 years, John 8:57. If church records revealed that Rabbi Jesus lived to an advanced age, why was the mysterious number 33 arbitrarily chosen to symbolize the duration of his life? That question is easy to answer. In the mystery schools, 33 mystical years are required to obtain masteryship. The passing of 7 major initiations, the last being life-threatening, requires 33 actual degrees or transformations of consciousness. Sir Francis Bacon was recording the fact that he, the Knights Templar, in the secret societies of his time, knew Rabbi Jesus was a 33rd degree initiate into the sacred mysteries. It should not come as any surprise to learn that the spear shaker also received a mention in Sir Francis Bacon's editing of the New Testament. In the final chapters of the Gospel of John, Sir Francis had the suffering Jesus Christ prodded in his left side by a spear shaker. This verse is not recorded in the oldest versions of the first Gospel written. It is difficult to approach any phase of the life of Sir Francis Bacon without being confronted with what appears to be evidence of careful preparation to reveal, yet conceal, secret information. This observation does not result from imagination or prejudice. Much of his coding was centered directly on the Masonic number 33. An example was found in the Shakespeare folio of 1623-33. That was strangely enough dedicated to the pair of brethren, Miriam Harold's twins. The vital clue here is the 33 letters making up the sequential coded statement, and that points to the Inquirer directly to page 33. When unraveling Bacon's code in the 1623 folio, it is almost impossible to comprehend what can be found, but it is there for the whole world to see. Hidden in Bacon's favorite cipher, we can find 33 consecutive letters on page 33, which spell out the words, Jesus Christ Initiation Great Pyramid. The existence of this cipher in the Shakespeare folio of 1623 is sufficient indication to prove Sir Francis Bacon's editorial connection with both the King James Bible and the Shakespeare plays. The fact that the name Jesus Christ was found secreted in the Shakespearean writings was not the only amazing thing about the coding of Sir Francis Bacon. Other examples are found in the Old Testament that he began editing upon his appointment as a Solicitor General in 1607. An example can be found by turning to Psalm 46 and then counting 46 words from the beginning until arriving at the word shake. Count then 46 words from the end, and the word there is spear. There are 111 words between shake and spear, which was the numerical signature of Bacon by the method numerologists call the K count. Shakespeare Bacon was 46 years of age when he structured in this cipher, and the year was 1607. The hidden clues continue. In Hamlet, for example, the page number 100 has been omitted. 257 follows 156, and other errors are clear, obviously made in order to deliberately obtain a particular result on the last page. One could go on, but the most startling example of Bacon's code affecting the current work was found on page 3 of the Shakespeare folio of 1623. T. Tennyson, author of Baconiana, recorded the following clue in 1679. And whosoever would understand the Lord Bacon's cipher, let him consult that accurate edition in Latin in folio anno 1623 for the form of the letters of the alphabet, in which much of the mystery consists. The ingenuity displayed in the manipulation of words and numbers to create this cipher is almost beyond the comprehension of the human mind. The 33-letter coded message was intentional, having a cryptic meaning that concealed specific information that Sir Francis Bacon wanted discovered at a later time. It said, Jesus Christ, stoned death, Londonberg. It is deeply significant that the original edited manuscripts of the King James Bible are, like the Shakespearean plays, lost. Sir Francis Bacon encoded this information in capital letters into both the Bible and Shakespearean plays. Whoever unravels the Shakespeare Folio 623 may well make the greatest literary discovery of all time. The wonder is how it will be possible for anyone to pierce the veil and reveal the secrets of this volume. One thing is for sure, when the codes in this document are deciphered, the value of the Shakespeare Folio 1623 will certainly be enhanced, and it will stand alone as the greatest monument of achievements of the human intellect. Chapter 16. The Early Churchmen. After the lifetimes of the twins had passed, the unusual circumstances of their existence led to considerable excitement amongst the simple population, and elements of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus' very different lives made their way into the discourses of the public orators. These men were called presbyters, and they wandered around the district, spinning the public an assortment of yarns full of the boldest metaphors and rhetorical artifices of the age. They knew that Rabbi Jesus was a king and a son of God, and they also knew that Judas Christus was seen alive after he was believed to have been crucified. The essence of the story that eventually became the Christian religion developed with these two factors, and this curious body of men were directly responsible. The ancient manuscripts supported this assertion. While making copies of rare books in the Library of the Christian Israelites, New York, in 1904, Dr. Elise Louise Morris came across an untitled lengthy Latin manuscript written as a letter by an Essene elder in Jerusalem to his brother in Alexandria. This old parchment roll had been previously preserved for centuries in the monasteries of the Grecan monks, and, apart from a pre-1900 attempt to burn it, this document still exists and is presently stored in a humidor in a private library north of London. Its entire contents were translated into English and subsequently published in 1919 under the commercial title The Crucifixion of Jesus by an Eyewitness. The simplicity and candor of the essence of the narrative provided an overwhelming impression of truth and added a new dimension to the evolvement of the Christian text. It was recorded that the simple people in the city, after hearing news that Judas Christus, a doomed man, was seen alive after he was thought to have been killed by crucifixion, assumed that he had risen up by the hand of God, and imagined him to be a supernatural being, and therefore throwed themselves down, believing a miracle had happened. The Gospels confirmed this account, stating that when they saw him, after the crucifixion, they worshipped him, but some doubted, Matthew 28:17. Whether they actually saw Judas Christus or mistook for him his twin brother was impossible to determine, for both Judas and Rabbi Jesus were near the crucifixion scene. The presbyters are today called the founding church fathers, and they subsequently expanded and developed the miracle into something it never was. Knowledge of the peculiar nature of these men provides an understanding of the origin of the Christian texts and the development of the early church. Just who were the early church fathers? On no subject has the world been more blinded or deceived than that of the Church's portrayal of the character and integrity of the presbyters. In spite of the existence of over-enthusiastic priesthood interpretations of the nature of the early clergy, there seems little doubt the prestigious Modern-day titles created for them do not reflect a true portrait. Documentation suggests that they became regarded more honorably and grew in stature the farther they receded into the past. It is of great importance to illustrate the intellectual condition that prevailed during the development of the church texts and correct some of the misunderstandings about the character of the men who set in motion one of the greatest frauds ever perpetrated. This chapter provides background information about the real nature of the men involved in the establishment of the Christian religion, from the Latin word religio, meaning awe, scruple, and superstition, and deconstructs the facade built up around them by the church. The existence and character of the men we today call early church fathers was extensively recorded by earlier Christian historians and validated in the more comprehensive and older editions of the Catholic Encyclopedia, 1908 to 1914. The first Christian bishops. There is a common belief among Christians today that the apostles passed on Jesus Christ's message to bishops of the early church. This cannot be validated. Up until the 3rd century, the word bishop was unknown in the primitive church. The term used was presbyter in Latin or presbyteros in Greek. These people were also anciently known as capella and capelliatus or capelliatum, depending on which translation and tense was adopted. In those formative years, the transmission of both the Old and New Testament was oral. Rhetoric was the art of the public speaker, and church writings were publicly read out loud by the presbyters to gatherings now called churches, and exactly as Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are read in churches today. During their time, the presbyters, or capulatum, were beggared entertainers of the public and nothing more. A study of Christian records showed it was those who received the gift of public speech who possessed all authority in the primitive church. For the first 300 years, the primitive church had no organization, and the clergy did not have a special title. They were generally called presbyters. The original meaning of that name shed light on these men. The word presbyter simply meant old man, and a contradiction of it resulted in the Old English word praeost, which today is priest. The word capelliatum translated as having long hair, and capella meant a dim, dirty fellow. The 3 presbyters generally accredited with founding the Christian religion were Irenaeus, 115 to 202, Clement of Alexandria, 160 to 215, and Tertullian, 160 to 210. In the canon of the Bible, Professor Samuel Davison said of them, "The 3 presbyters of whom we are speaking had neither the ability nor the inclination to examine the genesis of the documents. No analysis of their authenticity and genuineness was seriously attempted. The ends with which they had in view, the polemic motives, their uncritical, inconsistent assertions, their want of sure data, detract from their testimony. The very arguments they use to establish certain conclusions show weakness of perception." Professor Davison noted the type of men the early church fostered was in general very inferior intellectually, inhabiting a different mental universe. In the early 3rd century writings of Tertullian, son of a Roman centurion, it stated that he and an array of other orators gave readings from their writings at late afternoon receptions in the town square while standing on a speaker's box, now a pulpit. Tertullian went on to say, "For where 2 or 3 people are gathered, there is a church," originally written as cheech. even if they are only lay people. It was expected that the holder of the manuscript would deliver his discourse interestingly, persuasively, with emotion, and usually with a lesson. His main aim was to convince the audience of the validity of the story he expounded. In the contest for mastery, he was expected to make a point and prove a case. The best of the presbyters could read and write. They were called into Greek episkopos, which meant an overseer or watcher, of the other orators who were illiterate and learnt their trade by rote. This word subsequently became biskop, in Old English, and bishop today. Thus, by the end of the 3rd century, the title of bishop, previously biskop, came into length to be appropriated to the chief among them. One of these presbyters became the ruling bishop. He was essentially iterant, and when he moved on, he left behind copies of his manuscripts and nominated another overseer to take over his position to orate those stories to the community left behind. In those early Christian years, there was a great diversity of opinion amongst the orators about which of these various writings should actually be publicly read. They debated for centuries until they found they could not agree, and then held councils and still could not agree. The resulting scandals were a huge embarrassment for the later church hierarchy, with many records of these deliberations suppressed. In discussing matters associated with the development of the early clergy, the church itself admitted one might indeed be curious about the internal between the time of the apostles and the beginning of the 3rd century A.D. The most prominent early presbyter, Irenaeus, said the body of church orators at this time numbered less than 100 people, and they are as much above kings as the soul is above the body. By the year 253, its numbers had increased to 154. In a letter written by a presbyter named Cornelius to an associate called Fabius, who lived at Antioch, he recorded the existence of 46 presbyters, 7 deacons, 7 subdeacons, 2 acolytes, and 52 exorcists, lectors, and porters. By the time of the First Christian Council at Nicaea in 325, the number had increased to 2,048 presbyters, deacons, subdeacons, acolytes, and exorcists. The number of actual presbyters was 318, mainly praeosts, but amongst them several chief orators or bishops. The exorcists said prayers for pretend exorcism, and the acolytes or doorkeepers, as they later became called, were illiterate assistants who followed the presbyters. It was around this time, the beginning of the 4th century, that the bishops first received their special power. It was officially given to them during the years 320 to 323, when the Emperor of Rome, Flavius Constantine, 272 to 337, issued legislation that permitted all Christians to carry their lawsuits before the bishop. With this permit, the bishop soon became an influential and powerful personage in the community, the judge and the jury, the voice of Roman authority, and one not entirely of an ecclesiastical nature. They tended to regard themselves as superior to the highest authorities in matters ecclesiastical, and to think of the church as a department of the state. The cast-off purple togas and shoes of Roman emperors became the clothing of the bishops of Rome. The presbyters wore the toga picta, bearing a red stripe, and their followers opted for either black or brown togas. They were a conceited body of people, and the abuse of their religion dangerously undermined the foundation of moral virtue. Many of the bishops were given up to worldliness and gain, and we hear of worse scandals. Eusebius, 260 to 339, was one of them. Scarcely a pious figure, Eusebius was notoriously early presbyter and became one of the earliest and most influential bishops of the Christian Church. He is on record as saying, "It is an act of virtue to deceive and lie, when by such means the interests of the Church might be promoted." The Christian writer Dr. Donaldson said of this bishop Eusebius, "My first, my best, and almost my only authority is Eusebius." He continued, "Like all the rest of the Christians of his time, Eusebius was utterly unethical in his estimates of evidence, and where he, as it were, translated the language of others into his own, not using their words but his own assumption of their meaning, he is almost invariably wrong. Every statement which he makes himself is unreliable." The curious stories about the early priesthood abound, and church historian Sozomen related the nature of Athanasius, a bishop living in Alexandria. He was charged at the Council of Tyre in 355 with breaking a mystical chalice, smashing an episcopal chair, false imprisonment, deposing an opposing bishop unlawfully, placing him under military guard and torturing him, striking other bishops physically, obtaining his bishopric by perjury, breaking and cutting off the arm of one of his opponents, burning his house, tying him to a column and whipping him, and putting him in a cell illegally. All this in addition to teaching a false doctrine. Gregory, a presbyter from Nazianzus 390, said it was common in his time for thugs to be appointed bishops, who were drawn from the army, the navy, the plough, or the forge. Marcellinus Ammonianus 330-400 wrote a history of Rome, providing a further insight into the character of the early bishops. Once in the office, he said, "They are free from money worries, enriched by offerings from women, riding in carriages, dressing splendidly, feasting luxuriously. Their banquets are better than imperial ones." The desert hermit today, called St. Jerome, died in 420, confessed that the majority of men entering the church were amateurs in theology. He said, "One who yesterday was a catechumene, beginner or new convert, is today a bishop. Another moves overnight from the amphitheater to the church. A man who spent the evenings in the circus stands next morning at the altar, and another who was recently a patron of the stage is now the dedicator of virgins." He went on to say that bishops gain admission to aristocratic houses and deceive silly women, who seek ordination simply to see women more freely. They think of nothing but their clothes, use scents, and smooth out the creases in their boots. They curl their hair with tongs, their fingers glitter with rings. They are bridegrooms rather than clergy. And for the bridegrooms were many wealthy widows. Again, quoting Jerome, was revealed the motivation of these men. He described the widows as dressed in red cloaks with fat bodies, a file of eunuchs walking in front. They have not so much lost husbands as seek them. They fill their houses with guests and flatterers. The bishops kiss these ladies on the forehead, and putting forth their hands as though to bless, take money for their visits. After a vast supper, these ladies dream of the apostles. Over 1700 years later, the monastic monks retrospectively applied the word bishop to the majority of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th century orators when they rewrote fading church writings. Sometime around the period of the Reformation, 14th to 17th century, the more accepted presbyters posthumously received the supernatural appellation of divines. The word presbyter became synonymous with bishops and then bishops. The presbyters of a lesser standing were simply assumed to be priests of the church and subservient to the bishop. This eventually gave each dim, dirty, long-haired old man a special sense of religious importance never originally existing. They later came to be called the older men, subsequently elders, and by the mid-1500s, the Church insisted upon calling them the Reverend Fathers. The word reverend was an epithet of respect applied to the Old Testament God and was never applied to men. This word expanded to the most reverend, right reverend, and very reverend, and has been used as a title prefix in the churchman's name ever since. The word fathers became fathers, capital, and then to the divine fathers of the church, a title falsely giving the bishops and presbyters the status of special and dignified founders of the Christian church. Today, this process is called ecclesiasticism, which simply means an exaggerated attachment to the practice or principles of the Christian church. These men were simply opportunists, accepting such favors as food, wine, corn, olive oil, wool, shelter, and sex in return for their soapbox performance. In 1882, the author T.W. Duane published a 589-page book titled Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions. Of the presbyters and bishops, he commented, "Besides forging, lying, and deceiving the people for the cause of Christ, the church fathers destroyed all evidence against themselves and their religion that they could find." Duane commented that none of the early presbyters were Christians, but pagan opportunists. This assertion was fully verified by St. Justin Martyr in his Apology to Roman Emperor Adrian, when he admitted that those who stood the highest in the church maintained earlier heathen beliefs. The church of the 15th century developed an official policy of publicly presenting the original presbyters as learned and dignified men, worthy of the highest respect. So vigorously was this opinion enforced that one of the charges upon which Michael Servetus was burnt to death by John Calvin at Champel on the 27th of October in 1553 was that he had spoken disrespectfully of the original Christian presbyters. Charlatans in the church. This wandering group of town criers had many detractors, the most vocal being Celsus. His sense of fair play won the respect and admiration of many of his contemporaries. He wrote a work called True Discourse, which was subsequently destroyed by the 5th century church, Augustine. Celsus was acknowledged expert on biblical writings and the most important intellectual opponent of Christianity during its early years. He threw the early presbyters into perturbations when he accused them of accepting the worst superstitions of paganism, and then interpolating passages into various writings without understanding the meaning of what they created. His accusations were so plausible that for a long time no Christian writer ventured to answer the challenge. He branded the presbyters' orations on the miracles attributed to Jesus Christ as absurd and called them charlatans and vagrants, dangerous to the civil ideas of the Roman state. His writings were sincere in his wish to help all men and bring the populace to the idea of one religion. He was remarkably well read and informed on all points of religion. In the 1908 Catholic Encyclopedia, under Celsus, confirmed his knowledge of Judaism and Christianity was such as could not have been obtained from books alone. He must have consorted with Jewish and Christian teachers. He knew the writings of the early presbyters, and he is unquestionably conscious of his knowledge of early Christianity. Some 40 years after his death, the church named Origen, 185 to 251, at the fervent request of his friend Ambrosius, to refute Celsus, charges in writings called Against Celsius. A total of 8 books, which were eventually completed some 70 years after Celsus' death. It is not known who finished the work. Origen's attempts to dispel the accusations of Celsus failed, and the only remedy was to destroy the writings of Celsus. Many copies of Celsus' original work had been read and studied by such presbyters as Eusebius, and Augustine. If no copy of the True Discourse, sometimes translated the True Doctrine, is available to this generation, it is because the monks of an Oriental church on Mount Athos will neither show nor confess they have at least one Greek copy in their possession. However, around 90% of the True Discourse was reconstructed by Jackman in 1836 and Keim 1873 using extracts, arguments, and whole pages cited verbatim in Origen's condemnation. Origen recorded that Celsus said of the original Christian presbyters, "You utter fables, as if in a drunken state, producing self-induced visions, and you do not even possess the art of making them likely. You have alerted 3, 4 times, and oftener the texts of your manuscripts in order to deny objections made to you." They altered the text 3, 4 times. Those who understand the importance of the vision factor in the evolution of Christian dogma and history will thank the presbyter Origen for preserving this expression of his opponent. From these ancient words, it is apparent that even towards the end of the 2nd century, it was commonly accepted that the orator manuscripts, now called Gospels, were shallow, manipulated transcripts and had already been altered on many occasions. Celsus, when speaking of the presbyters, said that they were made up of weavers, tailors, fullers, and the most illiterate and rustic fellows, teaching strange paradoxes. They openly declared that none but the ignorant were fit to hear their discourses, and that one of their rules was, "Let no man that is learned come among us." They never appeared in the circles of the wiser and better sort, but always took care to intrude themselves among the ignorant and uncultured, rambling around to play tricks at fairs and markets. Celsus, in common with most of the Grecians, looked upon the presbyters' preachings as a blind faith that shunned the light of reason. He said, "The presbyters are forever repeating, 'Do not examine, only believe, and thy faith will make thee blessed.' Wisdom is a bad thing in life. Foolishness is to be preferred. They teach men to believe without examination." It was hardly surprising then to read of the early presbyters' constant attempts to present a particular untrue storyline. Origen, for example, was quoted by Jerome as advising anyone in authority in the developing church who was forced by circumstance to lie of the need to observe the rules of the art of lying and to use the lie when arguing with a disbeliever in order to win that person over to the most important Christian points. This was the church tradition confessed by Eusebius, now called Bishop Eusebius, and others. St. Jerome, the author of the official Catholic Vulgate Bible used today, claimed to write in this lying manner and cited in support of the practice of numbers of Greeks and Latin Christian writers before him. He even named St. Paul a liar. St. Jerome described the book of Revelations as unintelligible nonsense, and when he wrote to Bishop Chromatius and Heliodorus towards the end of the 4th century, he said, "A disciple of Manichaeus named Seleucus wrote falsely the Acts of the Apostles, which exhibited matter not for edification but for destruction, and that this book was approved in a synod which the ears of the church properly refused to listen." Such confessions gave grave doubt about everything recorded in the Christian texts. There was never any recorded form of ordination from a supernatural Jesus Christ or Simon of Petra to the presbyters. They appointed themselves and continually restructured their own writings in further appeal to the rabble without understanding the meaning of what they were compiling. Their good tales are now called Gospels and used by the Church to establish the validity of the Christian story. Yet these men were self-confessed liars and thieves. Aurelius, Augustine, 354 to 430, today honored with the titles saint and bishop, himself recorded, "He lusted to thieve and did it." Such records are contrary to the idealized picture of the early church movement portrayed by the church today. He also frankly admitted between his indistinct ravings he was unable to produce any uncorrupted copies of the gospel. The bishop revealed in his own writings how he had reviled in the flesh pots of Carthage and Rome and described sex as his particular compulsion. He led a riotous life and fathered an illegitimate son called Deodatus. Around the middle of the 3rd century, a Christian sect, the Manchurians, was founded by Mani, or Manes in some translations. Through the hostility of the Magi, he was put to death as a heretic and flayed, and his head was set up over a gate, still known by his name in the 11th century. However, his sect continued and taught that Christ is the glorious intelligence, which the Persians called Mithras. His residence is in the sun. The now highly regarded saint and bishop of Hippo Augustine was an avid Manichaean for 9 years before adjusting his belief. Augustine lived around 400 years after the canonical time of the gospel of Jesus Christ and believed that Christ resided in the sun. Many other church presbyters of the same time taught the Son was Jesus Christ, driving his chariot across the sky. The Bishop of Troy was one who confessed to this belief and also said he had always secretly prayed to Jesus Christ in the Son. The stories related by the early ecclesiastics show how untrustworthy these men were. In his 33rd sermon, for example, St. Augustine said, "I was already Bishop of Hippo when I went into Ethiopia with some servants of Christ. In this country we saw men and women without heads, who had 2 great eyes in their breasts, and in countries still more southly we saw people who had but 1 eye in their foreheads." Towards the end of his life of debauchery, Butler, St. Augustine, confessed that Christianity was a religion of threats and bribes unworthy of wise men. Today the Christian hierarchies proudly present him as the eagle of the fathers and the doctor of the church. St. Jerome was born in the town of Stridon on the north coast of what is now Italy, and was a man of contradictions, generous towards his friends yet merciless with his enemies. His real name was Sophronius Eusebius Hieronius, with Jerome deriving from Jaru of Rome. He lived in a cave for many years on the barren plains of Chalcis in Syria, where he was taught to read and write Hebrew by an old monk. Jerome's desert years ended unhappily with him at the center of a religious dispute in nearby Antioch. Accused of heresy because he preferred pagan literature because of his knowledge of Hebrew, Bishop Tomas offered Jerome the commission to revise both the Old and New Testament manuscripts, the purpose being to end the great difference in the wording of particularly the Gospels. Jerome, urged on by Pope Damasus' offer of money, traveled to Rome in 382 and commenced work. His 2 decades of intermittent work eventually created the Vulgate Bible so special to Roman Catholics today. He described himself as a great favorite with the ladies and dressed like them. St. Jerome was a self-confessed transvestite. Some of the points made about Jerome in his work are extracted from his own writings. He was probably the only male saint to appear in church wearing women's clothes. The explanation offered by the church was that friends of Jerome jokingly placed ladies' red clothing in his bedroom while he slept. Next morning, Jerome arose in the dark and failed to realize he was donning female attire. It appears that Jerome's dress became the origin of the cardinal's garb today. Jerome was described by his opponents as free with his tongue, uncharitable, sly, a hypocrite, the arch monk. Today he is called the Most Holy One, and like Augustine, Doctor of the Church. Curious beliefs of the early clergy. Here follow a few examples to illustrate strange church beliefs up until the 6th century. The phoenix, a fabled bird said to renew its life every 500 years, was believed real by Clement, sometimes called Clemens, a Roman who died in the first quarter of the 2nd century. The church said Clement was a bishop of Rome, but no evidence exists to verify this claim. Clement asserted the phoenix was typical of reincarnation. Tertullian of Rome thought the same thing, but confessed to never having seen the bird, as it was always building a pyre in readiness for its next incarnation. The anti-Christian writer Celsus used this fact to illustrate the credulity of the early Christian presbyters. As highly regarded as Tertullian, Irenaeus, and Clement are by the present-day church, so to be Origen. He defended the fable of the phoenix and believed the sun, moon, and stars were living creatures endowed with reason and free will, and occasionally inclined to sin. He believed they were rational living creatures because they moved across the sky. He was not certain, however, whether the souls of the stars were created at the same time with their bodies or at the end of the world, because they were alive but unseen in daylight. He preached the air was peopled with demons. Their light, he said, was from the knowledge and wisdom reflected from the eternal light. That they had free will, he proved by quoting from the Old Testament book of Job 25:5. Bishop Cyril of Jerusalem, 386, quoted from Clement the story of the phoenix and declared God had created the bird expressly to enable men to believe in reincarnation. He said it was a wonderful bird, and yet it was irrational. It did not sing psalms to God, and it knew nothing of Jesus. This was the same Cyril who said, "Thou must hate all heretics." Heretic simply meaning holder of a different view. The writer of the Epistle of Barnabas believed an ancient superstition that the hyena changed its sex every year, alternately male and female. He also believed a hare had as many young as it was years old, and a weasel conceived within its mouth. So Justin Martyr believed in the existence of demons and said they were the offspring of angels who had sex with the daughters of men. He went on to record that insane people were possessed and tormented by the soul of the wicked who had died in their sins, and this was sure proof of the immortality of God and the soul. A presbyter at Antioch, Theophilus, 169 to 177, to whom the Gospel of Luke was addressed, claimed the pains of women in childbirth and the fact serpents slither on their bellies were proof of the fall, as given in the Old Testament book of Genesis. Tertullian, too, believed the hyena changed its sex, and the stag renewed its youth by eating poisonous snakes. He claimed eclipses and comets were signs of God's anger and forerunners of natural disasters, and the chirpings of birds were prayers. In the opening words of one of his papers, he stressed volcanoes were openings into hell, and the volcanic condition was a punishment inflicted on the mountains to serve as a warning to the wicked. Further, he believed demons sent diseases upon the bodies of humans, blighted apples and grain, and produced accidents and untimely deaths. He invited the heathen magistrates to summon before their tribunal any person possessed with a devil, and if the evil spirit, when exorcised by any Christian whatsoever, did not own himself to be a devil, as truly as in other places, he would falsely call himself a god, not daring to tell a lie to a Christian, then they should take the life of that Christian. Clement of Alexandria said hailstorms, tempests, and plagues were caused directly by demons, and credulity was necessary to render faith easily. He kindly allowed that Jews and Gentiles would have the gospel preached to them in hell. Clement's imagination was naturally lascivious. His chapter on the immodesty of rich pagan women washing naked in the bath portrays the hatred of the canaille, the vulgar multitude, for the upper classes, and showed he must have been from the very lowest grades of society. While indignant at the supposed wickedness of the heathen, he wrote a book so unseemingly. Later English churchmen did not bother to translate it until the 19th century. St. Jerome said about the church and belief of the soul, "As to the origin of the soul, I remember the question of the whole curricus, now called church, whether it be fallen from heaven, as Pythagoras and the Platonists and Origen believe, or it be of the proper substance of God, or whether they are kept in a repository formerly built by God, or whether they are made by God and sent into bodies according to that which is written in the gospel." Many of Jerome's writings were abusive, confrontational, and full of bitter invective. This passage was more civil, and in it Jerome questioned the origin of the soul and whether souls were sent into the bodies according to that which is written in the gospel. This particular narrative was not found recorded in modern gospels. However, it was written into the oldest Bibles currently existing today: the Sinaiticus, the Alexandrius, the Vaticanus, Bezae, and Syrian. Justin Martyr, Hippolytus of Rome, 176-236, Theophilus of Antioch, 180, Athenagoras, late 2nd century, Tatian, late 2nd century, Minucius Felix, 211, Cyprian of Carthage, 258, Origen, Tertullian, Irenaeus, Jerome, Lactantius, 245-323, Eusebius, and Augustine. In fact, all the early Christian presbyters believed in the physical reality of demons. At first, since Christianity presented angels as bodies of air and light, its demons were supposed to have similarly ethereal bodies. According to St. Augustine, this gave extraordinary powers of perception and enabled them to move through the air at high speed. Over the centuries, however, they appeared to have shed their bodies and became purely spiritual. How else, asked the priests in the 12th century, could a legion of 6,666 demons be contained in the body of a man? So universal was the belief in demons by the clergy that in 1484 Pope Innocent VIII issued a papal bull against them. The New Testament writers believed in them. They believed their evil was offset by the existence of goblins and elves, and every fountain, tree, stream, and grove had its sprite. Everything that was done had to be a miracle with the Almighty invoked to perform the simplest things. The Christian audience. For centuries, the bishops and presbyters continually referred to their audience as rabble and fools, people we today call the early Christians. These early congregations were described by the Bible writers as not so many wise, and were held in low esteem by the presbyters. Tertullian said of them, quoting verbatim from the Old Testament preacher, "Of fools the number is endless." This phrase obviously proved embarrassing and was adjusted in 1592. It was at that time it made to read, "Those who are lacking cannot be numbered." It was again refined in 1881 and now reads, "That which is lacking cannot be numbered." As the presbyter orators their stories, they interpreted contemporary events and the exploits of various folk heroes into their discourses, embellished the stories with splendid exaggerations, and created curious scenes to entertain the gathered flock. Paul of Samosata, 260 to 268, for example, went about attended by bodyguards, consorted freely with women, and preached to his audience while clapping his hands and stomping his feet from a high throne. The mob or confused rabble collected together and called out, and from those assemblies came the Greek word church. The simple audience did not know about fraud and dishonesty in religious claims. They were never suspicious of fantastic stories and did not know the difference between truth and fiction. Their gullibility can be seen in the example of Bishop Tertullian telling a group of local residents that while walking past the cemetery, he had seen a corpse kindly move over to make room for another corpse to be laid beside it. The mob rushed to the cemetery and gazed across it in awe, believing what they had been told was true and accurate. Such was the kind of food with which early Christians were fed. A volume could not contain the records. They had also believed Tertullian when he said the devil placed a red or blue mark upon the body of a witch to more easily recognize his property. Such was the simplicity of those people. It should be remembered when discussing the origin of Christianity, we are dealing with a period of time when dragons roamed the earth. According to Pliny the Elder, 23 to 79 AD, in his book Natural History, which made references to the Essenes, he recorded that a man called Thoas of Arcadia was saved from harm during a robber's attack by his pet dragon. Pliny added a few more details and said the dragons in Ethiopia were 30 feet long. The dragons of India, however, were so enormous a size as easily to envelop the elephant with its folds and encircle them with its coils. Pliny also said the dragons inhabiting Africa had crests on their head. Pliny perished in the corruption of Vesuvius in 79, which destroyed Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae. The reference source of Pliny's information is not known. The general populace of those primitive times lived in an environment of ignorance and excessive superstition, and their knowledge of the world was very limited. Less than 1 in 10,000 could read or write, according to Josephus. When a presbyter from Carthage called Cyprian told a gathering of rabble he saw an infant vomit the sacred species it had received into the holy chalice, they believed him. Alexander, a presbyter at Abonotekos, was a religious huckster who created a huge puppet of a snake that awed those who saw it. It has been argued that the imperial edicts of Roman Emperor Antonius Marcus, 121 to 180, against those who terrify by superstition the fickle minds of men, was specifically directed against the church presbyters. Another example of the intellectual limitations can be found in the writings of Tertullian, who told how he again deceived the simple-minded. He recorded telling a gathering of people while he was exorcising 200 demons from a young man, how one particularly violent demon struggled very fiercely and passed out through the young man's eye, knocking the eyeball from the socket. It fell on his cheek and hung there by a vein until Tertullian replaced it, and then held his right hand over the man's eye for 7 days and nights until it was entirely healed. The rabble dropped to the ground, kissed and worshipped Tertullian's hand, and called him God Almighty. Tertullian is today highly regarded by the priesthood, and apart from being called Bishop Tertullian, he is fondly referred to as the father of Latin theology. The crass superstitions found in church writings reflected the mental characteristics of those people and substantiated the opinion that the early Christian presbyters and their audience were collectively a parcel of fools. At the time of Justin Martyr, 166, the presbyters used a tasteless and infected language with its tendency to exaggeration and used it to clothe the poverty of their own thoughts. Theodotus, the leather-working presbyter from Byzantium, 200, was severely stung by certain criticisms which the famous Greek author and physician Galen of Pergamum, 199, leveled at the naivety of many early Christians. In his writings, Galen considered the infant church gatherings to be a place of resort to the curious, the speculative, and the idle. A Greek satirist named Lucian of Samosata, 115 to 200, attacked early Christians as being misanthropes, who practiced atheism, ritual murder, cannibalism, incest, and magic. Lucian depicted Christians as an ignorant body of people who had been duped by rogues and charlatans and continually scoffed at their simplicity. Roman orator Marcus Fronto, 170 in the 2nd century, Porphyry, a philosopher from Tyre, 232 to 305, in the 3rd century, and Emperor Julian in the 4th century all made similar comments. A highly regarded late 4th century chronicler named Pelagius opined the text read out by the Christian presbyters contained a secret of strange hallucinations which only a few weak women believe, and perhaps a few womanly men. To illustrate the highly superstitious condition of the people of those days, it is timely to note their bizarre belief that animals were gods and were worshipped as such. They served the creature, worshipping four-footed beasts and crawling things, and dishonored their bodies, having sex with them. This information is recorded in the Epistle to the Romans. During these times, these wicked, semi-savage people were charged with a depraved and excessive superstition, upon which presbyters established the basis for official Christian writing. Not lawful for a Christian to doubt. As to the pagan notion that the earth was round, St. Augustine, Lucius Lactantius, a Roman Latin apologist, and other presbyters violently opposed the theory. In quotations, particularly from Lactantius, they explicitly recited their arguments to prove the world was flat, a rectangular place, being twice as long as broad. The heavens come down to the earth on four sides like the walls of a room. The earth lies in the center, with the oceans all about it. This became the official church description of the universe, concerning which it is not lawful for a Christian to doubt. The church's ongoing belief had been the earth was flat and rested on the back of a turtle. The turtle on the back of a snake, and the snake on the back of an elephant. Lactantius, in the Divine Institutes, asserted, "Is there anyone so senseless as to believe that underneath us are men whose footsteps are higher than their heads? How can crops and trees grow downwards, that the rains and snow and hail fall upwards to earth?" Cosmas Indicopletus, an Egyptian, asked exultantly, if the world were round, how were the people on the other side to see the Lord Jesus descending through the air on the last great day? The Christian religion staked its all on the flatness of the earth's surface. When science proved the earth's rotundity, the church never attempted to apologize for its flawed instruction. Supposedly great thinkers. These men were utterly ignorant and incompetent to deal in any way with the issues and questions they handled. They cited irrelevant matters as evidence of a theory. They would look directly into the face of evidence that established theories they did not endorse and refuse it. Surely, if the early church was composed of such great scholars, it is extraordinary to read how persistently they were wrong. The only excuse offered to explain such errors was spiritual insight. Christian defenders said that while the men of the early church were renowned as simpletons, ignorant and superstitious, they were yet gifted with great spiritual insight. That spiritual insight did not apply to the accuracy of their writings. Their imagination supplied the facts. Not only in nature, but also in literature, the presbyters were ignorant and unscholarly. Justin Martyr quoted from Jeremiah and called it Isaiah. Clement of Alexandria quoted scripture passage not in the Bible. He also credited Paul for writing not in Paul's writings. In quoting from an opponent, he would insert words not in the original, and he even did the same in quoting from the Bible. Tertullian quoted as Leviticus a passage not in that book, and he frequently misquoted history. He cited as Isaiah a passage in Revelations. Bishop of Caesarea, Eusebius, quoted Daniel 13 as scripture, and so did Ephraim 306 to 373. In Protestant Bibles, Daniel does not have a 13th chapter, and if it did, the church has taken it away. Just as remarkably, Tertullian said he eliminated from the Gospel of Luke the saying that Rabbi Jesus came not to destroy the law of Moses and the prophets, but to fulfill them. Tertullian admitted on 3 subsequent occasions that he removed this verse. That passage is not in today's version of the Gospel of Luke, but can be found in the Gospel of Matthew 5:17. How reliable these men were in their explanations of heresies may be illustrated in the case of the Bishop of Salamis, Saint Epiphanius 315 to 403. Who mistook the Pythagoras sacred tetrachites, a special seal or signet supposedly having magical powers, for a heretic leader. This extraordinary mistake showed how little these writers knew of what they wrote, and the one ignorantly followed the other. Such involuntary blunders and deliberate falsifications, the canonization of the mythological Aura Placide, gentle breeze, into Christian martyrs, Saint Aura and Saint Placida, the deification of a spear and a cloak under the names of S.S. Longimus and Amphilobulus, the quoting of non-existent words from the Old Testament, these all cast doubt on the religion and the sanity of the men who promulgate it. A perfect example of this conclusion can be found in a church document called Dialogues, written by Gregory the Great circa 600. It is filled with lurid narrations of marvelous fictions. A child today would think it a fairy tale. Gregory added a new dimension to patristic thought when he declared Jesus Christ created dreams, and the hourly miracles Gregory performed were accomplished with the help of bees humming hymns to the Virgin Mary. Henry James Coleridge, his Christian biographer, said of Gregory, he was a great man, a great saint, and he towered above his contemporaries and their immediate predecessors and followers. Anybody reading Gregory's words would come to only one conclusion. He was either a compulsive liar or insane, and probably both. Lactantius also penned a document just as weird but more bizarre, called Morbid Persecutions. He described with a wealth of gory detail the supposed frightful mutilation and deaths of many of the so-called persecutors of the early church. His lurid and grotesque descriptions of Galerius' death was particularly effective. Galerius was a Roman emperor who opposed the Christian movement. Lactantius' words and thoughts suggested he reincarnated in the 19th century as Jack the Ripper. The church said his writings exhibit many shortcomings. It may be said these early churchmen were as good as their times, but it cannot be maintained. they were not as good, and they and their age were not competent to form a Bible for this or any age. They could not see the truth as easily as other people around them did. Their decisions were much more the result of pious frauds, and once they realized they had erred, they defended one foolish thing by another. In this day and age, should a person publicly express such erroneous and grotesque beliefs, it would be attributed to the vagary of an unbalanced mind. Yet these men are the acknowledged founders of the Christian Church. Strange things to say. A glamour attached to the written word saw the rabble revere the manuscripts carried by the presbyters. The texts were invested with an importance and impressiveness that did not attract to spoken words. The precise relation to the person who wrote them and the nature of their composition was unimportant or obscured. The presbyters were, however, regarded in awe by the ignorant masses, who thought these men held some great and written secret promising them a better life, and sought their society. Today those writings are called the New Testament and are the official and only texts of Christianity. The barbarous, uncouth Bishop Tertullian condemned early church congregations who renounced the presbyters' writings. I hope to see them all in the fire of hell. What shall be the magnitude of that scene? How shall I laugh? How shall I rejoice? How shall I triumph when I see so many illustrious kings who were said to have mounted into heaven, groaning with Jupiter, their god, in the lower darkness of hell? Then shall the soldiers who have persecuted the name of Christ burn in more cruel fire than any they had kindled for the saints. Later, Tertullian said of the Jesus Christ story, I believe it because it is absurd. Another of his famous quotes was made when he tired of the church and called the leading presbyter a shepherd of adulterers. Interestingly enough, later in life, Tertullian became a member of the Montanist sect, renounced the Christian faith, and disappeared from the scene. Hot-headed Tertullian was not the only churchman to display such a loving attitude. The sainted Bishop Augustine said of his enemies some 200 years later, "Wondrous depths of my words, whose surface behold, it is before us, inviting to little ones, yet they are a wondrous depth. O my God, a wondrous depth. It is awful to look therein, yes, an awfulness of honor, and a trembling of love. My enemies thereof I hate vehemently. Oh, that thou wouldst slay them with thy two-edged sword, that they might no longer be enemies, for so do I love to have them slain." This, from a Manichaean convert to a religion which preached to pray for your enemies. Such cruel and murderous expressions illustrate the Church's forefathers. St. Augustine wrote several books for the Church, and his most honest was called Confessions. In another of his writings, he questioned whether the records of Jesus' miracles are lies. The similarities between Christianity and Mithraism in the 5th century were so striking that St. Augustine grudgingly confessed the priests of Mithra worshipped the same deity as he. He displayed his naivete by declaring, "I believe that Christ was born of a virgin because I have read it in the Gospel." But it didn't say that in the original Gospel, nor was it in any of the earliest Gospels of the Christian Church. Chapter 17. How the Gospels Came into Being. It was the presbyters of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th centuries who developed the Christian texts, and the initial reaction of most non-church people who read their writings is usually one of bewilderment. Many people are unlikely to have studied the works of Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, or Tertullian, or any of the writings of the early presbyters for that matter. With good reason, as many are almost unreadable, and much of what they say is a hodgepodge of crude superstition, credulity, and ignorance. By stripping away the naivety behind these writings, they become simply a series of curious passages full of the silliest superstitions. Dr. Konstantin Tischendorf said, "We must frankly admit that we have no source of information with respect to the life of Jesus Christ than the presbyter's writings." In spite of the known origins of its texts, the Church today insists on the validity of its writings, particularly the Gospels, citing them as evidence for the essence of its claim. When the facts are determined and examined, even casually, these claims prove unconvincing. Indeed, the Church for many centuries itself questioned the authenticity of the Gospels. The story of Miriam Harold's twin boys provided the answer to one of the great unknowns in Christian history. The origin of the first Gospel, the later Church took the position that the story of Jesus Christ was orally transmitted for decades and eventually written down. This theory does not explain how or why dozens of first-century chroniclers never mentioned Jesus Christ, the Christian religion, or any other person associated with the New Testament story, including the Virgin Mary and the Apostles. Church speculation suggested a primitive handbook was later composed, which subsequently became the primary source for the Gospel of Mark. Orthodox experts confirmed that the Gospel of Mark was the second in the four canonical Gospels, but the first of them in sequence of composition, and inevitably it set the standard for the later Gospels. Modern critical analysis showed the present canonical Gospels of Matthew and Luke were dependent upon the Mark Gospel and later derived from it. The Gospel of Mark was almost entirely duplicated in Matthew's Gospel, with 606 of the 661 verses appearing word for word in Matthew's Gospel. Likewise, 69% of Luke's language was derived verbatim from Mark's Gospel, while only 31 of Mark's verses are omitted from the text of both the Gospels of Matthew and Luke. The Gospel of John was independent of the synoptics, synoptic meaning similar in content. The entire Gospel being clearly recognizable and acknowledged as a later production. One thing the Church has made clear was that the Gospel of John was the last to have been compiled. The dependence on the Gospel of Mark writings is of fundamental importance to the interpretation of the Synoptic Gospels. With Mark being the original Church writing, its importance cannot be rated too highly, even though many passages are quoted in an abridged and garbled form, however severely limited it is. This far from perfect and meager writings was, in its earliest form, the most important aspect of the Christian religion, for it was the oldest and purest text, and one that comes nearest to the real story. The Gospel of Mark, in the oldest existing New Testaments, started its story when the twins were about 30. There was no mention of Mary or the virgin birth or the now called Old Testament messianic prophecies. It omitted the words Son of God after Jesus' name, excluded a family tree tracing Jesus' bloodline back to King David, the now called messianic bloodline, and contained a different version of the events surrounding the raising of Lazarus. It also revealed an extraordinary omission later to become the central doctrine of the Christian faith: the resurrection appearance of Jesus Christ and his subsequent ascension into heaven. Yet this first church gospel was the very basis of the canonical gospels and forms the whole and only teachings and beliefs of the Christian religion. But who wrote it and why? The origin of the first gospel. Rabbi Jesus could not be tried and condemned to death unless there was some written record made of it by the rabbinic authorities. Such public acts had to be officially recorded upon Sanhedrin dockets under their constitution. Justin Martyr confirmed this policy. It was also a rabbinic requirement set down in the first century code of Jewish law, as it was the Sanhedrin elders themselves who pronounced the death sentence on Rabbi Jesus. Matthew 26:57. The head of the house of justice, Rabbi Hillel, was personally responsible for completing the paperwork. The Sanhedrin was composed of two sections, one of 70 priests, the greater, and 24 priests in the other, the less. These two legislative bodies had jurisdiction over the entire Jewish commonwealth, and although possessed of great power, it was not absolute. The highest authority of the nation was the court of the elders, and it consisted of 12 men, the churchman being the high priest. It was the supreme judicial and ecclesiastical council of the Jews, and it conducted its affairs in a temple chamber called the Hall of Hewn Stone. The temple being the Temple of Jerusalem. Its decisions were absolute, and it was this court which eventually tried Rabbi Jesus. Its high priest and president at that time was Rabbi Hillel, and he was responsible for the origin of the Gospels of the New Testament. To record the actual trial proceedings of Rabbi Jesus, the Gospel of Mark 14:53 stated that scribes were assembled, suggesting there was some written record. The premise offered is that Rabbi Hillel's record of Rabbi Jesus' ministry and trial before the Sanhedrin was originally a major part of the document that eventually became the Gospel of Mark. The actual time Rabbi Hillel lived is a vital matter in the presentation of this argument. The Christian dictionaries documented his lifespan as 60 BC to 9 AD. A question mark indicating an actual unknown lifetime. However, dictionaries referenced from ancient Jewish sources more precisely record that he was born early in the 1st century and died circa 72 AD. The deliberate changes by the Church to its history make it not improbable to suggest that the unknown date of Rabbi Hillel's birth and death in Christian literature was a deliberate editorial adjustment to distance him from the major gospel events. Synagogal records stated he was born shortly after the time of Miriam Harold's twins and died circa 72. To clarify, author Norm Segal's extensive research on the subject published in Good News of the Kingdoms is referenced. Hillel the Elder was born into the house of Boethus in Babylon, present-day Iraq, about the time 75 BC, and died in 23 AD. He was the father of Rabbi Gamaliel Hillel, who was to become the president of the Sanhedrin in the 1st century. Rabbi Hillel fathered a son called Gamaliel of Jebneth, a town later called Jasminia, who was the grandson of Hillel the Elder. Later historians sometimes referred to Gamaliel of Jabneth, father, as Gamaliel the Elder. It was recorded in the Encyclopedia Judaica that Gamaliel of Jabneth fathered a son curiously named Jesus, who was appointed high priest of Jerusalem by King Agrippa II, 92 to 100 AD, in either 63 or 64. Some modern commentators have advanced the theory that the high priest Jesus, son of Rabbi Gamaliel of Jabneth, was the real Jesus. The birthplace of Rabbi Gamaliel of Jabneth is unknown. However, it was recorded he died of a great age in 115 AD. This famous rabbi, at whose feet Paul learned the Torah, Acts 22:3, was one of the most important scholars of his generation, being responsible for the final version of the 18 benedictions. He conducted debates with Roman philosophers, the Essenes, and anybody interested in the law of Moses. That Rabbi Gamaliel's death is recorded as occurring in 115 provided a New Testament reference giving the appropriate dates of the lifetime of Paul. This biblical connection between Rabbi Gamaliel and Paul has for some reason been long overlooked by New Testament analysis. During their long association, could not Rabbi Gamaliel of Jabneth or his high priest's son Jesus have handed to Paul the official rabbinical records of Rabbi Jesus? But why? Paul at this time was the leader of the Nazarenes and was closely associated with the whole royal family of Rabbi Jesus. Marcellus of Britain. After the death of Paul, history recorded that the untitled rabbinic record of 10 letters were then in the possession of the son of an elderly noble Briton called Marcellus, who was born circa 96. This name subsequently developed into Marcus, or Marcion, and from the brief writings about him it appeared that he was a Druid at Tongres. Sometimes he was called Marcellus of Britain, and it was probable he was related to Rabbi Jesus Canubiline's family. He was part of the community of Treveran in Wales. That was traditionally the place where Rabbi Jesus and his family spent a lot of time. Marcellus was one of those who exercised the chief influence in the development of the Celtic Church, and his family was closely associated with Prince Linus, the son of King Caradoc and grandson of Rabbi Jesus Canubilan. Prince Linus was the same person mentioned with all the brethren in the second letter to Timothy in the New Testament. Marcellus was married to Julia, and they had 2 sons, one of them also named Marcellus after his father. It was variously recorded that Marcellus died sometime between 164 and 168. In his work, he founded a belief system that spread rapidly throughout the Roman Empire and continued for more than 600 years after his death. How the 10 letters in Marcellus's possession had been recovered from the addresses was something that was never recorded. It was possible that they were never dispatched, supported by the fact that they were all in the possession of Marcellus. Marcellus said he wrote a prologue or introduction for each of the letters, which can be read in the New Testament today. According to early churchmen Tertullian, Irenaeus, and Clement, Marcellus was in Rome during 137-138 and orated his tales to those that would listen. This statement was taken to mean that Marcellus orated from the untitled text in his possession, that being the record of the teachings, trial, escape, capture, and death of stoning of Rabbi Jesus Canubilan. Marcellus's influence must have been strong, as Saint Epiphanius, writing more than 2 centuries later, said the followers of Marcellus were to be found throughout the whole world. Marcellus's religious rituals were so similar to that of later Roman Church that some 250 years after his death, Cyril of Alexandria in 387 found it necessary to warn congregations not to enter a Marcionian church by mistake. It was through the corruption of Marcellus' name that he was later called by the church Marcion. This removed the embarrassing evidence that the writing that later became the first Christian gospel was originally in the possession of a British Druid. The Ebionites and the genuine Gospel of Matthew. The several scattered sources from which knowledge of the sect called Ebionites was derived cannot be quickly or easily harmonized. They are probably best described as one of a group in the 2nd to 4th century community who constantly denied the divinity of the presbyters Jesus Christ. The Ebionites were mentioned in the writings of Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, Tertullian, Hippolytus, and Epiphanius of Salamis. The important thing was the 2nd century patristic mention of a rabbi called Ebron, or Abion, being the author of the Gospel to the Hebrews. Those who subsequently followed him and his Gospel came to be called Ebronites. It seemed that in Rome, Marcellus's Gospel went off in 2 separate directions. The presbyters had a copy that they falsified, and later it was named the Gospel of Matthew. Another copy was made by Rabbi Ebron for the Essene movement, and that was called the Gospel to the Hebrews, the Hebrews being the Essenes. When Jerome read and translated this Gospel towards the end of the 4th century, he wrote to a friend and said, "In the Evangel which the Nazarenes and the Ebronites use, which recently I translated from Hebrew into Greek, and which is called by most persons the genuine Gospel of Matthew, the Jews have the truth." St. Epiphanius wrote, "The Ebronites number among their sect all the surviving relatives of Jesus." It seemed that Rabbi Ebron preserved for Rabbi Jesus Canubaline's family a copy of Marcellus' original synagogal manuscript. Rabbi Ebron's document was the original Hebrew language version of the now called Matthew Gospel. It did not include the first 2 chapters there today, nor the resurrection description, nor the so-called Old Testament prophecies, nor the family genealogy tracing Rabbi Jesus back to King David. In other words, that gospel in its earliest form was a direct copy of Marcellus's gospel that was the earliest witness to any Christian writings in the records of mankind. Therefore, the Ebronites practiced the purest form of primitive Christianity, using a gospel which basically taught a code of ethics for the communal living of the Essene and Druidic holy men, the balance of prayer, work, and study, the care given to the body, with time divided between rest, exercise, and proper food, and courtesy given to each and every guest. The Catholic Encyclopedia openly discussed the major problems posed by the artificial structure of the canonical Gospel of Matthew. It also stated that the whole of the first 2 chapters were added in the early 3rd century AD. In the way the Gospel of Matthew was originally written, it began, "In those days came John the Baptist, and then Jesus came to be baptized by him at about the age of 30 years. When Jerome said the Jews had the genuine Gospel of Matthew, he meant that document was considered the real Gospel of Matthew, not the forged version that went into his Vulgate Bible. The Hebrew version was considered to be authentic, and the version that became the canonical one today was not. The smallest collection of writings Marcellus used in his orations was never considered the inspired word of God. The main manuscript that Marcellus used was the subject of controversy for centuries. The Orthodox Church said it became the Gospel of Luke. Others denied this and claimed it was a collection of anecdotes from which the Gospel of Mark evolved. However, what was known was that the rabbinic record held by Marcellus originally carried no title, and because it was in his possession, the suspicion exists that Marcellus's name became attached to it, and it evolved into Marcion, Marcus, Mark, and then Mark in subsequent English translations. A rumor emerged within later church circles that Marcellus had, as a youth, seduced a virgin. This rumor was dismissed as the malicious gossip of St. Epiphanius. A later slander set against Marcellus for not accepting a virgin birth narrative in a writing compiled late in his lifetime, called the Gospel of Cerinthus, 164-168. This document also included a genealogy of Jesus Christ and was soon renamed the Gospel of Luke, after the beloved physician Therapeute, described in the ancient Syriac text of the New Testament as Asia the Essene, or Essene. It was addressed under this name to Theophilus, a presbyter in Antioch in the year 169. It seemed that Cerinthus, an Egyptian Jew, was an associate of Rabbi Hebron and a member of the Ebronites, and directly associated with the Essenes and Nazarenes. The Gospel of Luke, one of many, Luke 1:1, was the longest of the four canonical Gospels because it contained a major and late addition of approximately 10 pages, now called by the Church the Great Insertion. Marcellus argued that the virgin birth and family genealogy were forgeries and had to be removed from the later document. Marcus rejected the first two chapters and some shorter passages of the writings today called the Gospel of Luke. Marcellus also bitterly denied the link between Jesus Christ to the so-called messianic prophecies, because there were no prophecies in the original document in his possession. They were built into Matthew's Gospel in the reconstruction during the 3rd century. Dionysius, Bishop of Alexandria, 264, recorded that the Gospel of John was the forgery of an Egyptian Jew named Cerinthus, a statement later supported by Eusebius, Bishop of Caesarea, 260-339. When analyzing the Gospel of John, there are so many conflictions between it and the earlier Gospels of Mark, Matthew, and Luke, it is difficult to understand why Christian researchers have not given the origin of this document more attention. Readers of the New Testament can see that the portraits of Jesus Christ in the first 3 Gospels differs fundamentally from that in the 4th. One who approached the 4 books for the first time would find it difficult to believe the writers of the Gospel of John and the first 3 Gospels were talking about the same man. The reason for this was apparent. They were talking about twins. The Gospel of John is the most problematic of the Christian texts, and biblical analysis noted its insincerity. The learned church authorities that contributed to the 9th edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica said, "It, John, has been severely edited, as its closing words made clear, and there is evidence of heavy tampering in the earliest manuscripts, obviously glosses and so forth, as well as sheer muddle. Thus, chapter 5 should follow chapter 6, and the final chapter is clearly an addition." The existence of interpolated material in the Gospel of John substantiated the claim that the original document was written without reference to the brothers Judas and Rabbi Jesus. The statements accredited to them in a reconstruction of the original document appeared at a much later date, sometime towards the end of the 2nd century. As remarkable as it may seem, even the Bishop of Rome, Callistus I, 217-222, knew of the pre-Christian existence of the substance of the writings to become called the Gospel of John. He declared it was originally discovered sealed in an urn in a cavern under the Temple of Jerusalem, having been placed there in secret long anterior to the Christian era. Indeed, the early church itself confirmed the fabrication and recorded that this pre-Christian document was written over during the later years of the 2nd century by Cerinthus. The Gospel of John was not mentioned by any 2nd century presbyter or historian before the time of Bishop Irenaeus, 180-190. Some 8,000 church consultants named in 200 opening pages of the 1967 edition of the New Catholic Encyclopedia said of the Gospel of John, "Some of the irregularities undoubtedly stems from the historical editing. Yet still the Church insists this Gospel is the unadulterated Word of God." The New Catholic Encyclopedia further acknowledged that there was a series of subsequent authors who added material to the body of the Gospel narrative. The fabricated nature of this gospel and the embellishments it was known to have received makes it difficult to determine whether any narratives reflect a piece of tradition or not. The Church, in reference to the Gospel of John, agreed and stated in the 1910 edition of the Catholic Encyclopedia the correct reading of the text is in many places doubtful. In its rawest form, John, like Matthew, Mark, and Luke, did not record a virgin birth or any aspect of the infancy narratives which established the Church later used forged passages as evidence of the virginal birth of Jesus Christ. After the time of Irenaeus, 202, the Gospels were regularly quoted by such as Tertullian, Origen, and Eusebius, but they all lived during and after the first half of the 3rd century, and at a time when the Gospels circulated under their present names. However, the later presbyters knew less of the authorship of the text than we do today, for they had not the critical ability of this age, such as infrared light testing. Origen in 237, for example, said of the letter of Barnabas, "But who it was that wrote this letter, God only knows." Faust, the 3rd century Mantian, wrote, "Everyone knows that the evangelists' Gospels were written by neither Yeshu, Rabbi Jesus, nor his apostles, but long after their time by some unknown persons who, judging well that they could hardly be believed when telling of things they had not seen themselves, headed their narratives with the names of the apostles or of the disciples contemporaneous with the latter." The editors of the official Christian reference sources agreed and admitted that the titles of our Gospels were not intended to indicate their authorship. This knowledge was again supported in the internationally acknowledged Directory of the Teaching and History of the Christian Church, the Catholic Encyclopedias. The editorial staff diplomatically said, "It thus appears that the present titles of the Gospel are not traceable to the evangelists themselves." Church experts admit to no evidence of the existence of the Gospels for at least a century after the time it said Jesus Christ was born in a manger. The most ancient literature fails to show any trace of acquaintance with, nor the use of, the Gospels we know today. It is not possible to find in any writings compiled between the beginnings of the 1st century and the middle of the 2nd century any reference to Jesus Christ or the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Indeed, the 1909 edition of the Catholic Encyclopedia stated the Gospels do not go back to the 1st century of the Christian era. The Encyclopedia Britannica confirmed the late appearance of the Christian texts. It stated, "No New Testament canon, except a partial and unauthorized one, existed until the later half of the 2nd century AD. That is, till the idea of a universal church began to be entertained. 170 years from the coming of Christ elapsed before the collection assumed a form that carried with it the idea of holy and inspired." Surprisingly, many of the texts written during this time were originally included in the emerging New Testament collection, but were later removed from the canon and suppressed. The Gospel of Peter being one example. Serapion, a presbyter operating at Antioch in 190, recorded the Gospel of Peter being in church using during his time, but around 140 years later, Bishop Eusebius said it was withheld because it contained some heresy. Previous to its suppression, it was in use in the church at Rhodes in Sicilia, as well as in several other churches. Thus, church history recorded at this time the suppression of a primary Christian gospel. It was recorded Marcellus of Britain wrote a work called Contrasts in order to outline the differences between his earlier original document and later church writings. The whereabout of contrasts is today unknown. In 374, St. Epiphanius restructured Marcellus's original gospel listing 118 passages where the later gospels differed from the original rabbinic manuscripts. Long after Marcellus's death, he was labeled a heretic by the Church. The intriguing question arises, how does it happen that a heretic was in possession of the first Gospels before the Christian Church itself was founded? The answer is simple. He received it from the Nazarenes. They, the Nazarenes, elected Marcellus as their bishop. At his persuasion, the most considerable part of the congregation renounced the Mosaic law, in the practice of which they had persevered above a century. By this sacrifice of their habits and prejudices, they purchased free admission into the colony of Hadrian, Roman Emperor 117-138, and more firmly centered their union with Rome. The documents in the possession of Marcellus of Britain were the first recorded mention of ancient texts that can be associated with the New Testament of today, and thus Christianity. The Church claims the Mark Gospel was originally written in Rome. However, the writing Marcellus had in his possession was a shorter version than the today's canonical Gospel of Mark. Using available documentation, it was apparent Marcellus's Gospel was added to in Rome. The rabbinic record, illustration of the emergence of the first Gospel, appeared to be supported in the writings of the early Church itself. Then came to Rome Justin Martyr, and had lodgings by the bath, the guest house on the grounds of the palace of the British. Substantiating that Rabbi Hillel's report was known, there exists today a 2nd century document called Dialogue with Trypho, written by St. Justin Martyr circa 160. For the present discussion, dialogue is of supreme importance in two vital matters, for it recorded what was basically an extensive argument Justin Martyr had with a Jewish gentleman called Trypho. In this document, Trypho mentioned a groundless report, and also clearly and unequivocally stated the early church had invented Christ. In the famous Ante-Nicene library can be seen this passage, which reads, "But Christ, if he has indeed been born and exists anywhere, is unknown, and you, having accepted a groundless report, invented a Christo for yourself." It was highly likely that Trypho's reference to a groundless report was the official Sanhedrin report of Rabbi Jesus, compiled around 100 years earlier. The fact that Trypho accused St. Justin Martyr of inventing a Christo confirmed that the presbyters had already begun to develop stories for their own Christ. It was a curious New Testament fact that the 10 letters attached to Marcellus's rabbinic record never mentioned or supported any of the most important events recorded in the later Gospels about Jesus Christ's life. The vital omissions are extraordinary, and by comparing what the first Mark Gospel did not say with what the epistles did not say, the parallels are striking. The oldest Mark Gospel said nothing of a virgin birth, failed to record any physical characteristics, manners, moods, and habits, and revealed nothing of the lives of either of the twins before they turned 30. Nothing was mentioned of their education, environment, or Rabbi Jesus' first efforts as a preacher. More importantly, there was no mention of a crucifixion and resurrection or ascension into heaven. The epistle said Jesus Christ was born of a woman, and neglected to mention the parents, where he was born or where he died. Spectacular gospel miracles applied to Jesus Christ were not mentioned. Neither was John the Baptist nor Judas Iscariot. The trial and crucifixion, the empty tomb, and the bloody resurrection of Jesus Christ were conspicuous by their absence in the epistles. Nor was there any mention of Jesus' dealings with family associates like Mary Magdalene and Lazarus. For centuries now, scholars pointed to the epistles' complete lack of reference to a supernatural Jesus Christ as clear evidence that the presbyters had not yet created the story. Chapter 18. Forgery in the New Testament. In the latter part of the 2nd century, and particularly during the 3rd century, various elements of Judas Christus' story merged into Rabbi Jesus' synagogal record, and both individual life stories gradually became diffused into the presbyters' handwritten manuscripts. Their growing body of writings was influenced by current ideas about what a God-man should be and do. To qualify, a God had to come from heaven, to be born of a virgin, perform many miracles, make mystic utterances, raise the dead occasionally, and then himself die, rise again from the dead, and ascend to heaven, thus proving his deity from Advent to Ascension. Those were the standard signs by which a new God could be recognized, and those ancient beliefs were gradually attached to the persons of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus. As the circumstances of their life stories became jumbled, the evidence to support this conclusion is substantial. Everything supernatural the presbyters wrote about their developing God could be traced to earlier religious beliefs. There was hardly a detail of the gospel birth, the miracles, the mode of death, and the resurrection as now told about Jesus Christ, not told about the God-men who preceded the presbyters' time. Christianity's essential features and phases depict an outgrowth and remodeling of earlier religious beliefs current among presbyters, whose imaginations were familiar with the reputed incarnation of heathen deities. That God should, in some extraordinary manner, visit and dwell with man, is an idea which, as we read the writings of the ancient heathen, meets us in 1,000 different forms. The change of names and places with the mixing up of various sketches of Egyptian, Indian, and Phoenician, Greek, and Roman mythology was all that was necessary. The presbyters had an abundance of material with which they built their stories. During the course of 200 years, the story of the twins became so interwoven with images from myths of bygone ages as to conceal forever any perceivable fragments of an ascertainable history that may lie beneath them. The researches of the learned, said Mosheim, though long and ably conducted, have been unable to answer the history of the multitude of earlier cases of legends of Immaculate Conception, Crucifixion, and Ascension into heaven. One might almost be mistaken for the others. Earlier virgin births. There were numerous virgin births recorded in the early religious history of mankind. In the classical myth of Hercules, for example, the supreme god of the ancient Greeks, Zeus, visited Alcmene, the virgin, in the guise of her husband. Hercules was born as a result of this union. Perseus, also of Greek myth, was said to be divine from the virgin Danae, fathered also by Zeus, the father of all gods. It was of more than casual interest to read verses in the canonical Acts of the Apostles, 14:12-18, fondly referring to Judas Christus' associate Barnabas as Zeus, after the famous Olympian god. The people called Paul Hermes, after Zeus's messenger, and in his letter to the Galatians, Paul mentioned that he traveled with Barnabas to Jerusalem, Galatians 2:1. Barnabas was the brother of Aristobulus, Romans 16:10. The father-in-law of Simon Petra, who went to live in Britain around the time of Paul. It was said that the founder of Buddhism, Gautama Siddhartha, who came to be known as Buddha, was also virginally conceived after a sacred white elephant pierced his mother's left side around 500 BC. On the wall in a temple in Thebes in Egypt is to be seen a picture representing the god Thoth, telling a maiden, Queen Motmes, that she is to give birth to a divine son, who is to be King Amuthnath III. Also in ancient Egypt, the goddess Isis was believed to have conceived her son Horus, a solar god of Egyptian mythology, as a virgin, while in Mexico, the sun god of the Aztecs and Toltecs, Quetzalcoatl, was the result of an immaculate conception. Before he eventually departed from his people, he solemnly promised he would return. His birthday, like Mithra, also born of a virgin, was celebrated on 25 December. The birth of the Chinese philosopher and teacher of righteousness Confucius, 551 BC, 551, was attended by angels. Around 1,000 years later, the birth of the prophet and founder of Islam, Muhammad, was said to have been promised to his mother by an angel in a vision. It should therefore not surprise that the annunciation by an angel to Joseph in a dream was directly copied from the message of Apollo to Ariston, Perkintineon husband, which said the child born to her was Apollo's offspring. So how did the non-historic and formerly insignificant Gospel Mary come today to hold the status of Queen of Heaven, Mother of all Christians, the Mother of God? The Church said there is perhaps ground for surprise if we do not meet with any clear traces of the cults of the Blessed Virgin in the first Christian centuries. Why, when the early churchmen never mentioned the Mother of Jesus Christ, do their modern-day contemporaries extend such reverence to his mother? The Mother of God concept certainly captured the hearts and imagination of men and women, particularly during the last 500 years or so, and writers and artists have vied with each other in paying her homage. Yet in Christian history, she was not honored for hundreds of years, and prayers were not addressed to her until 593. What remaining documentation exists of the Council of Nicaea referred to the Egyptian virgin Isis, her spouse, Osiris, and their baby boy, Horus, but not to Mary, an extraordinary fact of Christian history. This suggested Isis was the original Virgin Mother. She was considered by the early Church to be the supreme Mother of God, and in this high-ranking capacity, she virtually displaced God as the originator of all things. For some of the early presbyters, it was Isis, not God, who created the world. Some 400 years after the canonical time of Jesus Christ, Bishop Augustine actually dedicated himself to be a servant of Isis, not Mary. So strong was the respect for Isis that the title of the first book of the Old Testament, Genesis, was derived from terminology associated with her name, the gene of Isis, thus becoming Genesis, the beginning of everything, and therefore all that is Isis. The mothership of Mary was first raised at the Third Council of the Church of Ephesus in 431, where it was proposed that she be posthumously accorded the status of the Mother of God. The idea was fiercely resisted by Nestorius, the then Patriarch of Constantinople, and his fathers, for they only saw the gospel, Jesus, and Mary as mortals. In records of that council, Nestorius candidly stated, "Let no one call Mary the Mother of God, for Mary was but human." The resolutions of that awful, brutal assembly were simply an act of religious power politics. At this meeting, the murderous Cyril, Bishop of Alexandria, openly embraced the cause of Isis and then anthropomorphized her into Mary. Not only was the adoration of Isis under the new name of Mary confirmed, but also her image of standing on the crescent moon reappeared. Subsequently, the superstition of the Latins almost exalted her to the rank of a goddess. Sir James Frazer, the author of The Golden Bough, made this rather thought-producing comment. Certainly in art, the figures of Isis suckling the infant Horus is so like that of the Madonna and Child that it has sometimes received the adoration of ignorant Christians. Other crucifixions. The diversity of earlier religions was truly staggering, and legends surrounding the birth and death of a significant central figure abound in masses of sacred writings. Virgin births and crucifixions occurred in numerous ancient mythologies, and the number of god-men known to religious history comes to 34. Of these, 16 became savior gods through stories remarkably similar to the one developed for Jesus Christ. Those 16 slain savior gods, believed by their followers to have lived and died for the sins of the world, together with their countries of origin and approximate dates, were Osiris of Egypt, 1700 BC, Bel from Babylonia, 1200 BC, Attis, Phrygia, 1700 BC, Tammuz, Syria, 1160 BC, Dionysus, Greece, 1100 BC, Krishna, India, 1000 BC, Jesus, Europe, 834 BC, Indra, Tibet, 725 BC, Bali, Asia, 725 BC, Iao, Nepal, 622 BC, Alcestis, Pharaoh, 600 BC, Quetzalcoatl, Mexico, 587 BC, Witoba, Travancore, 552 BC, Prometheus, Greece, 54-7 BC, Quirinius, Rome, 506 BC, Mithra, Persia, 400 BC. The essence of the Christian texts. The story of one of the earlier great God-men deserves special attention, as its likeness to the Jesus Christ story is too similar to be coincidental. The legends surrounding Krishna, Sanskrit for Christ, the celebrated savior god of the Hindus, have many direct parallels in Christianity and form the basic outline for the Presbyteers' compilations. He became incarnate 1,000 years before the gospel birth of Jesus Christ. The Brahmanical calculations say 6,900 years earlier, and the Presbyteers worked every aspect of his story into the lives of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus Kinubalin. Krishna was born of a virgin mother, Devaki, his birth being announced by a star. Spirits and angels danced and sang at his birth. The gospel story of the wise men who came from the east, Matthew 1:25, with gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh, Matthew 2:11, to visit the newborn baby was plagiarized verbatim from the story of the birth of Krishna recorded in the Mahabharata. Prophets attended with gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Krishna was born in a cave and was adored by shepherds. Although of a lowly status, he was of royal descent. Kansa, the ruler of the country in which Krishna was born, tried to destroy him immediately after his birth when he ordered the massacre of all newborn males. The hiding place to which Krishna was taken for refuge was Mathura on the Jarma River in India, which parted to let him pass through on dry ground. Mathura was exactly the same place recorded in the Gospel of the infancy of Jesus Christ, where Jesus and Mary took Jesus to hide from King Herod. This narrative, found recorded in buried scrolls, the Nag Hammadi, provided ancient documentary church evidence of presbyters building in earlier mythical religious elements to bolster their evolving story of a Son of God who was seen alive after his crucifixion. The mass murder of baby boys at Bethlehem, recorded in the 3rd century fabrication of the first 2 chapters of the Gospel of Matthew, 2, 1-18, used imagery taken from the Krishna story. The Gospel account was actually a verbatim reproduction of a massacre story that had its literary origin around 1,000 years before in the Mahabharata. Plagiarism explained why this gospel description went unrecorded in the annals of world history. It was a church invention, unsupported by all non-church documentation by the numerous authoritative chronicles of the day. The Talmud. Rabbis knew nothing of King Herod's wholesale murder of children and had no belief whatsoever in the Christian gospel tradition as history. Josephus wrote nothing of child murders despite recording Herod's numerous other crimes without hesitation. The Talmud rabbis hated Herod so well they could not have failed to record such a horror had he been really guilty of it. Josephus provided additional insights of this ancient legend that may have predated even the Krishna story. In one of his extensive books, Jewish Antiquities, Josephus made a parallel reference to an ancient Egyptian sacred scribe who supposedly lived 1,500 years previously. It was said that this scribe predicted a dangerous child would be born who would abase the sovereignty of the Egyptians. The pharaoh immediately and solemnly, upon the sage's advice, ordered every male child born to the Israelites be destroyed by being cast into the river. Abraham, father of the patriarchs, was also described as a dangerous child, as were Zoroaster and Perseus. Krishna was called Lord. One of his first miracles was the curing of a leper, and a lame woman came with a vessel full of sweet-scented oils, made a sign on his forehead, and poured ointment on his head. He had a beloved disciple named Arjun, who was his bosom friend, as John was Judas Christus. He was depicted as a meek person who preached nobly in parables and washed the feet of Brahmins. It was Krishna who first said, "Give to the poor." Indeed, 346 striking parallels exist between his and the Gospel Jesus Christ's words and actions, including a transfiguration. Purity of life and spiritual insight were distinguishing traits in the character of this Oriental sin-atoning Savior, and that he was often moved with compassion for the downtrodden and the suffering. Upon the death of Krishna, the sun was darkened, and spirits of the dead were seen all around. Krishna, spelt Christ Na, until the 20th century, met his death by crucifixion upon a tree at the hands of his enemies. A later variation declared he was tied to a cross-shaped tree and pierced with 3 arrows. Yet another version stated he was pierced in the back with arrows and spread-eagled to the branches of a tree by his murderers. The British Museum holds transcripts of ancient drawings originally taken from Indian sculptures and monuments by the Englishman Moore, 1860, who arranged them in his collection, the Hindu Pantheon. One of Moore's depictions represented Krishna on a cross with holes pierced in his feet and a halo of glory over his head, while his hands were not shown. In Figure 91 shows a hole in one foot, a nail through the other, a round nail through one hand, and the other hand undamaged, but ornamented with a dove. Mr. Moore said that, after having announced his intentions to publish his findings to the world, he was visited and labored by members of the church who endeavored to dissuade him from publishing such facts to the world for fear it would have the effect to unsettle the faith of some of the weak brethren in the soul-saving religion of Jesus Christ by raising doubts in their minds as to the originality of the gospel story and the crucifixion of Christ. However Krishna died, the religion of India had its crucified victim long before the advent of Christianity. Thus we have evidence deeply and indelibly carved in the old-time chiseled rocks of India, recording that their Lord and Savior Krishna atoned for the sins of a guilt-stricken world by pouring out his blood as a propitiatory offering while stretched upon a cross. Krishna then went down to hell to preach to the inmates of that dark and dreary prison, with the view of reforming them and getting them back to heaven, and was willing himself to suffer to abridge the period of their torment. After 3 days, Krishna then rose from the dead and ascended into heaven. Hindus believe there will be a second coming of Krishna, and when this happens, stars will fall from the sky, and the earth shall tremble. After a journey through India in 1870, author Robert Shine noted, "All that converting the Hindus to Christianity does for them is to change the object of their worship from Krishna to Christ." Why they laughed at Justin Martyr. The established ancient picture of previous saviors being only a type of Christ was the only explanation Orthodox Christian apologists could offer. Justin Martyr, in his arguments presented in Dialogues with Tripvo, 160, acknowledged the parallels but tried to explain them away, saying it was the devil to intimidate the truth, who invented the stories of Bacchus, Hercules, and Asclepius. Tripvo's companions roared with laughter at St. Justin's trite comments, in which he hardly denied the story that Bacchus rose again, Hercules after his death ascended into heaven, or that Asclepius cured disease and made people rise from the dead. Later apologists, including Bishops Eusebius and Augustine, and the Church today, used the same line of blaming the devil for anything that opposed their opinion. This was the general offhand manner in which the Church disposed of such matters. Everything in the heathen religions that corresponded with their religion was of the devil. Again and again, pre-Christian beliefs appear in the Gospels, just as the followers of Mithra would say of broken bread, "This is the body of Mithra," and of the blessed wine, "This is the blood of Mithra." So was it with the Adonis and Atticus cults. Dionysus, or Bacchus, was nearly always shown as a bull god, often with horns, and generally bull-shaped. He was probably one of the gods associated with Taurus in the zodiac. But when the sun moved into the sign of the ram, Dionysus became more and more like a goat, so much so his worshippers would rend in pieces a live goat, devour it raw, and believe they were eating the body and blood of the god. This custom of tearing in pieces and devouring the bodies of both animals and humans was once a frenzied religious rite, and the true origin of the Christian Eucharist. Catholics are taught to believe Jesus Christ is really present in the appearance of bread and wine. They believe they actually eat the body and drink the blood of Jesus Christ at the ceremony of the Eucharist. Protestants say it is only a symbolic gesture. Both perform the ceremony for exactly the same reason the worshippers of Dionysus did. Roman Emperor Julian, 361 to 363, showed the doctrines of the sacrament or transubstantiation in another light. He asked, "How can a man be so stupid as to imagine that which he eats to be a god?" No resurrection verses in First Gospel. The resurrection verses in today's Bibles are now universally acknowledged as flagrant forgeries and are now known to have been added to the earliest story some time later, perhaps as late as the 4th century or even into the early decades of the 5th century. The entry of these vital verses into the Mark Gospel were as far away from the time of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus as today is from Christopher Columbus setting off to determine whether or not the earth was flat and his subsequent discovery of America. It is interesting to observe that some modern Bibles previously carrying the verses have now quietly dropped them in reprints or make some special footnote in relation to their late entry into the Gospel. Despite a multitude of long drawn-out self-justifications by church apologists, there is still no unanimity of opinion regarding the non-existence of resurrection appearances applied to Jesus Christ in the oldest Christian Gospels of Mark. The verses now appearing in today's Bibles, Mark 16:9-20, are not found in the Sinai Bible or the Alexandria Bible, the Vatican Bible, the Beze Bible, and a very ancient Latin manuscript of Mark, code-named K, by annalists. They are also absent from the old Armenian versions of the New Testament and in a number of important manuscripts of the Ethiopic version. More importantly, none of the early presbyters, including Irenaeus, Clemente of Alexandria, Tertullian, Ammonius Saccas, Origen, and Eusebius, showed any knowledge of these verses. Other later presbyters, subsequently promoted to saints and bishops, confirmed the resurrection description was absent from Greek copies of the Mark Gospel. St. Jerome, for example, writing in the 5th century and shortly before his death, said, "Almost all of the Greek copies do not have this concluding portion." Jerome's statement indicated some versions being translated from the original Aramaic and Hebrew into Greek, before Latin became the language of theology, and appeared with the false ending attached. Just as remarkable, some existing manuscripts of the 5th and 6th century have the suspect resurrection verses written in asterisks, a mark used by ancient scribes to indicate spurious passages in a literary document. The Church would seem to share that doubt, commenting that those verses differ so radically from the rest of the Gospel that it hardly seems possible Mark himself composed it. Even more suspicious, there were 3 forged resurrection descriptions, not just one, and each version provided a different and conflicting portrayal of the resurrection event. This conclusion was confirmed by the evidence of a comparison of a series of older Bibles with the modern-day version. In church terminology, they have now become as the long ending, not recorded before the 4th century. The long ending expanded, which included an additional 125 words, early 5th century, and the intermediate ending, which appeared sometime in the 7th century. The Church stated the resurrection is the fundamental argument for our Christian belief, yet no supernatural appearance of a resurrected Jesus Christ was ever recorded, nor any reference to an ascension into heaven in the earliest Christian gospel. The resurrection and ascension of Jesus Christ is the sine qua non of Christianity, without which nothing. Even the men who wrote the text official to the Church today agreed, saying, "If Christ has not been raised, your faith is in vain." 1 Corinthians 5:17. Documentation supporting the resurrection emanated from a theologically motivated scribal edition some 300 years or so after the time Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus lived. That evidence is overwhelming and supports the opinion of many established sources, including the thousands of religious experts who compiled the Catholic encyclopedias and official Christian reference books, that the added verses to the Mark account of Jesus Christ's resurrection appearance had been co-authored and carried on and expanded into the later publications of the other Gospels. Therefore, all references to resurrection appearances in later Gospels are of no scriptural or historical value, for they are based on copies of forged copies assumed by the Church in later centuries to be a fruitful reproduction of the original. The best and most learned biblical scholars strive to show the late additions of various resurrection narratives in Mark's Gospel were not due to forgery. However, that issue could not be better clarified than in the 1908-1911 editions of the Catholic Encyclopedia, which said of the resurrection verses, "None of the endings commands itself as original. The end of Mark is not authentic." Simply put, the last 12 verses in today's version of the Mark Gospel are not original to the story. The oldest Gospel accounts of Jesus Christ's life ended with Mary Magdalene arriving at the tomb and finding the stone rolled back from the entrance and Jesus gone. Those fabricated resurrection verses received church blessings at the Council of Trent in 1545-1560, when it declared the received manuscripts and all their substantial portions to be sacred and canonical. In 1967, the editorial committees that approved the new Catholic Encyclopedia openly confessed that the earlier Trent decision is no longer sustainable in the view of the better knowledge gained concerning the Gospel's Mark's style and vocabulary. The Church said the non-existence of the resurrection verses in Mark's Gospel in the oldest existing Bibles might be due to the original author being interrupted, perhaps by death, from finishing his work. This was clearly not so. The author had meant for the story to end in this manner, for he or she had drawn a complex decorative coronus under the end of the last words in the last column to indicate the work was finished. This coronus appeared in various forms in all early Bibles. A change of wording in the Gospel of Luke also raised doubts. 6 words appearing in the current Gospels of Luke and was carried up to heaven, Luke 24:51, did not appear in any of the oldest and most accepted Gospels of Luke manuscripts available. The later addition or subtraction in some cases of just one sentence or paragraph has proved to have massive consequences on the thinking and beliefs of mankind. When the modern Gospels of Mark and Luke say Jesus Christ resurrected himself from the dead and ascended to heaven, none of the earliest New Testaments, nor any historical records, verify the modern Gospel accounts. This knowledge seriously calls into question the Gospel events following the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Staunch Christian scholars have had difficulty explaining why, in approximately a 6-week period during which it was said in modern Gospels Jesus Christ was sighted after the crucifixion, the Gospel accounts violently contradicted one another with regards to the number of places he appeared, eyewitnesses, and even the day and location of his ascension into heaven. Luke's Gospel located all the appearances in Jerusalem and Judea, while Matthew's Gospel referred to a Galatian mountain. John referred to appearances in Jerusalem, but added a further story about an appearance of Jesus Christ on the shore of the Sea of Galilee. These contradictions are explained by the fact that they were all Presbyterian fabrications. Professor A. H. Saussay said, "It is difficult to understand why the New Testament should have had such a hypnotizing effect, for its fictitious nature is its most obvious characteristic." Roman Emperor Trajanus Decius, 249, said he saw developing in the presbyters' stories a dangerous creed capable of destroying Rome. Those and later writings, particularly of Ambrose and Lactantius, mixed history with religious fanaticism. The crowds were drawn by the activities of larger-than-life preachers, and clever Christian preachers soon learnt the techniques of crowd manipulation and audience control. Chapter 19. How the Twins Became God. Why the first Christian council was needed. Around the time of Origen's death, 251, the number of presbyters' writings had increased dramatically, and bitter argument raged between opposing factions about their conflicting stories. According to Presbyter Albius Theodoret, 255, there were more than 200 variant gospels in use in his time. A considerable amount of presbyters' material of this period is available, particularly the correspondence of Cyprian, 258, consisting of 81 letters covering many of the superstitions of the time. Further embellishments were added during this period, and some presbyters listed subjects which looked like additions and are apparently spurious. As with many things in the governing of the Roman Empire, it was Emperor Diocletian, 285-305, originally Diocles, who eventually tried to give order to the presbyters' cult, partly because he saw it as necessary to maintain his power, and partly to provide a religious focus for the empire as a whole. From the outset of his rule, Emperor Diocletian was convinced that a state religion was necessary to promote unity and loyalty in the empire. Christians could not participate in the worship of Jupiter and other gods or in the imperial cult. Therefore, they were regarded as disloyal to the state and dangerous to its unity. In an effort to achieve some form of unity, Diocletian then permitted them to worship Jupiter, the supreme god of the Roman pantheon, and restored the old Roman worship of Jupiter Capitolinus as the official religion of the state. This move did not provide the general revival he had hoped for, so Diocletian then issued 3 edicts of increasing severity against the Christians, 303 to 304. He hoped especially to destroy the presbyters and thus deprive the rabble of exhibitions of theatrical declamation. He demanded that the presbyters hand over their writings to the Roman authorities to be burned, citing that they were a tasteless imitation of archaic expressions and forms of speech. In other respects, Diocletian left an imposing heritage, for he was the most remarkable imperial organizer since Augustus. One of his reforms that stands in the structure of the Christian Church today emanated from the doubling of the number of the provinces, which were increased from 50 to 100. Italy was included in his system. It was intended that the governors of these relatively small areas would thus lack the resources necessary to start a rebellion. Another innovation was the grouping of these provinces into 13 larger units he named after himself and called dioceses. In 305, Diocletian abdicated after 20 years in office. Gaius Galerius and Aurelius Constantius then became joint emperors. Constantius was a resident of York in Britain and was married to Helena, unquestionably a British princess. After the upheavals in Londonberg under the tartan-clad Queen Boadicea, the ancient city of York had become a popular resort of the Romans. From York, several Roman emperors had functioned, probably deeming it a safe haven to rule from than the vicious city of Rome. Several Roman emperors are buried there. Princess Helena was the daughter of King Cole, perhaps the legendary Old King Cole, and she was born in Colchester in 265 and died circa 336. The remains of King Cole's castle can still be seen at Lexton, a suburb of Colchester. Of interest was the recent claim that the castle now known as Edinburgh Castle was originally erected by Constantius for Queen Empress Helena, and that a great part of the present walls were part of the walls of the original castle. In the Vatican and British museums can be seen coins struck with her name, reading Flavia Helena Augusta, but she was best known as Empress Helena, and so recorded in the annals of history. To all Roman historical records, however, Empress Helena was made to appear as a Roman native, wife of a Roman, and the mother of an illustrious Roman son, Flavius Constantine, 272 to 337, none of which was true. Empress Helena was descendant from Rabbi Jesus' family through his first wife, Princess Cyprus, a Nabatean Arab, and the daughter of Cyprus and Alexas. Cyprus, her mother, was King Harold's granddaughter. Her uncle was Joseph of Arimathea, who was King Harold's son and the last husband of Miriam Harold, the hidden mother of twin young ones. Empress Helena's husband, Emperor Constantius the Pale, died suddenly at York in 306, and his troops saluted in their young son, Constantine, as leader. By hereditary right, he was now emperor over Britain, Gaul, and Spain. It is not generally known that Emperor Constantine was British-born and could trace his ancestry back to the family of Rabbi Jesus. Many in the Church have denied the fact, but its own records confirmed the issue. Eminent historian Cardinal Caesar Baronius said, "The man must be mad who in the face of universal antiquity refuses to believe that Constantine and his mother were Britons born in Britain." Over 20 European historical authorities also attested to this fact. The descent of Constantine was listed in the Panegyries of the Emperors, and the genealogy of his lineage given by his descendant Constantine Pelagius Polydore Vergil in his History of England stated, "Constantine, born in Britain of a British mother, proclaimed emperor in Britain, beyond doubt made his natal soil a participator in his glory." Constantine massed a powerful army in Britain, composed wholly of local British warriors, and began to prepare to cross the sea to the continent to engage Emperor Maxentius, Emperor 306 to 312, in battle. Constantine sailed with his army, landing on the shores in what is today Germany. He then consulted the mouthpiece of God, Irenaeus, the celebrated oracles recorded in the mysterious Sibylline books. The importance of the Sibylline books. The Sibylline books were a collection of ancient prophecies written by a woman whose name was Herophile, 500 BC, and her writings became remarkably important in the later development of Christian literature. She lived in a cave near the ancient town of Cumae in Campania, Italy, and was considered by the populace to be a slowly aging but immortal priestess. The remains of Cumae and the adjoining caves can still be inspected today. She was one of several women who prophesied under the supposed inspiration of some deity and delivered their prophecies in a frenzied state. She later became known as the Cumaean Sibyl. She was considered the greatest seer of pagan antiquity, and her heathen oracles played a most significant part in early Christian times. In such awe was Herophile held by the early presbyters that Justin Martyr recorded he actually made the long overland trip to Cumae to see for himself where she once lived. He related how he saw there a cave made out of a single massive rock from which the oracles were given. Justin referred without reserve to her writings. Clement of Alexandria also quoted freely from the Sibyl books and even represented St. Paul as appealing to her writings. Clement cited the Sibyl as the greatest of all propheters and called her the prophetess of the Hebrews. More remarkably, he quoted the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible, and the Sibylline books in the same sentence. Bishop Irenaeus said she was the one who announces the counsels or plans of the gods, and clearly believed her oracles were divinely inspired. With lips inspired, she utters words that are mirthless, without ornament, and without perfume, but through the power of the God, her voice reaches down 1,000 years. The Sibyl's writings also had a considerable influence on the 3rd century Christian apologist Lactantius, Bishop of Hippo. St. Augustine, who quoted at length from her oracles in his records called De Civete Dei. The 2nd century opponent to the Christian movement, Celsus, was moved to ridicule the early presbyters' frequent use of her psychic predictions in the writings which became the Gospels. Hierophile lived some 500 years before the commencement of the Christian era and appeared before the king of ancient Rome, Tarquin the Proud, 510 BC. She claimed she was his Sibyl, the Sibyl of Tarquin, and offered to sell him 9 volumes of her mysterious writings for 300 gold pieces. Upon his refusal to buy, the prophetess departed from his presence and burned 3 of her writings in the palace courtyard, and then offered the remaining 6 books for the original price. King Tarquin once again refused, whereupon the Sibyl, 3 days later, returned and burned 3 more of her prophetic writings. Once again, she demanded the original price for the last 3 books. There was much local gossip about these strange going-ons, and the king's curiosity was aroused, and he purchased the last 3 writings at the original asking price. This was an event that proved epoch-making in the history of Rome. The Sibyl then vanished and was never seen again. The 3 volumes became highly prized and were carefully kept in a specially sculptured stone chest, specially commissioned by the king himself. Priests were appointed to interpret the writings, and scribes were assigned to reproduce exact copies. The original collection was jealously guarded in the temple of Jupiter Capitolonius and was frequently consulted by priests for guidance before prayers were addressed to the god of fire and the goddess of agriculture. In times of peril and disaster, the original copies were entrusted to curators who were assisted by 2 Greek interpreters to read the oracles out loud to the Senate. The Sibyl's works were believed to contain all the directions needed to worship any of the Roman gods, and the predictions she made were extensively believed. Her ancient writings were recognized at Rome as one of the most efficacious instruments in Roman religion, and the prophecies of the Sibyl eventually were observed and accepted by all Romans. Because they were believed to be possessed with the spirit of divination, the Sibylline books became the Bible of the Romans, and their misuse was punishable by death. The originals perished in the fire that destroyed the temple of Capitolonius in 83 BC. They were immediately replaced by copies from other temples, unlike the occasion when original copies of the Old Testament were burnt, and Ezra, a priest and scribe, replaced them by rewriting from memory. A special priestly college called the Quindecimine Veri Sacris Faciundis was set up by Julius Caesar 100 to 44 BC and was officially in charge of the Sibylline books. Its 15 members, plus the emperor of the day, exercised great influence on the decisions of government, and they continually searched the writings for prophecies that they thought benefited the Roman Empire. In 12 BC, the first Roman emperor and Pontifex Maximus chief priest, Augustus, transferred a special pontifex set of the Sibylline books to the Temple of Apollo on the Palatine Hill in Rome, and there it remained until Stilicho burnt, then in 405. Their placement in the Temple of Apollo demonstrated their legality as well as their immeasurable worth. Emperor Augustus directed the preparation of many identical sets of the Sibyl's oracles, and they were supplied to the Senate in Egypt and to priests in all Grecized lands. The Cumaean Sibyl was always the highly regarded clairvoyant of the Roman Catholic Church. Even today, she can be seen magnificently portrayed by Michelangelo in a prime central position among the great patriarchs of the Bible stories depicted on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican itself. The Quindecim Viri Sacris Faciendis monitored all foreign religions or cults that were allowed to function in the Roman Empire after permission had been found by prophecies recorded in the Sibylline books. The use of these oracles was from the outset reserved for the state, as these books recognized the gods worshipped and the rites observed. They were the principal cause of the introduction of a series of foreign deities and religious rites into the Roman state worship, of the amalgamation of national deities of Greece, and a general modification of the Roman religion after the Greek type. So important were the Sibylline books, the Roman authorities believed decisions of war and peace might be affected greatly by the poems inside, and the words of the Sibyl were taken seriously. Following his understanding of the Sibylline prophecies, Constantine was confident that any foe in battle would be destroyed. After listening to the oracles, he accepted the advice and advanced forward for a military encounter. At Milvian Bridge, October 312, the site of the famous, even legendary encounter, the armies of Constantine and Maxentius clashed, and the British, under the shrewd leadership of Constantine, won an overwhelming victory. The rapacious and cruel Maxentius died 313, was completely routed, and his seizure of Rome and the subsequent persecution of its people ended. Constantine, with his warriors, marched victoriously on to Rome, where he received a massive welcome. Amid great rejoicing, he ascended the imperial throne, assumed the purple, and was officially acclaimed by the Senate and the populace of Rome as its emperor. As a result of moves and counter-moves in the struggle for power, there were 5 co-emperors ruling the Roman Empire at this time. Constantine demonstrated that, as a strategist and tactician, he was one of the greatest generals of antiquity. In 313, Constantine and a co-emperor, Licinius, who had obtained possession of the whole of the East, met at Milan and tried to reach agreement on a religious policy corresponding essentially to that contained in the earlier edict of Galerius of 311. The rivalry between Constantine and Licinius led to a large-scale war that ended in the defeat of Licinius in 324. He was subsequently executed on the charge of attempting to reestablish himself in power. The bloodthirsty and ruthless Flavius Constantine then singularly ruled the entire Roman Empire, Britain, Gaul, and Spain. His religious sympathies, as well as those of his mother, were Western, not Roman, and were those of the British Druidic Church. The objects of Emperor Constantine's political life were explained in one of his earliest edicts. "We call God to witness, the Savior of all men, that in assuming the government we are influenced by these 2 considerations, the uniting in one faith and the restoration of peace to a world rent to pieces by the insanity of religious differences." One of Emperor Constantine's main fears was that of uncontrollable disorder among the teeming populace. Roman expectations of religion's function was to maintain a stable relationship between the gods and the state, and Rome's past success was its justification. The peculiar type of oratory being expounded by the presbyters was a challenge to the stable state of Roman religion. In 313, for example, a great argument developed between bodies of presbyters headed by Donatus, a bishop who gave his name to a schism that later came to be called the Dynastist movement. At that time, groups of presbyters and bishops violently clashed over the variations in their writings, and altar was set against altar in competing for an audience. The Church at war with itself. Eventually, a Roman edict of toleration granted the presbyters and the rabble the right to practice their discourses was issued. By this time, groups of presbyters and their sects sprang up like mushrooms, each with different gospels, Galatians 1:6, and varying list of apostles, 2 Corinthians 11:13. The toleration one, however, would have no legal basis unless it had the final imprimatur of the priestly college originally established by Julius Caesar. The earlier reforms introduced by Diocletian reached their full development only under Constantine, who gave some support to the presbyters but could not bring about a peaceful settlement between the rival factions. Constantine never acquired a solid theological knowledge of the presbyters' orations and depended heavily on his advisors in religious questions. The confusion of the dual nature. Second, third, and early 4th century bishops argued constantly about the dual nature of Jesus Christ, a concept they couldn't understand because they were unaware that the writings now embraced two separate life stories. In official Roman records, Constantine was noted as commenting that among the numerous Presbyterian factions, strife had grown so serious, vigorous action was necessary to establish a more religious state. There were decades of ongoing disputes among the presbyters as to whether the God they had developed had one or two natures. They were unable or unwilling to recognize the twin element in their manuscript. In 312, Arius, a Libyan presbyter, propounded that he is fearful that the bishops shall develop two gods. However, this wasn't to be. When Constantine conquered the East in 324, he sent his Spanish religious advisor, Osius of Cordoba, to Alexandria with 2 letters to several bishops exhorting them to make peace among their own. But the mission failed, and Constantine, probably at the suggestion of Osius, then issued a decree commanding all presbyters and their subordinates to be mounted on asses, mules, and horses belonging to the public and travel to the city of Nicaea, in the Roman province of Bithynia, a country of Asia. The presbyters were instructed by the emperor to bring with them the manuscripts from which they orated to the rabble, wrapped and bound in leather. Constantine saw in this developing system of belief the opportunity to make a combined state religion and protect it by law. The first General Church Council was thus convened, and the year was 325. The simple creatures. The desire of the modern-day church to depict the early Christian councils as consisting of a collegiate body of fair-minded senators moving peacefully towards collective decisions is most certainly not reflected in the church's own ancient literature. The early church councils were brutal and violent affairs, and much can be understood by examining the conduct of them. Dean Milman, the celebrated Christian historian, summarized the general nature of church councils when he said, "Nowhere is Christianity less attractive, and if we look to the ordinary tone and character of the proceedings, less authoritative than in the councils of the church. The degeneracy is rapid from the Council of Nicaea 325 to the First of Ephesus 431 AD, where each party came determined to use every means of haste, maneuver, court influence, bribery to crush his adversary, where there was an encouragement of, if not an appeal to the violence of the populace, to anticipate the decrees of the council, where each had his own tumultuous foreign rabble to back his quarrel, and neither would scruple at any means to obtain ratification of their anathemas through persecution by the civil government. The first of these gatherings, then, the Council of Nicaea, was personally presided over by Emperor Constantine. Historical records depicted him as a rather curious fellow. His nephew, Julian, Roman emperor from 361 to 363, said, "Bullneck, Constantine made himself ridiculous by his strange appearance, wearing weird, stiff, Eastern garments, jewels on his arms, a tiara on his head, perched crazily between tinted bat wings, and a lion on his chest." Just previous to this gathering, Emperor Constantine had been initiated into the religious order of Sol Invictus, one of the two thriving cults of the time that regarded the sun as the one and only supreme god, Mithraism being the other. His entire reign was known as the Sun Emperorship. Sun god symbols were prominent throughout the land and were emblazoned on the official coinage. In Rome, Constantine ordered the construction of a huge ornate stone arch still standing today, which he dedicated to the Invincible One. On June 21st, the day of the summer solstice, and under those cult conditions, a total of 2,048 presbyters, deacons, subdeacons, acolytes, and exorcists gathered at Nicaea to decide what Christianity really was, what it would be, what writings were to be used, and who was to be its God. Participants were mostly Greek, although Africa was represented by Cecilian of Carthage, Spain by Osius of Cordova, Gaul by Nicasius of Day, and Pannonia by Domus of Stridon. When speaking of the men gathered at Nicaea, Sabinius of Heraclea said, "Excepting Constantine himself and Eusebius Pamphilius, they were a set of illiterate, simple creatures who understood nothing." According to surviving records of the council, Eusebius occupied the first seat on the right of the emperor and delivered the inaugural address on the emperor's behalf. It was this same Eusebius who confessed that he has related whatever might rebound to the glory, and that he was suppressed all that could tend to the disgrace of that religion. Emperor Constantine, however, was the most conspicuous figure in this council. He was, in fact, the ruling spirit and made the ultimate decisions for the presbyters. In his official writings, later entitled Oration to the Saints, he spoke of the Garden of Eden as being located on some other planet. This was also the belief of many of the early Christian clergy, amongst them Tertullian, Tatian, Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and Jerome. Emperor Constantine determines the religious state. It was at this curious gathering that the Roman Catholic Church had its real beginning, and the ramifications of decisions made at that time are indeed difficult to calculate. It was a remarkable event that provided many details of early clerical thinking and presented a clear picture of the intellectual phenomena that prevailed in the budding church at that time. Eusebius, Athanasius of Alexandria, and Philostratus have given divergent accounts of the special arrangement promulgated by Emperor Constantine that was intended to achieve lasting unity among the bishops. The early church saw the Roman emperors as second only to God, before and above all gods. Even though he lived around 250 years later, St. Augustine called Emperor Antonius Aurelius Pope. The power the emperors wielded was awesome, and the decisions they made are still felt today. These extraordinary words of Bishop Tertullian, 3rd century, provided an example and reveal the essence of what was eventually determined at the Council of Nicaea. There was an ancient decree that no one should be received for a deity unless he was first approved by the Senate. But the Senate, without whose consent no deification could take place, rejected it because the emperor himself had declined the honor. Here, ancient church evidence established that a new god was to be approved by the Roman emperor, and an earlier attempt to deify either Judas Christus or Rabbi Jesus or somebody else had been declined. Therefore, as late as 325, the Christian religion did not have an official god. That was soon settled. The Council of Nicaea was now in progress, and in the ensuing discussions there were some curious scenes recorded, mainly about Arius, a presbyter from Alexandria. He was a man of acknowledged learning, and he and his supporters argued violently against the move of deifying Judas Christus or Rabbi Jesus. Arius and his followers said they were only men who were possessed of free will, so as to be capable of vice or virtue, therefore not gods. This comment angered other presbyters, who outvoted Arius and his supporters and moved a motion that the hero of their writings was in fact a creature and a work. One ancient document, that of a presbyter named Eunomius, reported that the red-faced bishop of Myra, Nicholas, who arrived at the council wearing a smelly dog hair coat and bearing gifts, we sometimes today call him Santa Claus, became so enraged at Arius that he punched him on the jaw. Arius's book, Thalia, was burnt on the spot to the chant of a repetitive melody by his foot-stomping opponents, and Arius was later poisoned. So great was the uproar at that first Christian convention that Emperor Constantine called on members of his 300,000-strong army of guards to restore order. So bitter was the debate that Constantine forcibly dismissed 1,730 credulous and blundering, passionate and one-sided presbyters, acolytes, and exorcists from the council proceedings. The council continued to be interrupted by yells and tumults, and the laymen were compelled to remind the presbyters of their clerical deportment. The main cause of dissension centered about establishing the divinity of the composite character central to the presbyters' writings, and this topic became the major concern at all church councils until the 16th century. The time had now come to make 3 centuries of presbyters' compilations divine. Following long-standing Roman custom, Emperor Constantine used the remaining body of bishops and the ancient Roman decree to legally deify a new god for the rabble, and did so by democratic consent and the blessing of the bishops in attendance. After a long and bitter debate, a vote was finally taken, and it was with a majority show of hands that Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus both became God. 161 votes to 157. The new god was proclaimed and officially ratified by Emperor Constantine, who declared him to be homoousios, that is, of the substance of the Father. The ambiguity of this term involved the ensuing Christian councils in centuries of hostility and cost Arius and many others their lives. Emperor Constantine effectively joined elements of the 2 individual life stories of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus into a singular creation. The doctrine of the Celtic Church of the West was democratically attached to the presbyters' stories of the East. Deification was a legal principle. Constantine officially decreed divine honors on the twins whose two separate names had now, by a show of biscop hands, been combined as one entity. This purely political act of deification effectively and legally placed Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus among the Roman gods as one individual composition today called Jesus Christ. It is important to note that the format of the name Jesus Christ was not cemented down until the time of the Reformation, 14th to 17th century. For in earlier times it had several renditions, such as Yeshua, Christ, Yeshu Christos, an original illustration in the British Museum called the Harleian Heraldic Manuscript number 269 evidences the 12th century spelling as Jesu Christ. It was possible that Constantine applied Yesu at the Council of Nicaea, for this was a very sacred identity incorporated into the Druidic Trinity as the Godhead. Eunomius, a presbyter in attendance at the Council of Nicaea, left a record stating that the name Yeshu was actually discussed at the council. Yesu was the name later applied to Jesus Christ in old Gospels, and it was seen the Druidic followers of Rabbi Jesus Canubiline Christ's knowledge were called the men of Yesu, as St. Epiphanius recorded. Yesu Christ was probably the Roman emperor's original epithet for Emperor Constantine's new deity. One face, one voice, one habit, two persons, said Shakespeare. The act of deification was a broad stroke, political decision that strengthened Emperor Constantine's emperorship. Furthermore, the mythology surrounding the original formation of the city of Rome and the future state by twins Romulus and Remus added critical insight into the nature of Roman belief and must be seen to be beneficial to the thinking of the Roman populace of the time. The precedent had been set. Early precedents of creating specific new gods for specific reasons had been regularly set in Roman history. On the advice of the Sibylline books, the Romans adopted the cult of Asclepius during a plague in 293 BC. Around 9 decades later, the oracles were again referenced. In 204 BC, during the war against Hannibal in Italy, plague was rife in the army, and there were more ill omens than usual. The Sibylline books were consulted, and the usual remedy proposed, the introduction of a new cult. The history of Roman religion exhibits much evidence of non-gods becoming gods and goddesses, and many earlier precedents had been set. The daughter of Germanics and Agrippina the Elder, Julia Drusilla, 38 AD, was deified after death. The story was often quoted of Emperor Vespasian, 70 to 79, joking on his deathbed, "Oh dear, I think I am becoming a god." The Emperor Hadrian, 117 to 138, actually had his handsome young favorite companion, Antinous, deified after he drowned in the Nile in 122. Marcus Aurelius, 161 to 180, one of the greatest emperors in Roman history, had his wife deified after her death, and he himself later became a son of a god. The son of a god term was used by several emperors to indicate their descent, sometimes through adoption or merely by pious assertion, from a previous emperor, usually an immediate or close predecessor whose memory was held in particular respect. It was often a political statement. Thus, Septimius Severus assumed the title son of the deified Marcus in 195 to proclaim and strengthen his legitimacy, though he had never been, nor is likely to have been, adopted by Marcus Aurelius, who died 15 years before. Roman magistrates were frequently adored as provincial deities with the pomp of altars and temples, of festivals and sacrifices. Deification was a legal principle, and received as its institution not of religion, but of policy. A deification ceremony was performed called apotheosis, and this was the origin of the concept of veneration of saints in the Christian Church. Thus, the deified ones were then called saviors and looked upon as gods. Temples, altars, and images with attributes of divinity were then erected and public holidays proclaimed on their birthdays. The surviving male offspring were officially addressed as son of a god, the god being the new status of their deified father. Following the original example set by the deification of Caesar, their funerals were dramatized as the scene of their resurrection and immortality. All these godly attributes passed as a legal right to Emperor Constantine's new deity, Jesus Christ. The Everlasting Gospel. Towards the closing of the Council of Nicaea, the Sibylline books were again consulted, and another unfulfilled prophecy was found. It was predicted that an everlasting gospel to preach to them would be written for those that dwell on earth, until they have climbed from the pit of slime. Constantine saw an unfulfilled Sibylline prophecy that under Roman religious policy gave him license to introduce a new gospel, and he officially deemed it so. Many elements of the presbyter's stories carried parallels to the traditional mythical components of the highly regarded earlier story of Romulus and Remus, the earthly mother and the father of a god. The attempt by the reigning king Romulus to forestall a threat to his rule involving danger to the children, a royal bloodline through the kingly descent, and the birth of twins in curious circumstances. The emperor then instructed Bishop Eusebius to compile a uniform collection of new writings bound together as one, using the stories from the large collection of presbyter's manuscripts as his reference source. Eusebius was to arrange for the production of 50 sumptuous copies to be written on parchment in a legible manner and in a convenient portable form by professional scribes thoroughly accomplished in their art. "Make them to astonish," said Emperor Constantine. These orders, said Eusebius, were followed by the immediate execution of the work itself, which we sent him in magnificently and elaborately bound volumes of 3-fold and 4-fold forms. This was the first mention of finished copies of a Christian New Testament in the history of mankind. Constantine then acclaimed his new god the Prince of Peace, a title that had been originally bestowed on Emperor Augustus in the 1st century. With his instructions now fulfilled, Emperor Constantine decreed that the new writings be thereafter called the words of God, and be attached with bindings to copies of the Hebrew Old Testament. Emperor Vespasian in the 1st century had proclaimed the entire Jewish territory the personal property of the Roman emperors, and his decision was officially ratified by the Senate. In effect, all later emperors were in control of the Jewish religion, and by combining the Old Testament with his new everlasting gospel, Emperor Constantine effectively attempted to amalgamate the earlier Jewish religion with his new cult. By legal inheritance, he was also the Messiah. After Eusebius had finished drawing upon the large array of presbyter's text, Constantine then ordered them destroyed by fire, and any man found concealing one should be stricken off from his shoulders, beheaded. As the record showed, a previous complete New Testament documentation no longer exists, but some individual segments did survive. The Gospel of Peter, for example, hidden by bishops who held the opinion that the writings were originally compiled by 1st century apostles whose names they falsely bore. The first place of gathering. Shortly after the close of the Council of Nicaea, Emperor Constantine transferred the use of the Lateran Palace to the Bishop of Rome and ordered Macarius of Jerusalem to design him the fairest structure and build a new church. It was British royalty through Emperor Constantine that authorized the first Christian church at Rome, and he used the original 20-acre site that was once the home of Rabbi Jesus' family. At this time, the bath, casino, or garden house in the grounds of the Palace of the British was enlarged and converted into a place of gathering by command of Emperor Constantine. Constantine then sent Joseph of Tiberias to Jerusalem to construct a small temple over the site of a cave that the presbyters had shown to the rabble as being the actual birthplace of Jesus Christ. A much newer church now stands over the cave, and the birthplace is marked with a 14-point star. Constantine's instructions are the first recorded instance of buildings being specifically constructed for Christian use, except maybe for a reed church at Edessa, believed destroyed by a flood in the 3rd century. To later Christian writers, Emperor Constantine became the great champion of Christianity, and it was given a legal status as the religion of the Roman Empire. Records show this to be incorrect, for it was self-interest which led him at first to adopt Christianity. However, Christianity had been born, and so had paganism. The origin of the word pagan. As a direct result of Emperor Constantine's Council of Nicaea, the word pagan developed. After finalizing the foundation of the Roman state church immediately after the council, the civil powers of the state began a vigorous campaign to build up the church by compelling people to embrace the new religion of Jesus Christ. Emperor Constantine offered bribes to those who supported the new creed and heaped honors and favors upon the habituates of its court, who most naturally were the first to agree with his wishes. He granted freedom to the slaves, and to those in the ordinary walks of life he gave gifts of white togas and bribed some with 20 pieces of gold. The common people were thus purchased at such an easy rate that, in 1 year, 12,000 were baptized at Rome, besides a proportionable number of women and children. The church recorded that in 8 months many thousands more in Constantinople joined it. Emperor Constantine issued edicts forbidding other belief systems to assemble or hold meetings, and passed laws that any building used by them be destroyed. In this way, all who held doctrines and opinions contrary to the new Roman teachings were suppressed. Scholars and philosophers were silenced and banished, and their works burned. Those who refused to accept the new religion were put to death, while others were banished from their homes. Many people fled to the remote rural regions of Pagi to avoid such persecution. They subsequently became known as pagans, and the municipalities and townships they established were called pagus villages. It was in the largest cities the new church made its earliest gains in numbers, because civil powers were strongest and most in evidence. In the far-flung country regions, people were not so controlled by the powers of government or church. Because of their isolation, they were not as easily forced into accepting Christianity. They resisted to such an extent that the people of Pagi were reviled by the church as objects of scorn. The negative comments they were subjected to saw them regarded as without religion or heathens. In later Christian writings, the word pagan was projected backwards and applied to pre-Christian groups who were considered lesser humans because they had not lived in the Christian era, that is, non-Christian. The royal bloodline. It was probable that Emperor Constantine had another purpose in mind when he deified his long-dead twin relatives, to protect a family lineage that had earlier usurped the throne of Britain. The records reveal that the usurper was none other than King Caradoc, for he had foreign blood through the line of his parents, Rabbi Jesus Cunobeline and Cyprus. This was a predominant Nabatean, Arab, and Idumean Edomite ancestry with direct lineage through both parents to the house of Harold the Great. This happened at the time of the slaying of Prince Guidarus in the early days of the Roman invasion of Britain. Guidarus' sudden death created a national emergency requiring the immediate establishment of the Pendragonate, or military dictatorship, on the field of battle. It was at this time that Caradoc assumed the mantle and continued the battle, and his family subsequently retained the crown through Caradoc's son, King Silanus. The true British bloodline inheritance flowed through the lineage of Rabbi Jesus Cunobeline's second wife, Princess Mary Magdalene, a pure royal Celt, making her two boys the true heirs to the crown of Britain. It was no surprise to find this Celtic princess defamed in the new church of Emperor Constantine, whose family line remained the primary beneficiaries of the deception. It was probable the defamation of Princess Mary Magdalene started at that time. Eusebius charged with forging historical records. Immediately after the closing of the Council of Nicaea began the forging of earlier records to establish that Jesus Christ was once a historical personage. The earliest fabrication involved a much-discussed passage, the so-called Testimonium Flavianum, in the writings of the most acknowledged historian of the first century, the great Jewish author Josephus. Particular narratives designed to glorify Jesus Christ were fabricated into Josephus' writings, and they have now been exposed as priesthood forgeries. The Church confessed the glowing passages about Jesus Christ were later interpolations by Christians. Dr. Lardner, one of the ablest defenders of Christianity, in 1760 said the passage should be forever discarded from any place among the evidences of Christianity. Theologians believe it was Bishop Eusebius who forged the passages when he rewrote a copy of Josephus's work immediately after the Council of Nicaea. As the passage was not found in any edition of Josephus prior to the era of Eusebius, the suspicion fastened upon him as its author, for Eusebius personally argued that falsehood might be used as medicine for the benefit of the Church. It was Eusebius who also ordered the destruction of 15 late-century books originally written by a person called Porphyry, citing that they spoke about the Christians. This was not the only church alteration to the works of Josephus. There was evidence that further interpolations were introduced into the text of Josephus long before Eusebius's time. Origen himself admitted adding to the Jewish historian's works. He also affirmed that Josephus did not acknowledge Jesus Christ. Overview of the outcome of the Council of Nicaea. Out of the First Christian Council, a decision was made to use the full moon spring equinox festival, then a heathen festival held annually in honor of the Babylonian goddess Ishtar, as a Christian celebration marking the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The word Easter was derived from Ishtar. The former belief that the sun danced on Ishtar Day now applies to Easter. The Sabbath was shifted from Saturday to Sunday out of respect for the sun god's Sol Invictus. The presbyters agreed with this merging, denying the once sacred law of Moses and the commandment to remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. Exodus 28. To accommodate the current thriving religion of Sol Invictus and the rising new faith of Christianity, the shrewd Emperor Constantine reasoned the obvious thing to do was make Jesus Christ a personification of the sun in a manner similar to the god-men of pagan antiquity: Apollo, Osiris, Orpheus, Baal, Bacchus, to name but a few, as both practices taught man's immortality through a divine Savior, a future judgment and resurrection of the dead. The merging of these eternal principles was entirely feasible. In an empire seething with religious discontent, this move proved to be a master stroke and a clever political move by Emperor Constantine that strengthened his standing. Thus Constantine became Christianity's chief bishop and the commander-in-chief of its army. It was this same Constantine who drowned his wife in boiling water, butchered his young nephew, personally murdered two of his brother-in-laws, killed his son, bled to death several men and women, and smothered an old monk in a well. Existing today is a medal of Constantine depicting as the supreme Christian pontiff. The church later sainted him. Constantine ordered the construction of a new city on the site of ancient Byzantine, called it after his own name, and made it capital of the Roman Empire. Constantinople was solemnly consecrated in 330. The transfer of empire from Rome to Byzantine was a great masterstroke in the history of civilization, and in a few short years Constantine made it the center of the world. The Emperor Constantine remained a homicidal maniac until his death in 337. His decision to merge Presbyterians, now called pagan beliefs, with the British Druidic teachings brought many converts. Thus, from a period of time in which mob rule and tyranny reigned supreme in the church, a series of Presbyterians' commentaries filled with impositions and fables, falsely ascribed to the most holy apostles by fraudulent individuals, became the official church doctrine of the powerful Roman Empire, directly under the control of the state. From that time on, Jesus Christ was depicted with a halo, the solar symbol, around his head. This may have also derived from the headgear of the arch-Druids of Britain. According to the ancient lunar calendar, the lowest course of the solar orb, the December solstice, northern hemisphere, occurred on 25 December and became Jesus Christ's birthday, and thus Christ Mass Day. The birthday of the sun, not sun, S-O-N, was documented as a public holiday and a day of celebration and gift-giving on ancient calendars published during the reign of Constantine and existing today. The adoration of the sun was one of the earliest forms of religious expression, and the complex theologies of Christianity have deep-seated roots in this simple early belief. The display of sunburst patterns, gilt embroidered on the back of the ceremonial garments of the Catholic priesthood, for example, signifies the Christian priest of today is also a time-honored emissary and representative of the sun. Some old documents stated the Council of Nicaea ended in mid-August 325. Others say the struggle was so fierce it extended into late September. Whenever it ended, the savagery and violence it encompassed failed to be recognized in the title it earned from the Church of the 18th century, which was the Great and Holy Synod. The early Church, however, expressed a different opinion. The Second Council of Nicaea in 785 denounced the First Council of Nicaea as a synod of fools and madmen. If one chooses to read the records of the Second Nicene Council and note the references to affrighted bishops and soldiery needed to quell proceedings, the fools and madmen declaration was surely an example of the pot calling the kettle black. The new God made legal. It would be incorrect to think of an immediate and total acceptance of Emperor Constantine's new religion. Resistance offered by Roman custom compelled his successors to return to the earlier position. Emperor Julian, 361 to 363, bitterly opposed the Christian movement because they had slaughtered most of his family. In 361, Emperor Julian ordered all bishops and presbyters to center their discourses only on the Gospels of Matthew and Luke. These writings included the false additions discussed in earlier chapters, and they were the ones Emperor Julian wanted read to the rabble. Emperor Julian was earlier initiated into the mysteries of Eleusis and Cybele Attis, and had a much more sophisticated knowledge of Christianity. He knew of its newly created nature. The war between the bishops continued unabated, and every man used his personal followers in violent battles to win the right to be Bishop of Rome and live in the luxurious Lateran palace. After the election battle between Damasus and Ursinus for the bishopric of 366, Ammonianus recorded 137 dead bodies were found in a church on the site of what is now St. Maria Maggiore. The location of that church was the original central hall or basilica of the Palace of the British. Damasus was the vicar and became the first bishop to adopt the name of Papa. This word subsequently became Pope. His associates called him the man who tickled ladies' ears. The name Pope or Papa was given indifferently to many bishops of the ensuing times, especially to those who were most renowned, eventually attaching itself to only the Bishop of Rome in 1073. The title Papa was originally the name of the savior god Attis, who was a personification of the solar Christos. The writings of Euphrates stated that the name Attis was one time Papa, at another time corpse or god. Although Constantine had earlier deified a new god for the rabble, their religion became official to the Roman Empire only in 380, when Emperor Theodosius legally imposed it on all his subjects. By now, Theodosius had realized that religious unity was an essential prerequisite for the Roman Empire and tried to achieve it. His official edict was never withdrawn. The various modes of worship that prevailed in the Roman world were all considered by the people as equally true, by the philosopher as equally false, and by the magistrate as equally useful. And thus, toleration produced not only mutual indulgence, but also even religious concord. By the end of the 4th century, Constantinople, commanding as it did the entrance to the Pontus Euxine, Black Sea, was a city of commercial importance, and the bishops dictated the nature of society, working hand in hand with an increasingly centralized government. The empire gradually absorbed and adapted to its own ends the multitude of cults derived from all its parts, and over the ensuing centuries coupled them together as one, the Roman Universal Church. Today it is called the Roman Catholic Church. Henceforth, much of the literature then written was aimed at the propagating of a fabricated faith to the world and ensuring Roman emperors were given places as heads of church and state. The stories portrayed in the new church gospels were subsequently expanded throughout the entire Roman Empire, thanks to the political ambitions of a shrewd emperor, Constantine. The message of Jesus Christ was now on its way some 300 years after the lifetime of Judas Christus and Rabbi Jesus. The numerous forgeries under the names of eminent men were given license and expanded into the minds of people throughout the world by the missionaries of Constantine's new creation, Jesus Christ. It spread like a virus. Under the appellation of Christians, 2 distinctions of people were subsequently confounded, the most opposite to each other in their manners and principles, the Essenes, Druids, and Ebionites, who had embraced the esoteric faith of Rabbi Jesus Canubeline, and the Zealots, Nazarenes, who had followed the esoteric standards of Judas Christus. As the centuries rolled over, both individual parties were grouped together as one body, now simply called early Christians. Later, generations of churchmen and academics filled the words Christian and Christianity with complicated theological meanings, until being a Christian meant something entirely different than it originally was, and developed a new belief in a complex system of dogmas not originally existing. The most extraordinary church declaration. The supreme church authority in Rome remained with the emperors until approximately 553, when they were still in control of gospel material through Emperor Justinian. He convened and chaired a special council at the instigation of his wife, Theodore, the most notorious prostitute of the time. She severely criticized the teachings of reincarnation in the British Church, since those words essentially taught that all humans were equal. This council later became known as the Fifth Ecumenical Council of 553, that was in fact the second of 4 councils held in Constantinople, the next being in 680 and the last in 869. The first Council of Constantinople was held in 381 and saw Papa Damasus officially ban the Bible and introduce curses into Christian tradition. The express purpose of Emperor Justinian's council was to censor from the Christian gospel all references with a likeness to that foreign superstition, Druidism. Emperor Justinian obtained a majority vote for new anathemas he issued against the Druidic and Essenic doctrine of the pre-existence of the soul. This historic item proved both obscure and difficult to locate, and said, "Whosoever shall support the mythical doctrine of the pre-existence of the human soul and the consequent monstrous opinion of its return to earth, let him be anathema." 3 similar anathemas were published as part of the same council, and all aimed at pre-existence, including references to the Druidic belief of life after death. The council decrees were later contested in some churches, and a schism arose that lasted 70 years. This same council also confirmed the right of later generations to declare dead people heretics. At that time, the 1,000-year-old Sibylline prophecies were again consulted, the last known official consultation, and a reference, "By sorceries revealing to nations, they struggled out of the pit of slime," was assumed by the council to have been a clairvoyant prediction applying to Rabbi Jesus for learning a magic secret in Egypt and taking it to the Druids in Britain. Then, in an effort to overawe the Celtic establishment, the Fifth Ecumenical Council of Constantinople made the most extraordinary decision that can be found recorded in Christian history. Under the direction of its Pontifex Maximus, the Roman Catholic Church decreed that Emperor Constantine's deified entity, Jesus Christ, was truly the Son of God, and Rabbi Jesus' faith was officially declared heretical. The church records reveal these extraordinary facts, and the reader is encouraged to conduct his or her own research to confirm that what is written in this book has a historical foundation.